ICC Men's Champions Trophy, brought to you by the BBC.
Indeed, hello everyone, good morning from us all in Dubai, where we're all set for the final of the Champions Trophy. We bring you that for the past 3 weeks, and now of course we bring you India and New Zealand for the final, probably the two best teams in the tournament, here on a lovely warm sunny day in the UAE. And given those conditions, and it's a used pitch as well, both captains would want to bat first. Let's see who got lucky at the toss and join Ravi Shastri.
It's a warm, breezy afternoon here in Dubai. It's the final coming up. It's two former champions that will go hell for leather and expect a humdinger of a contest as we come up to toss time, where the coin will go up one final time in the Champions Trophy 2025. For the Blues, India, looking for the knockout punch, is Rohit Sharma. For the Black Caps, New Zealand also looking for one final punch, Mitchell Santner. In the match referee's corner, tried, tested, vastly experienced Ranjan Madugale. Francis, the toss rep. Rohit will spin the coin.
Exits the call.
What's it, Ranjan?
Exiting is New Zealand.
Mitch, you won the toss. What have you decided?
We're going to have a bat first. Looks like a pretty good wicket. Looks, I guess, similar to the one we played India here a week or so ago. But, yeah, try to get some runs on the board and see what happens.
Already, very good atmosphere for the final.
Yeah, it's obviously expected. Obviously, a few blue shirts out there. But, yeah, it's a great occasion and a great stadium and a great tournament. So, yeah, obviously we're ready for this and it's going to be a good challenge. But we'll see what happens.
The fact that you played one game here, is a big help.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's obviously slightly different to what we're going to get, what we had in Pakistan. So I guess having a run on here the other day, we kind of understand what worked a little bit. We obviously saw India played extremely well and how they went about it. So, yeah, I guess we'll try, obviously, get some runs on the board and hopefully it slows down a little bit.
And it's a team in form, because when you look at your numbers, a lot of players performing in every game.
Yeah, I think that's the most pleasing thing. I think different guys have stepped up at different times. I guess with the short nature of this tournament, you want guys to be firing from the start, and we have done that as India have as well. So, yeah, it's going to be a good game, and we'll wait and see. And
what's your combination for today? Any injuries?
Yeah, unfortunately, Matt Henry's been ruled out. So we've got Nathan Smith to come in place.
Have a good one, Mitch.
Cheers, Ravi. Thanks, man.
Need your hand.
Rohit, Mitch reckons foot track, that's why he's batting first. What would you have done?
Look, we've been here enough, and we've batted first, we've bowled first. I don't mind batting second, honestly speaking. It's a good pitch. It hasn't changed a lot. We've chased comfortably in the last game as well. So, yeah, look forward to that now. We have to bowl first now. So it's important that we focus on how we need to restrict them.
The fact that you've chased at one, batted first and one, is a big help.
Yeah, it does give you a lot of confidence, takes the toss away from, the game. Obviously, at the end of the day, what matters is how well you want to play. And that is something that we've spoken in our change room about not worrying about the toss, just playing good cricket, whether we bat, we bowl. And that is what we've done so far in this tournament. We've played really good cricket, and that is what has gotten us so far here. Another game, important game, will focus on what we need to do here.
Two former champions, you've had some great battles against each other. Two best teams in the competition in the final.
Yeah, absolutely, no doubt. New Zealand have been a very good team over the past so many years now. They tend to play really good cricket in ICC tournaments. And yeah, for us, another challenge, how well we can play against these guys. So it's important to understand that and then just embrace the occasion.
Team for the final?
Playing the same team.
Have a good one, Rohit. Well, that's the news from the centre. Breaking news from Dubai. It is New Zealand who won the toss, and they've decided to bat first.
There we go. Lovely to hear Ravi Shastri off his long run out there in the toss. I'm looking at the Indian team. They've had a team photograph down below us. A lot of backroom staff they've got there as well. And now they're having just that final 11. It's the team that we expected. In their case, Sharma, Shubman Gill, Virat Kohli, Shreyas Iyer, Akshar Patel, KL Rahul will keep wicket, Hardik Pandya, Ravindra Jadeja, Kuldeep Yadav, Mohammad Shami and Varun Chakravarti. Now New Zealand, that's a real blow to have lost Matt Henry. He's the tournament leading wicket taker, terrific seam bowler, but of course we saw him the other night in Lahore fielding, falling on that right shoulder, and we wondered if he would be okay. Well, the answer is that a rather tearful Henry left the field having failed a fitness test a little while ago, so he's been ruled out. Nathan Smith comes in, right arm seamer. They played a couple of one-day internationals, so a big occasion for him to be playing in this Champions Trophy final. Otherwise, it's the New Zealand team that we've seen a lot of course, with young Rachin Ravindra, who's scored that brilliant 100 against England, and Kane Williamson in good form too. Darryl Mitchell, Tom Latham, Glenn Phillips, extraordinary fielder there in the covers, who also bowls some spin. Michael Bracewell, spinner. Mitchell Santner, the captain, spinner. Kyle Jameson, Will O'Rourke and Nathan Smith. So that's how the two teams will line up. It's extraordinary, really. Rohit Sharma has now lost his last 12 tosses. I mean, it doesn't seem possible.
Do you know how many days that is, Aggers? 12 ODI tosses. How many days that is? 481 days since Rohit Sharma last won an ODI toss.
I mean, it doesn't seem possible, because it's only 50-50 every time, isn't it? And yet the odds on doing it are about 1 in 4,000 or something. I mean, it is. But also, you've got to say, they've won every game here, despite. And so, actually, never was it truer said that doesn't matter what happens at the toss, you get out there and play, because they've proved it. They're here in the final, and for all the talk of splitting the tournament as it's been, and the fact that people have been travelling to and from here, and India have stayed here, they have been the team of the tournament so far. They're unbeaten, and we can talk about what advantage they've had through being stationed here, whereas New Zealand, of course, earlier in the week flew here and back at a 3 a.m. flight. Someone said it was an hour and a half. Well, I don't know what they've done on Concorde or something, but it's over 3 hours to fly from here to Lahore, which they did at 3 in the morning. So, you know, there has been that conversation off. But the fact is, these, from what we've seen, are the best two teams here, and it should be a really good match. The pitch, well, I can only describe that as khaki. It's sort of like the old New Zealand day-night shirt colour. It's a light brown. There isn't any sign of any green on it whatsoever. There's a bit to the left and the right, the pitches there that have been used for practice. That is a brown pitch that's got some cracks on it, and it's the pitch on which India beat Pakistan when they came here, and Pakistan set about 240, which we're used to seeing in Lahore 350. Yeah, that would have been a brilliant pitch for the final of this. But, so we're used to high-scoring matches over there in Pakistan. I doubt that's going to be the case here, but India will have first use of it. We've got the players coming out, holding hands of mascots, male and female, lining up below us here. We've got India to the left as we look at it, New Zealand to the right. And I think probably New Zealand might go first here with the anthems, but they'll be coming your way in a second. We've got the umpires out there as well. So Messrs Illingworth and Rifle out in the middle. Our old friend Joel Wilson is on the technology, and here comes the New Zealand anthem.
अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Well, you can tell the New Zealand is very outnumbered here today. It's not a full house, I have to be honest. It's a disappointing crowd, really. If you look around, the capacity is 25,000 in this Dubai cricket stadium. Well, they'll be probably three-quarters, maybe, full, I guess. And everyone that is here is wearing a blue shirt. Simple as that. Apart from Alex, who's wearing white. Actually, I'm wearing
yes,
white, too.
well,
We've sort of gone neutral. Which is, it's always fun watching a neutral game. Would rather have England playing, of course, but at least we're represented by one of the umpires, Richard Illingworth, who's out in the middle now with Paul Rifle. Those enormous flags have been taken away. India are having a huddle there on the edge of the circle. And let's see, I mean, you've been stationed here for much of the time, haven't you? We haven't seen much of you in Pakistan. In fact, when you did arrive, it rained.
Yeah, that is very true. It did.
so there you go. So what are we going to get today?
Yeah, look, I think, you know, if New Zealand can get 300, it'd be a very, very good score. In a final scoreboard pressure, you could probably get away with slightly less, maybe 270, 280. But India are the best chasing team in the world. Virat Kohli is the best man for a run chase. He knows exactly what he's doing. He will be more than happy that India are going to chase. And we saw when these two sides played against each other not so long ago, New Zealand actually lost 9 wickets to spin. So
yep.
They've really struggled on a surface that did a little bit more, probably not expecting it to be quite as tired today. There's been no cricket on this surface since the India-Pakistan game, where Pakistan were way below par. They were actually very poor. So I'm expecting a better game between these two sides, because India dominated in the last group game between these two.
Well, out they go, and New Zealand's batsmen are just about halfway across. Out in the middle now, well, Rachin Ravindra played so well. I mean, he's a lovely player. He's a bit of a character as well, actually. I think we'll see him leading New Zealand one day, and spoke really well with the media. He's got energy, he's entertaining, and he can play. And he's one of the many spinners. I mean, it's because he 8 spinners today, 4 on either side. 8, I think I worked out, 8 of the top 11 top scoring batsmen in the tournament are all here as well, which kind of sums it up, really. And the group we've been watching, playing a lot of cricket in Lahore and on Karachi as well, on good pitches, ball coming on a little bit more. It's a question, really, of how New Zealand can adjust to this and that. I mean, if you go down to your local DIY store and ask for beige paint, you're going to get that, aren't you?
It's a little bit more cracked, that one out there in the middle. It's been a little bit too paced, I can't lie. There's been some balls that have stayed low, there's been some that have popped. It's not been like that T20 World Cup in New York where you didn't know what you were getting. It's just a slower surface to what, you know, you're used to in Pakistan. But New Zealand have also played here. They've played India here. Yeah. They adapt. They will learn. They're a good team, New Zealand, so I'm expecting them to bounce back.
Well, we're just about ready. Spider-Cam's getting a very close-up view there of umpire Illingworth. He's now swinging towards us to focus on Mohammad Shami, who's going to bowl the first ball of this final. There is a slip, and then 4 inside the offside circle. It's a regular field, the sort of thing you'd expect, with a third man and a long leg. They're the 2 fielders outside the circle at the moment for the first 10 overs anyway. People are still coming in. There's a bit of a traffic jam getting in, but then you often get traffic jams around Dubai, depending on what time of day it is. But they are still coming in, so hopefully this ground will fill up and we'll get a really good atmosphere. But say it takes it back to the Ahmedabad matches in the last World Cup. Here's the first ball. Shami's on the way, bowls on off stump. It's a really good ball too. Just swings away enough and beats the prodding bat of Young. Didn't go through with any particular pace through to the keeper, but it did beat the bat. It just swung a little bit. And Shami won't mind that. It's a warm day. It's not an absolute swelterer, which yesterday was, for example. There's a bit more cloud around today. It's about 31, 32, so pretty warm out there in the field. It just feels a little bit more humid today as well, so whether that explains why that first ball swung, we shall see. Young's over his bat again, right-handed, and Shami scuttles in. He's there and he bowls to him, and again there's that movement, but this time Young allows that to swing harmlessly by and into Rahul's stump and gloves. Looking around, so the empty seats are kind of the far end, really.
They have been the whole time. It's been really peculiar.
Those posh ones, are they?
Yeah, that's hospitality.
Yeah, but they're empty.
Yeah. They're all inside having a feed.
Oh, well, that could be it.
Yeah.
Lots of Indian flags, blue shirts, and just what you come to expect when India are playing a one-day match, and particularly a final, of course. No runs on the board. New Zealand won the toss. Then goes Shami, bowls, and this is driven up to mid-off quite firmly. It's only as far as the fielder there. There is Shubman Gill, and there is no run. So 3 weeks or so of Champions Trophy all boils down to this. I think these are the two best teams.
Absolutely.
The ones that we've seen.
Yeah, absolutely, without a doubt. The two best sides in this competition so far.
Australia lacking those bowlers. You'd think if there was another team at full strength who could beat India in these conditions, it would be Australia if they had their full attack, but of course they haven't. Then goes Shami, past the umpire, bowls on leg stump, and Young rather missed out there. Around about the thigh pad, he could have deflected that away for a single down to fine leg. But instead the ball thumped into his leg, it's picked up at square leg. And there is no run. So just some trace cloud above. But this absolute circle of a stadium. The lights, of course, known as the Ring of Fire. And depending how you field, the lights do get blamed sometimes for drop catches, don't they? But,
It's a good excuse.
Well, it is. It does seem to have the finger pointed at it, rather. And goes Shami, bowls on off stump, steered away down to gully this time. Fielded there by that familiar figure, fielding close in, Ravi Jadeja. Obviously plenty of him running around the outfield as the match progresses. And just a word, if you are just tuning our way, there's no Matt Henry for New Zealand, which is it's a shame, not just for him but for the game. The leading wicket taker in the tournament, a terrific seam and swing bowler. He's been very effective even on these sluggish pitches during this tournament. This could be a maiden. Then goes Shami, bowls, and there you go, put the mockers on him. Sorry, Mohammed, that's gone for 4. Bit of width. Isn't it funny how the last ball of an over can so often go for 4, whether it's concentration, I just don't know what it is, but that was comfortably the worst ball that he bowled in the over, and Will Young said thanks very much and square drove it to the boundary.
And there could have been so much pressure on New Zealand. The first over of the day, India on top, a maiden, bowls a rank long hop outside the off stump and goes, go on then, have 4, get comfortable.
It's so often that last ball, he bowled a really good over, and then he bowled a last one like that. But anyway, it's 4 for no wicket, still a good over, and there's a little bit of swing there. And Hardik Pandya is going to bowl from the far end, swinging his arms, loosening up, and he's got an earring glistening, reflecting the light there in his left ear. In fact, he's got a matching set. He's got right ear as well, and he's going to start his run up from the edge of the circle. Ravindra is carefully taking guard from umpire Rifle. He's checking that everything's correct. He's got it where he wants to be. I do like this fella. I really like. I mean, he destroyed England in the World Cup, of course, 18 months ago. But it was just so nice watching him play. Free flowing left-hander, bowls, feels well. And I say he's just a bit of a character too. I think he'll be a future captain. Anyway, for now he's concentrating on Hardik Pandya, who's on his way, and he bowls. That's down the leg side. Umpire Rifle stretches the arms out for the first time. It won't be the last. And one more goes to New Zealand's score.
Oh yeah, all these centuries have come in ICC tournaments, haven't they? Ravindra's. all 5 of them. But a brilliant player, so elegant, and I love the way he goes through the gears. It doesn't look like he feels the pressure in the big moments. A big game like today just looks so calm at the crease.
Yeah, and he doesn't mind starting off, well, circumspectly, or relatively circumspectly. It's Pandya, Bolston, wide of the off stump. He lets it go by. That's within range, as it were. So not a wide. That's what impressed me about him and Kate Williamson the other night, where they just took their time. And for Williamson, it was a bit of a battle. You know, and rather giving it away, not pointing at any fingers back home particularly, you know, he just played through it, and then before you know it, you suddenly find your timing, and you find the pace of the pitch, and you score more freely, and that's what 50 overs cricket's all about.
Yeah, these 2 teams have done it perfectly in this competition.
5 for no wicket. Here comes Pandya, bowls, squares him up a little bit, or runs away for Jadeja to pick up at backward point. So busy here, the press box to our right. We've got lots of commentary boxes. We've got the third umpire up here. Our old friend Joel Wilson gave us a very hearty hello as he went to take his seat there. And the television umpire, he's a friendly chap. He really is. We've seen a lot of him on this trip so far.
Yeah, you've been following him around, haven't you?
Oh yeah, that's we're good mates with Joel. He's always got a smile on his face.
Well, living the dream, that's why.
Yeah, I think he is living the dream. Actually, I think you're right. 5 for no wicket. Pandya bowls, and again, it's right on target. Ball does nothing. It just comes off at a nice, easy pace. It's played by the left-handed Ravindra out to Shreyas Iyer, who's fielding at cover. Still coming in there at the far end, taking their seats. Have you had a full house yet here?
No.
Oh.
India-Pakistan wasn't full either. Sold out, but not full.
I never quite understand that.
No. Buy your ticket and don't show up. Yeah. The stand right in front of us to the right is always empty.
Right. 5 for no wicket in the second over of this Champions Trophy final, and Ravindra drives that firmly, but only as far as mid-off. And there's no run, so now it's Hardick's turn. He did bowl a wide, but he can still count as a maiden if he finishes these 2 balls off.
A fake maiden.
Is that what you call it?
Yeah, it's not a maiden, is it? It's bowled a wide.
Oh, yes. Still goes in the book as an M.
No, it doesn't.
Yes.
No, it doesn't.
I think it does. I think it used to.
Used to. It doesn't anymore.
You modern generation keep changing the laws.
No wonder your bowling stats are so good.
Yes, that reminds me. I want to word with Sunil Gavaskar. If he comes on here, make sure I'm on with him.
Absolutely.
Yeah, there's a bit of a... It wasn't a fallout over text last night. There was some very inaccurate information given. Here's Ravindra driving out to cover, going for a quick single, and there's a fumble, so they make their ground. We were with Aaron Finch last night, weren't we? Part of our commentary team, of course. And somehow he started messaging Sunil Gavaskar. I know what it was. It was about Chakravarti.
Yeah.
And I said, compare him to Chandrasekhar. Ask Sunil Gavaskar what he thinks. Similar-ish sort of bowlers. He got a very long reply back, and I think Aaron said that was... Aggers wanted to know what you thought. And I said, ask Sunny what happened in Nagpur in 1984. And it came back, rather than, yes, I got an extremely hostile, quick delivery that pitched middle and hit off in a one-day international. He said, I missed a straight full toss.
Well, and now I don't know who to believe.
Fake news, as our friend over the Atlantic would say.
You reckon?
Fake news. It was an extremely fine delivery. But he called it a full bunger.
I honestly, I don't know who I believe.
Well, come on. Come on, of course you do. 6 for no wicket. Now, it's not going to be a maiden because there was a single there, and that's Will Young taking his bottom hand off the handle there to suggest there might have been a bit of extra bounce. And the last ball's played calmly out into the offside. And there is no run. 6 for no wicket, 2 overs gone. Just to remind people who are tuning in all the way through at home that New Zealand have won the toss. Rohit Sharma's now lost 12 tosses on the trot. This just seems extraordinary.
It seems impossible.
Well, it does. But, it is 50-50, isn't it?
But 481 days between ODI toss wins. That's over a year. It's such a long time. And it's got to the point now where he goes to do the toss and his teammates all pat each other on the back. He's lost another one. Oh, here we go again. And he starts gesturing at his team.
I wonder if how many of those he's tossed the coin
Ooh.
And how many of those you had that he tossed today?
Yeah.
He was the coin, he was the tosser.
It's a hard skill to learn that, the toss.
What, to make it land how you want?
Well, just to, yeah, well, you can't obviously get it to land how you want, but just to get it in the air enough.
Well, he missed the little mat.
Yeah,
Perhaps they
see?
have to concentrate on that a bit, because they have that mat there now, don't they?
Yeah.
To land it on, which must be quite tricky. 6 for no wicket. Here's the start of the third over. Mohammad Shami runs in and bowls it, and the left-handed Ravinder tries to cover misfield there. Rather inexplicable misfield, really. Particularly as Virat Kohli, but a bit of a fumble. His first touch of the day. He's just, inside the circle there at extra cover. Sun shining down brightly now over this ground. It has a roof all the way around, well, sort of a canopy really, all the way round, with say, the lights set into it. Shami runs away, he's there, and he bowls, and that's an edge. Sends the ball to third man. Fielder trots in from the boundary, tosses it back. It's Pandya down there with his sunglasses on. And New Zealand move to 7 for no wicket. And they'll already be starting to assess what they think this pitch is worth. I think probably here you might start at 270 and then adjust either way. Actually, you might get a bit more than that, or it might be a 250. That's kind of the conversation, I think.
Yeah, you probably want more on the board, though, with India
Yep.
chasing.
Shami runs in, bowls to Young. That's pitched up, leg stump, turned away for Pandya to chase. Round he comes. So there's a great cheer there and a waving of flags behind him. And Will Young comes back for 2. He goes to 6. And New Zealand 9 for no wicket. Shadow of that canopy stretching out from below us here. We're in the VVIP area, aren't we?
Are we?
Not just VIPs.
Oh, we are very, very
Yeah.
important people.
They do like that in this part of the world, don't they? I did see once a VVVIP.
Whoa.
Yeah, that was very, very important. It wasn't for me, obviously. And there's a good ball which goes past the outside edge. And again keeps rather low to beat the bat. Applause there of encouragement from Rohit at slip. And a bit of pitch prodding going on. It's that sort of ball that makes you think, well, you know, is 270 gettable? It's, you know, it's sort of scuttled through a bit.
Yeah.
Henry's worked out that, in fact, India have now lost 15 tosses on the trot, all the way through. And he's worked it out, I don't know how he worked this out, that apart from the 50-50 element, which is the kind of, that's where you start from, isn't it? And goes Shami, bowls, driven up to mid-off, he gets his head down, runs and makes his ground. As a throw from mid-off, misses the stump. So nicely taken by Young, and Ravinder responding straight away. Henry's worked out, I don't know how he's done this, that the chances of losing 15 tosses on the trot is 1 in 32,768. I'm not even going to bother asking how he's worked that out.
No.
I think he's made it up. But that's a lot of tossing.
I mean, I just don't understand how he's lost that many.
No. Shami again scurries in, bowls, and Ravinder stands up straight. Plays down the ground to Shubman Gill, fielding at mid-off. Look, it looks a good pitch, doesn't it? It just looks a flat pitch. New Zealand will be hoping that it slows down during the course of the day, which is perfectly possible. There isn't really a dew here, is there? They had to help things with the ball to skid on a little bit, which you were getting in Pakistan.
Yeah. What has happened here is it started to spin more in the second innings. There is absolutely no grass on that surface whatsoever. It's so bare.
Looks like a mosaic, doesn't it? All the little cracks. It's literally just bits that somehow sort of stick together, but all the cracks running through it. 10 for no wicket. We've had 3 overs. New Zealand winning the toss and batting first. I've no doubt that Rohit Sharma would have done the same, but then I suppose he knew he wasn't going to win, so he didn't really work it out. In comes Pandya, bowls outside the off stump. It's taken by Rahul. He probably just turns up now, just tosses the coin and walks off.
I was going to say, do you even think that he has a discussion with the coaching staff of what do you want to do if we win the toss? They're like, mate, you ain't winning the toss.
I don't think so. I was interested by Gautam Gambhir's expression the other day. There's a couple of new expressions that we've heard. We've heard grifters used across the Atlantic, which I hadn't heard of before. He used the word cribbers.
Cribbers?
Which if I'd asked, it's a perfectly legitimate question about whether he felt that they had an advantage through playing here. Here's Pandya bowling, clipped down to mid-on, and there's no run. And he was quite forceful in his reply to this journalist, and he said that it's only cribbers who believe that, basically. So I'd have liked to follow up saying thank you very much for that, but I've actually never been insulted by that word before. Can you tell me what it means?
Yeah, help a girl out.
Yeah, what does it actually mean? What is a cribber? I mean, a crib sheet. Well, a crib sheet is someone who kind of cheats in an exam or something, isn't it?
It all looked a bit funny that when Shami came out and said, of course we've got an advantage.
Yes.
Not much communication going on there.
No, he's quite an angry man, apparently. There's Pandya again, bowling, tucked away into the shadows to our left. And they take an easy single as the throw comes in on the bounce. Simon's looking it up in the online thesaurus. Simon couldn't find it.
Yeah, he tried to have a look the other
Cribbers.
day.
Oh, people trying to copy other people's views. So it is a crib sheet, as it were. So you have a crib sheet in which you...
But that doesn't make sense.
Well, I guess it means people just kind of on the bandwagon, doesn't it? I guess.
Well, you've played all your games at one ground.
Yes, I mean, I think it's a difficult one to argue against.
It's not a bandwagon, it's a fact.
Yeah, so he just got angry about it.
Yeah.
Called someone a cribber, and next question, please. 100, sorry, so 11 for no wicket. 100 from, oh, that's a good shot. That's Ravindra for you, and he's hit the first 6 of the match. Picking up a good length ball, and he hit that well. He really did, out of the middle of the bat. And it's just flown away over deep mid-wicket, just a little bit short, but yeah, good player, this fella.
Yeah, it's not a bad ball. When you look at the score and the circumstances, you just think Hardick's just going to bang one slightly shorter, maybe for him to ride the bounce and knock it into the leg side. Ravindra says, absolutely not. If it's in my slot, I'm having it.
That's such a clean strike. Slipper's gone, has come out to short extra cover. Pandya runs in, bowls, and that's a drive, and he's just opened the face of the bat and sent that away out to the deep point boundary this time. Just a little bit of, say, opening the face just to work the ball into that gap. Lovely shot. 10 off those 2 deliveries, 21 for no wicket. Richard from Geelong in Australia emails us. He's listening on the ABC. Hello, Richard. I found Geelong on the map because I was looking up where Aaron comes from. He comes from Colac, which is out in that sort of Geelong area. I've got a speeding ticket in Geelong. It's not one of my favourite places. Anyway, Richard says it's wine o'clock here in southern Australia. Geelong's not in southern Australia. Geelong's in Victoria. We've had a warm day, sitting back home for a cracking day. In comes the next one. It's wide down the leg side. Query, though, from Richard. In terms of population, has there ever been a bigger mismatch in high-level sport? A nation of 5.6 million taking on 1.3 billion people. Going for the underdog, says Richard. Well, that's good.
We've got an Aussie supporting the New Zealanders.
We have. Well, perhaps he would have said South Australia if he meant it was South Australia. It's Southern Australia, he said. But I mean, Geelong is in Southern Australia, but it's in Victoria. But yeah, I got nipping through there once, and policeman on the motorbike. Fortunately, I was driving a long way. I was going to Adelaide. I mean, it's a long drive, isn't it?
Speed limit.
Get a bit of a wiggle on, yeah. There's Pandya bowling short. He repeats the shot. There's no one at deep square leg. Hasn't quite got it out of the middle of the bat. So that'll bring him 4, and this is easily the most productive over of New Zealand's innings so far. They're 26 for no wicket. 4 overs have been bowled, 3 boundaries and a 6 they've struck so far. Alex will give her considered thoughts on things, and then you'll be joined by Simon Mann.
Well, it just changes the momentum of the game so early, doesn't it? That over from Ravindra there, just putting the pressure back on India. Hardick with a couple of short balls, and Ravindra saying, well, as I said before, if it's in my wheelhouse, I'm going to hit it. 16 runs coming off the over. The run rate now at 6.5, when actually India had created decent pressure for the first 3 overs of the game, and still a long way to go, but New Zealand just with that counter punch there.
So 26 for no wicket. 4 overs gone. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, good night, whatever, wherever you are listening in the world. Here's Shami shuffling in to bowl to Young. Young covers up and dabbing it towards Jadeja at gully. Jadeja goes to his left, can't prevent the single. And Young goes to 9, and New Zealand to 27 for no wicket. Start of the 5th over. I can't think there's been a bigger disparity in a final anywhere than New Zealand against India in terms of country population.
No, you would think not.
Just trying to do the arithmetic, you know, thinking
I'm trying to think as like
Brazil against somebody, but I mean India's got 1.2 billion.
Yeah. But who did
1.2
India play in that T20 World Cup out in
South
New York?
Africa.
South Africa.
Yeah, South Africa's got a bigger population.
A couple of group games with Papua New Guinea there and things like that, wasn't there?
I think the question was about a final though, wasn't it? Shami bowls full to Ravindra. Fine stroke for 4 through wide mid-on. Flicked away gloriously. Out towards the boundary and over it. And New Zealand go to 31 for no wicket. And a bit of silence around the ground.
You'll find that. When another team is on top, you can hear a pin drop. And then all it takes is just the ball to beat the bat or a wicket and the crowd go wild.
Well, it's something we've become used to when you watch Indian cricket, especially in India when those one-day internationals are on, for example, or the biggest one I can remember, silence, was the World Cup semi-final in 1996 between India and Sri Lanka when Aravinda de Silva drove a ball down the ground to reach his 50. No one even applauded. Shami ran the wicket to Ravindra, and he can get 4 more here. That's a genuine edge, squared up, edged along the ground through second slip. There's no one at home at second slip. That's gone for 4 as well. So they're both worth the same. One was what they call a moral victory for the bowler. As a batter there, I think I don't care. I'd happily edge 100, you know, inside edge, outside edge. Doesn't matter. They're in the book. And that's what Ravindra was probably thinking about that. Well, that was a decent ball. He might have just slightly played for it, but it looked a genuine edge. But it went down, and they've got 2 men up inside the circle behind square on the offside. One's a deep 4th slip, and one's a deep gully. And it went between the keeper and the notional slip. Here's Shami trying again, finds a gap there. Ravindra on the offside towards a sweeper on the boundary. At deep backward point, throw coming in right over the bails to KL Rahul. And 1 more run to the total, 36 for no wicket. I think the applause there was for the throw rather than the shot or the run.
Yeah.
The ground has filled up since the start of play. I looked at the back, actually. There is quite a big traffic jam.
It's almost single lane traffic into the ground, isn't it?
Yes, when they built this ground, I'm not sure they quite put enough roads in to get in and out.
But it's Dubai, they'll probably build another road for the next time we're here.
Yeah, there'll be a huge flyover or something. Yeah. 36 for no wicket. 5th over. Shami bowls. Young drives up towards mid-on. Can't beat the fielder there. Kuldeep Yadav. And that's the thing, isn't it, with this Indian side? OK, the opening bowlers, Shami and Hardik Pandya, they'll do their thing, and New Zealand might be able to get away a bit, but then the spinners come on, and that's when the squeeze comes on as well, with India playing 4 frontline spinners. Mind you, New Zealand are well stocked with spinners as well.
Well, New Zealand lost 9 wickets last time they played India to spin.
Shami, past umpire Illingworth, bowls to Young. Young flicks that away down towards fine leg, and they are through for 1 more. Big day for Will Young. The last time I came across him in an ICC tournament, he was actually commentating for us on New Zealand against Papua New Guinea in the T20 World Cup last summer. He's got himself back into the New Zealand side and really enjoying his day, trying to make the most of it. But, you know, such a big day for him. Biggest match of his life. 37 for no wicket after 5 overs. Young's on 10. Ravindra is on 25 from 14 balls. I noticed actually Mitch Santner, New Zealand's captain, tossing up with Rohit Sharma. They're going to be colleagues in a couple of weeks' time, and they play for the Mumbai Indians.
I know.
And they're in that bizarre situation where Rohit's India's captain, but Hardik Pandya is Mumbai Indians captain with Rohit in the ranks.
I'm not sure how well that goes down, to be honest.
No, it doesn't go down very well, I don't think. But I think Hardik Pandya's sort of terms for coming back to Mumbai Indians, because he went off and won the IPL with the Gujarat Titans, was that he would be captain. They exceeded that, and, well, didn't have a very good season last year. Here's Varun Chakravarti into the attack. Oh, fiver straight away down the leg side. It's not taken by the keeper. It's hit the rope now, and so that's 5 wides. Well, that's a nice little bonus at the start of Varun Chakravarti's bowling spell. That goes against his name.
Interesting ball to start with. It seemed quite quick, that, whether or not he was just trying to fire one in, maybe trying to surprise Young, just rush him a little bit. Obviously gets his line wrong and it races to the boundary.
So 42 for no wicket. Here's Chakravarti bowling, clipped away by Young, forward a square. Umpire Illingworth saunters out of the way. It's picked up in the deep, and they are through for another single. That's a good start from New Zealand. 43 for no wicket. Start of the 6th over. If you'd said to them this is where they'd be at the start of the 6th, they were more than happy with that. Young 11, Ravindra, the left-hander. I had a quick chat with Will Young, and Ravindra's going to come down on the strike. Rohit is himself standing at slip. There's a long off in and a deep mid-wicket, cow corner almost. Those are the 2 fielders outside the circle. Ravindra's taking a fresh guard with the spinner on. Chakravarti's taken 7 wickets in the competition. He's gone at 4.55 runs per over. He got in my team of the tournament. I don't know if he got in yours, Alex.
Absolutely got in mine. Stacked of spinners.
Here's Chakravarti, ran the wicket. Boss, Ravindra has a dabble at that one and misses it. It's taken by KL Rahul. We were asked to do our team of the competition.
Yeah.
Admittedly before the final. So there were a few complaints about people saying, oh, why have you done your team competition before the final? Well, because we were asked to, or told to.
Yeah.
So we did it. Chakravarti bowls, swept away, out towards the deep square leg boundary. And it's a fine piece of fielding out there. Keeps it down to 2. That was heading out towards the rope. Shreyas Iyer coming round to his left-hand side. He's at cow corner, and he had to get the deep forward square leg then, and he did well, very smartly around the boundary. Good sweep shot from the left-handed Ravindra. 45 for no wicket, middle of the 6th.
Who did you have as your captain for your team of the tournament?
Mitchell Santner.
Okay, interesting.
Right.
That's the normal idea.
Chakravarti bowls, cut away by Ravindra towards backward point, finds Kuldeep. There's no run.
I did my team of the tournament and thought, I don't really got captain.
Don't tell me you left out a wicket-keeper as well, did you?
No, I put a wicket-keeper in eventually. I worked the team around number 3 and the wicket-keeper. So I went with what I thought was a brilliant, bright idea.
OK. Chakravarti bowls, nudged away by Ravindra towards wide mid-on, through for another single. 46 for no wicket, coming to the end of the 6th over.
I've got Virat Kohli, I've got Joe Root, but opening the batting, I've got Ravindra. And I thought, he's a future captain.
Right, so you went for him, did you?
I went for him.
Right,
He can learn off the experience of everybody else.
Well, you can go to the BBC Sport website and have a look at those if you're so minded. Our teams of the tournament, those who've been out here commentating. Chakravarti now to bowl to Young. Dab sweep in the air, just on the bounce, to Kuldeep. Short fine, and that's the end of Chakravarti's over. So 9 runs off it in all. 5 wides from the first ball helped New Zealand along there. 6 overs gone. 46 for no wicket. You're listening to 5 Sports Extra, ABC, the ICC website, Champions Trophy final, and highlights clips will be on the BBC Sport website as well throughout the day. The big moments, and Glenn Phillips has been to the fore in recent matches. Seen some highlights of his catches on the BBC Sport website. There's also an article about his fielding written by Matt Henry.
A really interesting article.
It is,
really
yeah.
interesting. You know, Matt Henry's trying to say, what makes you such a good fielder? And he's like, I like flying planes. I like... And there was nothing about, like, you know, my technique, my anything. It was like all about his hobbies, and he likes archery. So the fact that he thinks it helps his hand-eye coordination, I thought it was a real insight into probably the type of person that he is.
Definitely, yeah. He says, oh, some days I fly a plane from Manchester to Heathrow, doesn't he, on the simulator in his room. Shami ran the wicket, bowls to Ravindra, turned away into the onside firmly, but straight to Kuldeep. He's getting in the action a lot here. Picks that one up at mid-on, and there's no run. The other thing he said was, I think the one thing he said that was interesting is I try to throw as much as possible with my weaker arm.
Yeah, left hand, yeah.
So it's his left hand, to try and strengthen it. It goes back to... You might remember this, but Bobby Charlton, the great Manchester United and England World Cup winner, outside Old Trafford, I think it was outside Old Trafford against a wall, he would practice shooting with his wrong foot to really strengthen it. It put me in mind of that.
Yeah.
Here's Shami bowling. Shout for LBW as he tries to swing it away into the leg side. Nothing from the umpire. He walks away. Ball goes down into the gully. Shami steps forward, thinks about a review. What does Rohit say? They're having a chat. 10, 9, 8. Rohit doesn't look minded to review it. I think probably height there might have been the issue. Anyway, they're not going to review it. And New Zealand stay on 46 for no wicket. So having another look now. Shami from round the wicket. Probably height was the issue. Yeah, back leg, but above the pad. And so umpire Illingworth gave that not out. And probably a wise decision there not to review it. Probably straight, but going over the top of the stumps. Shami's in his 4th over, no wicket for 19. Now they've got a short point in for Ravindra. Shami moves in again and bowls to him. That's hit firmly back, and it might have been a drop catch on the return there. Shami on his follow through, he rings his left hand. That would have been a magnificent catch if he'd taken it, because it was hit hard by Ravindra. It's parried up towards deepish mid-on, and they ran through for a single. Just having another look at that, there was a miscue. Shami got his 2 hands up there. It came off his left hand and went away, and the physio's coming out onto the ground. 47 for no wicket, middle of the 7th over. Alex Hartley's departed, and Ramiz Raja is here. Well, we should have been in Lahore today, really, Ram.
Yeah,
but we are in Dubai.
I'm missing Lahore.
Anyway. Have you been there at all on this trip?
No, not done any games in Lahore. My hometown. So I was in Karachi.
That's right, you were in Karachi with us last weekend, weren't you?
Yes. Yeah. But he pushes the ball hard. Yeah, very wristy, very strong through the line. Rachin would have been a great catch. Would have helped India a great deal. But that's the 2nd or 3rd drop on his follow-through. Shami probably not as keen as some of the other fast bowlers when it comes to catching the ball of their own bowling.
That would be a blow if he's done some significant damage there. It looks as though he's getting the tape. Well, he's already got some tape, I think, on that left hand, and now he's getting one on the little finger of his left. That's being taped up as well. If he were a left-arm spinner, I don't think he'd better bowl like that, would he?
They would ask him to remove all the tapes.
Please take that off. And the reason being that you can, the feeling is you can get more purchase on the ball if you've got your hands taped up.
Plus also the visibility point. I mean, you know, because the ball, I don't know whether you get a clear view of the ball or not.
He might just knocked his little finger back. It's horrible, actually, that when it gets bent back, you get the bruising in the finger. Anyway, catch goes down. Shami is midway through his 4th over. And he's going to continue by the looks of it.
Yeah, I mean, excellent batting from Ravindra because of his aggression. I think India were forced to introduce their trump card, Varun, earlier than his usual spot. Let's see whether... I think India are in desperate need of a wicket here, because if Rachin has a good time of it, he's quite capable of scoring hundreds. He's already scored 2 in this Champions Trophy, and a natural white ball cricketer.
Well, he scored a lovely 100 in that match against South Africa, a semi-final in Lahore at the Gaddafi Stadium the other day. So did Williamson. 362 for 6, far too many for South Africa. Actually, the winning margin, 50 runs, didn't really tell the final tale that accurately, as Shami bowls and Young has to defend, head right over it. All goes towards short extra cover. South Africa were well behind. There was no chance of them winning that game. Only that bizarre innings from David Miller got them within 50 runs. And he only started, I don't know how much you saw it, he only started to really go for it after they couldn't win the game just about.
That's right, a little late in the piece.
I'm not saying they would have won in any case. They probably wouldn't have done, but they've got to give it a go. Yeah. Anyway, getting his 100 off the last ball of the match. As his team's defeat was confirmed. Shami bowls. Young defends again, dabbing it into the offside. Rohit Sharma rather lumbers forward to pick up there. And there is no run.
So obviously Young wants to continue for a long period of time at the crease. I think that's how he's looked at his role in ODI cricket. Player 50 overs, get 100, and others will rally around him. And so he's just looking after his role. His pace is not great, 11 from 20, but Ravindra has provided New Zealand with a lot of aggressiveness here.
Yeah, I think they'll be happy with where they are at the moment. Shami goes into Bolter Young to complete the over, and he forces that away for 4. Wide of mid-on. Well, that's a good way to end the over. Brings up the 50 for New Zealand. 7 gone. 51 for no wicket. I'm not sure if Young was conscious there. He just played a couple of dot balls and just needed to get on with it a bit. He goes to 15. But something we noticed the other day is how New Zealand were against South Africa happy kind of just to sit in, knowing that if they could build the base, that they could attack later on.
Yeah,
and they did.
Absolutely. You know, he gives them assurance from one end. I think that's his role, Young's role, to play properly. You know, he's the original kind of a batsman. The ones you had in the late 80s and 90s. It doesn't create lengths like Ravindra, for example. His temperament is good.
Shami's coming off the field. He's walking off very slowly after that hand injury. It might just be an over off or a couple of overs off. That hand is quite got a lot of strapping on it, and now the finger. 51 for no wicket. Varun Chakravarti begins a new over. Bowls to Ravindra down the leg side. An appeal for a catch. Keeper wants it given. Umpire rifle gives it out, and immediately Ravindra reviews it. So clearly he doesn't think he's nicked it down the leg side. India do. Umpire rifle does. And now it's over to Joel Wilson and the technology.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be if it is out, then it'll be a wrong way to really get out, because that ball was asking to be hit for a 4. He's played that sweep shot so well down the leg side, not given a wide, and umpire felt there was a little bit of glove, probably bat, who knows. But Ravindra was very keen to go for a review straight away.
Seeing it now.
I've checked the feet, it's a fair delivery. I'm looking at split screen at the moment. The ball appeared to be under bat and glove.
Yeah, it's...
Passing close to the bat. Can you give me ultra edge?
Don't think there's an ultra edge.
First look, there looks to be a gap. It doesn't look as if he's hit it.
Flat line at the moment, flat line, go all the way past the glove.
There we go, flat line.
Flat line. Yeah, I have no bat, no glove. You'll have to reverse your original decision of out and not out. Stand by. The on-screen signal now.
Strange one that, wasn't it? Because the keeper's absolutely convinced.
Yeah, I think India were desperate to get a wicket. So it was out of desperation.
I think the technology these days, there's no kind of hiding place. Though, if there's a wrong decision, it's going to be overturned. And now, was a wide call?
Yes,
it was. So Chakravarti bowls, swung away, high in the air, out towards deep mid-wicket. Fielder running round. Is he going to get there? No, he drops it. Drop catch is another one. It's a difficult chance. It's Shreyas Iyer out there. He had a long way to go to his right-hand side. He got 2 hands to it on the dive. He could not hold on. And Ravindra comes back for a second. So another life for him. One in that previous over. And one there. Both difficult chances.
Yeah, that's the way the modern batsman thinks. I mean, there was a bit of drama given out. Not out declared by ultra edge. And then off the very next ball, it was skied up in the air. Would have been a great catch. Shreyas Iyer is such a brilliant fielder, but somehow I think when he was catching the ball, he was a little off balance.
Yeah,
just couldn't be more balanced.
And just watching the slow motion replay just gave you an indication that he
just paused for a
moment, yes. Didn't he? And, and that's exemplified, so exaggerated, I should say, by the slow motion. Just see it more clearly. It was only a fraction. And then he realised he had to dive for it. 54 for no wicket. Chakravarti bowls. Ravindra drives towards wide long off. They've gone for 1. They'll come back for the second. Picked up by Shubman Gill. A deep extra cover. 2 more to the total. 56 for no wicket in the 8th.
So many options as a striker, Ravindra. So he can play the cover drive and the slog sweep. He's good against the short ball in ODI format. Plays spin well.
This has been a fascinating start. Here's Ravindra knocking it into the onside. Ayers rushing in from deep mid-wicket, looking to atone, show some aggression in his fielding, which he does. He actually hammers in quite a difficult one for the keeper to take. It came to him on the half volley. I'm not sure Kerr was that impressed by that throw, but that was Iyer trying to almost make up for what he'd just done. Yes, adrenaline coursing through his veins.
Yeah, I mean, it's the final. Obviously, every little incident is going to multiply the pressure bit.
Especially as India, they're at home. There's all that chat about their sort of home advantages in inverted commas. Here's a sweep shot and another appeal for LBW, but that one is turned down. Nothing there from umpire Rife. I say India at home. They've got a home crowd. It's all Indian support here, so it feels like a second home for them. And their cricketers have played quite a lot here. IPL, for example, was here for a couple of seasons, and they've been here for a while. Chakravarti, right arm over, bowls, a shout for LBW. This time it's out. Young's gone, given out, and Chakravarti's made the breakthrough. Young's coming down to have a chat with Ravindra, but I think Ravindra said to him that looks good, and Young's accepted it. I think he sensed that was a good shout. He just wanted a check, and Young is walking off, and Chakravarti's made the breakthrough. 57 for 1, Young's out for 15, LBW.
I think his value is regarding the partnership. It was a straight ball, would have gone on to hit middle and leg stumps, so missed the in drift, and definitely India this time were right on the money. So it was a patient kind of an innings. 15 from 23, New Zealand 57 for 1.
57 for 1. Henry Moran's going to take over from me, so if you could just give a few more thoughts, Ram.
Yes, so I mean, once again, the onus is on Ravindra, how to lift the tempo once again. A wicket is what India desperately needed, and it has come courtesy their best bet in this Champions Trophy, Varun, with another scalp.
Hello there, Ram.
Hello, Henry.
So what do we think? It's this partnership for me, isn't it? This is huge for New Zealand, particularly Kane Williamson, the man out there, bearded figure, scratching away at the surface, alongside somebody who's 34 from 24, is looking increasingly like the heir apparent of the icon figure, really, of New Zealand cricket. Kane Williamson for so long has been that man, but Rachin Ravindra, every game that goes by, it feels as though he's building that reputation.
That's right. I think both play spin exceedingly well. That one kept low for Young. I think that ball didn't really rise a great deal or bounce a great deal. It didn't read the spin on it as well. So I think progressively this pitch will become just a little bit more taxing, more challenging to bat on.
Well, Williamson's first ball, here comes Varun, and forward, just tucking that ball into the leg side for an easy single. To keep the strike, Jadeja fields. The clouds overhead here in Dubai. I can see a drone cutting a lonely figure high up there in the sky, bringing those pictures. Here we go. Let's see the replay of that LBW shout. And indeed, yeah, going on to hit around about 3/4 of the way up middle and leg. And that is enough for Varun to strike and collect yet another wicket in this tournament. 1 for 16 from his 2 overs so far. And New Zealand will be thinking, well, realistically, 8 more overs to face from somebody who's been just brilliant in this tournament. The man trained as an architect, who came to cricket quite late, really, Varun Chakravarti, but he's been brilliant in this tournament. He really has.
Yeah, I mean, he's so accurate and he reads the conditions perfectly almost. So on a bouncy strike, he'll have a different length. On a surface like this, he'll be more wicket to wicket, maybe up the batsman in that driving range. And gets it to spin also. It's ever so slightly, but enough to cause a concern in your mind.
Well, Williamson will wait for Shami, who has been a little expensive so far. 4 overs, none for 24. We've got 2 overs left of this initial power play, and here comes Shami. Bowls a delivery that's angled with great ease and calm by Williamson down towards deep third for 1. And the score 59 for 1. Now, this surface is an interesting looking one, Ramiz. It's sort of little lunar landscape.
Yeah, I mean, grassless and very dry. And probably it'll play better in the first innings compared to the second, but we know you've got to have a cushion of 20-30 extra runs for Indian batting, so New Zealand must look for a score in excess of 270.
Yeah, I think that's the feeling, isn't it? Put a little bit of pressure on. Ravindra waits as Shami comes around the wicket. It's a full delivery which is dropped into the offside, and I don't know if you'd agree with this, Ramiz, but given the damage done already, run rate of 7.2, it almost feels as though the work for the power play has been done runs-wise. There's no need to be too aggressive.
Absolutely right. I think Ravindra is going to be the key moving forward if they want to have a a good first innings. I think the health of the innings will depend a lot on Ravindra's innings, because he's temperamentally strong, you know, he's well settled. So if he gets a 100, I think it'll serve New Zealand so well.
60 for 1. Williamson, the right-hander, waits.
Shot.
Beautifully off the back foot. Through the offside it goes. And that is some shot from Kane Williamson for his first boundary.
Wow. I mean, earlier, Ravindra hit a 6 of the length, but this is matching that brilliance. Probably the best shot of the innings so far. It was nothing more than a tap of the back foot on a slow pitch. Really, to get that sound of the bat and to get that placement was really, really special.
Flies away and finds a gap that is tiny, really, through that infield, which has got, well, 3 in front of square on the offside. We've got a gully, backward point as well. And here comes Shami running in. 6 from the over so far. Williamson will defend. Into the offside it goes. Our fielders in the deep, the 2 of them, are at fine leg and deep third. 64 for 1 is already New Zealand's best power play score of the tournament. They scored 56 against South Africa, so they're flying relatively.
Yeah, I mean, there's a bit of rhythm also, and Ravindra generally provides them with that rhythm. And if Williamson gets a runner ball 50, for example, I think New Zealand will be on their way to a very good score.
It's a good start. Hazy day here in the UAE. As Shami bustles in again, arms pumping, and bowls a ball that Williamson, as he's done umpteen times in his career, will look to angle past the fielder inside the circle. Behind square on the offside, but he can't do so. Rohit Sharma, who'll be a little concerned as a captain, will field and throw the ball back towards Shami, who walks back towards us, looking at the ground, thinking about what he can do to try and break a partnership that's not been together long. He's continued this intent that has put New Zealand in a strong position early on. Here comes Shami, running in the white bowling boots, past the umpire. Oh, chasing a ball outside the off stump is Williamson. It goes through on the bounce to Raoul, and the score after 9 is 64 for 1.
I like that position in the slip coordinates, a wide slip, and Rohit Sharma got himself there to stop Williamson from angling the bat for a run. So they forced, in a way, they forced Williamson to play with a straighter bat, and I think he missed that outswinger from Shami. So good tactics from India, making him play a shot that is second favorite. The cover drive compared to the tap that he plays so well for that basic rotation of strike.
Richard from Geelong has been in touch, following up on the populations question. The relative sizes. Done some number crunching. India's population 260 times that of New Zealand. The equivalent in football would be England playing against Samoa. Here comes Varun Chakravarti to Ravindra. Round the wicket, lovely ball. Beats the edge of a lunging Ravindra, who acknowledges the delivery with a little thumbs up. And the crowd up and about will know that this is a battle that could be decisive.
Absolutely right, yeah. A little bit more flight and appreciable spin. I think it was the wrong one that deceived him.
Chakravarti in the long sleeves, a fuller delivery this time. It'll be clipped towards mid-on. A sliding fielder, Hardik Pandya, will pick up with 1 taken. I would say, ratio-wise inside the ground, there's probably many more than 260 times as great number of India fans as there are New Zealand fans.
Correct.
Run rate at the moment, just under 7 and over. We're in the final over of the initial 10, where 2 are allowed outside the circle. Those 2 are at backward square leg and long off. There's a square leg, 1 inside the circle, mid-wicket saving 1. As Williamson waits and comes forward, looking for a run into the leg side that he'll get. And like Kohli, a master of manipulating the strike.
Yeah, very similar in style. Safe, and he reads the situation so well, Williamson. He's got great temperament also, his ability to play spin well.
66 for 1. Turn the attention to round the wicket with Chakravarti with this mystery spin. As he comes in now, past the umpire, it's a full delivery, which is whacked down the ground with a lot of bottom hand from Ravindra, up towards that man, Jadeja, at long off, and he's on to 37 off 28, 67 for 1.
I mean, it's chalk and cheese compared to what we're seeing from Ravindra. So much at ease in picking the bowler off the hand compared to the other New Zealand stars. It's just amazing when it comes to playing Varun.
Just finding it that much more straightforward. Sun shining now as Varun comes over the wicket to Williamson, who plays with a high elbow towards mid-on, and there's no run. 3 off the over so far, with a ball left of the first 10. Rohit Sharma, who I think would have expected perhaps 1 down would seem plausible, but 67 on the board I think he would have been a little surprised at.
Yeah, run rate of 6.81.
Final ball of the first 10 then is quick up from Chakravarti. Lovely batting, just whipped into the leg side, out towards deep mid-wicket where the fielder running round, Akshar Patel, will have to make up a bit of ground to pick up. End of the over. He's seen 5 from it, and at the end of all that, it's been dramatic. 69 for 1. The 1 wicket to have fallen, that of Will Young for 15, but it is Rachin Ravindra, this young, dashing left-hander, who's 37 from 28 and has been brilliant.
Absolutely, that he has been. 37 of 28. I think the next challenge for New Zealand will be how well and how far can they maintain this run rate of around 6.5. I think the initial target has to be 270 plus. So if they get 300, 310, it'll be a great score for a final.
Now that's what we want, is we want a really compelling, tight game.
Sure.
That's what, for a final of a competition, you want to see something that keeps us guessing right to the last. Kuldeep Yadav then comes into the attack, playing his 114th one-day international. Left-arm wrist spinner. There's a slip. The field can now spread, and so we've got a deep cover. Long off, long on. Deep square leg, and Ravindra is bowled.
Wow.
Kuldeep Yadav strikes first ball of the 11th over, his first ball of the final, and Ravindra goes for 37.
Well, this is massive. This really is massive. Because the innings was being handled by Ravindra's brilliance, and in the, you know, he just couldn't pick the length. I think that ball zipped off the length, and probably in 2 minds should have been forward instead of back foot. It was quick through the air, and ball came back, hit the pad, and then shattered the stumps. And New Zealand have lost a great one. Ravindra was batting so well. Is gone.
Could be a massive moment, and Kuldeep Yadav knew it as he ran away, punching the air. Virat Kohli's embrace and the tousling of that mop of hair says it all. It says that is the moment that we were looking for. Daryl Mitchell comes to the middle, but Ravindra, shaking his head, looking at the ground below us, knows that in such good touch, on such a big stage, this was a chance. But he goes, and it's 69 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, and to Kuldeep's effort, such a good ball. First ball of your spell, and he couldn't have bowled a better line, better delivery, followed the left-hander, was squeezed for place, space, and done.
So 69 for 2 as Daryl Mitchell, who's got an excellent record against India in ICC tournaments and likes playing spin, but we'll know there's a rebuilding job to be done here. And these two are two in the New Zealand lineup that can bat all day. They can happily drop anchor and just keep it ticking over.
Yeah, the ability will be tested here. India's got this remarkable ability to bounce back by picking up wickets.
It's just a variety of options, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Kuldeep then to the right-handed Daryl Mitchell. Down the leg side it goes. That'll be wide, signalled by umpire Rifle. 70 for 2. And Kuldeep, who has had an interesting career. I remember he came to an ODI tour of England, and probably 7 or 8 years ago now, England just could not pick him, and slowly got better as the tour went on. But here is Kuldeep outside the off stump and carefully, watchfully pushed towards cover. No run.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at a stat, so the bowlers have bowled around 90 plus kph have found more wickets of the surfaces here in Dubai.
Kuldeep again. And the paddle is attempted, and successfully so, down towards fine leg for one.
And so Kuldeep gets it at pace, spins it as well because of the pitch. And that really was a cracking delivery, the first one to Ravindra. Followed him, hit the pad. I think it probably would have been leg before also.
There was quite a lot going for it, that one, Ram. I think it's fair to say. Kuldeep Yadav. I think in his first Champions Trophy, as for so many of these players, that's the case in this tournament. Here is Kuldeep. Just chipped a little aerially to the right of the bowler, but Williamson gets one. 72 for 2. This is a tournament that hasn't been played for 8 years now, but I have to say I've enjoyed it an awful lot because I just think the jeopardy of so few matches just adds something.
Yeah, I mean, all in every time.
Kuldeep again, 23 on his back with the long sleeves. Moving in and bowling a ball that is defended by Mitchell back up the track, just carefully pushing it back towards the bowler who picks up. Final ball of an over that has cost 3 so far, but seen the big breakthrough. Here's Kuldeep. In once more in the sunshine. That'll be punched down the ground for 1 from the bat of Mitchell. Thinking about a second. He wants it. I'm not sure Williamson was quite on the same wavelength setting off. And so it will just be the single to conclude the 11th over. 73 for 2. If you want to see that wicket, or indeed any of the best of the action, then the BBC Sport website and app for our listeners in the UK, you can do that. Also live with our text commentary service with Sam Drury, with all the conversation and those highlights there as well to keep you company through the day. You might be listening in Australia on the ABC Listen app. That's what Andrew's doing. Also in Geelong. How about that? So I'm about to restart my 370-kilometre return journey after completing my fuel delivery to Mount Gambier, South Australia. The match will keep me company all the way and then some.
What time would it be in Geelong?
That's a very good question. Ramesh, I'm going to tell you. I love thinking about what people might be doing. It'll be just coming up to 9 p.m. So Akshar Patel into the attack. Left arm spin to bowl to the right-handed Daryl Mitchell, who comes forward looking for a run to whip the ball into the leg side, but only finds Varun Chakravarti inside the circle at fine leg. So no run, 73 for 2.
Yeah, he's quick through the air, so difficult really to play the sweep shot. He's got to pick him off the hand and look for that incoming angle.
Akshar Patel in the sunglasses, bowling to Mitchell, who comes forward in defence. No run.
I think New Zealand can have a calming 1 or 2 overs because Ravindra had given them a great platform here. You know, few dots really will not hurt their purpose.
Akshar bowls to Mitchell, back towards the bowler, and they'll know that wickets is going to be the key.
Sure.
Midway through the 12th, we've got fielders out in the deep, but sort of deep backward point, just in front of square on the leg side, and then a long on and a long off. And it's Mitchell looking to try and find a single towards that long off, and he does just that with a little punch down the ground and a gentle trot through. Bearded figure behind the grill of that helmet. He's a tall man, good reach, loves facing spin bowling, and he can accelerate. He's somebody that hits very well straight. Akshar Patel to Kane Williamson is a battle that should be intriguing. The left arm spin to the right-handed former captain. Here is Akshar Patel to Williamson for the first time, looking for that run down the ground. Can't find it. It's a good start this from Akshar Patel. Just 1 from the over so far.
Yeah, he's very accurate. Doesn't have a lot of varieties compared to Varun or Kuldeep, but he's so accurate.
Akshar again. Around the wicket. He's in now, and Williamson will get the run this time, just tapping down the ground. And the score moves to 75 for 2 after 12 overs. And we're going to have a change here in the commentary box. I'm getting out of the way, and I'm going to leave you, Ramiz, in the company of your old mate, Jonathan Hackney.
Yeah, Jonathan without his dandy suit. Yeah, but looking pretty dandy in his genes, gotta say. Agus?
It's all lovingly wrapped. It's waiting for tomorrow's flight.
All right, okay.
I know, I couldn't take it out of its suit covering. It's a beautiful, dandy design suit cover.
Oh, wow.
It might last a couple of weeks. Perhaps about as long as the suit.
It's too hot to wear a suit here. Yeah.
Well, it is actually. But no, just a very nice souvenir from your lovely country, Ramos.
Fantastic.
So there we go. We had a really good time there. You know, we really did. It's very, very friendly,
Good to know.
hospitable. Yeah, it's great. 75 for 2 then. So a bit of a check situation here for New Zealand. But they've got a master at the crease in Williamson, who played so well the other day to get to that 100 after a difficult start. He's on 11. Mitchell on 3, and Williamson looks around the field once more. There's 4 out now as Kuldeep. The ball. Oh no, he's just knocked back a catch. Oh dear. I think probably he's looking to nudge the ball down to long on for a single, and he's just knocked back the simplest return catch. And they're all on their feet in this Dubai Cricket Stadium. Indian flags are waving. And a very, very disappointed Williamson walks off. I think he just, well, yeah, he was looking, I think he's just looking to just push it away.
Yeah, I mean, it was a soft dismissal in the end. He was looking for that single down towards long on. But Kuldeep, what a start. His number suggested that it's probably, his position was on the line. If India were to play an extra seamer, his place would go in the playing 11. But look at the way he started. 2 wickets in no time, 2 massive blows.
Well, that's a big one. Kane Williamson looks around the stadium. You often wonder with, what, he's 34, isn't he? Would he see another? I don't know, but he's played in a lot of these finals, and it's a disappointed figure walking off now, thumping his bat into his pad as he walks over the boundary edge and away. So very much India's last 30 balls or so, 3 for 19 they've taken in that time. And what looked to be a promising, really quite exhilarating start for New Zealand. Along at 7 and over, well, suddenly they've got the brakes on here. Current rate 6 and over, but they've now lost those 3 wickets and 2 batsmen having to start. Latham's come out to join Mitchell. Test match opening batsman, of course. In fact, I think it's saying that 8 of the 11 of this New Zealand team are Test match regulars. It's almost that sort of rebuilding that's got to have to happen here now. The pitch is good. Certainly at the moment there's little spin to talk about. But, just 1 or 2 blemishes you can see now on that beige coloured strip. Kuldeep then moves in bowls, and Latham's forward, playing that first ball easily down the ground to long on over Maroon Fields. And they take a single, so Latham's off the mark straight away.
Yeah, he's another good player in the middle phase. He plays spin so well, at par with Williamson. It's good that it's a right and left hand combination, something for India to work and challenge Indian spinners.
Kuldeep moves in, bowls, and that's carefully played by Mitchell. Solid defensive stroke played back to the bowler. And there's no run. Quite a din out there now. You can probably hear it back at home. And the ground it's filling up. It's almost full. There's an area down at the bottom end that's still largely empty. As Kuldeep fields the next one. It's a little bit uppish there again. Mitchell coming a little bit heavy at that ball.
I think they want this single through either mid-off or mid-on. But got to be careful. The ball is holding up ever so slightly, and if you're not reading the spin on it, then obviously get yourself into a little bit of bother.
Yeah, I mean, it was a cunning field setting, really, for Williamson, wasn't it? It was Kuldeep again bowling to him. And Mitchell does get a single now, just pushing the ball gently into the offside where Rohit Sharma fields. But the gap was there, the invitation was there, he went for it. And unless you're absolutely right over the ball and the bat and the pitch of the ball, there is that chance of knocking back a catch. So credit to India for that and for the field placing. And of course to Kuldeep for delivering. 77 for 3. New Zealand winning the toss and batting first. Very excitable PR announcer. Good to see you, Ram. We'll catch you later on. I'm not sure what he's shouting about, but the crowd's enjoying it. Simon Mann looks a little bit weary to my right. So anyway, nice to see families here as well. young kids coming along and enjoying this final. 77 for 3. And Mitchell over his bat, waits for Akshay Patel, sort of a rolling spinner, really. And this first ball's pushed away towards long on. It doesn't get there. It's picked up by the captain, Rohit Sharma, fielding inside the circle in the leg side. 1 of 5, plus the keeper. And again, it's the same field, really, long on, long off. So the imitation of the gap is there as Akshay bowls. And that's swung into the air, out towards deep square leg. There's a fielder there who can't get there. And it's gone for 4. Just for a moment, I suspect there would be some Kiwi hearts in mouths, because it was a bit of a top-edgy sort of a shot. But Mitchell's trying to seize some initiative here. Shubman Gill's out there on the boundary, couldn't quite make the ground. 81 for 3, another boundary at least. Mitchell settles in again. Patel, tall man, bowls. It's carefully pushed back at him. And there is no run. So we're out of town here. Dubai is this massive, sprawling city, but here's Patel again, bowls, tucked away out to mid-wicket. You've got the main old city, you've got Jumeirah, of course. People tend to go on their holidays on the beach. We're inland from there. 81 for 3. Patel bowls, pushed away towards mid-off, and they're not quite going to get that. It's very well fielded by Jadeja running round. But I've got a Dubai resident sitting alongside me, Simon.
Afternoon,
Simon Dool, of course. Yeah, this is your permanent home.
Yeah, well, not permanent, no. Between here and the UK, but my apartment is a 1.5-minute walk.
That's
just over the back. You can see it just out the window. You can see my balcony.
Missed the traffic.
Yeah, it's great.
Ah. There's Patel, played out towards mid-wicket this time. So they finished building it then, because last time I was here, I've never seen so many cranes out there. It was like Crane City.
They're still here. They're still here. It's growing so much out here with the new airport as well. The whole city's coming more and more this way. The new airport that's going in will be finished in about 10 years.
Oh, right. Oh, that's handy. Right. It's been on the cards for a while, that one, I think.
Yeah.
Well. So and life is good here.
Great, fantastic. Yes. I won't tell you where exactly the apartment is, but it hasn't been locked in 3 years. That's how safe the place is.
Is there anything in it?
But there's a few things. There's a few things.
Nothing worth stealing.
Well, nobody does it. That's the great thing about the place. It just doesn't happen.
It's
incredibly safe.
Keeps growing, doesn't it? Growing. Here comes Cooley, starting a new over as a single to the left-handed Latham. The first time I came here, I was working, doing something with the ICC, and I was put up on Jumeirah Beach. And there were 4 hotels on Jumeirah Beach, actually on the beach, and I was in one of them. And I had a desert view room, obviously, and it was the desert, and there were camels, and it was just sand at the back of that hotel. Went back about 5 years later. Oh, it's like Manhattan round there.
What year was that?
Incredible. Well, it's the mid-90s. It's Cooley bowling, pushed away into the offside. Rowett Fields. Must have been mid-90s, that sort of thing.
Yeah, we came here for a tri-series, I think, in '93. I think was the first time I came, and there was nothing between downtown Dubai and Sharjah. It was just complete desert the whole way to the stadium in Sharjah.
Now it's filled in.
Yeah.
It's all like one place almost, isn't it? And goes Cooley, bowls, off the back foot, and there is no run. So, yeah, it's kind of a sprawly place, but I guess you know your way around. All these big roads, these trunk roads. But anyway, it's a very nice climate today. It certainly warms up a bit in June or July time. I experienced that once. I think we sent something to Zimbabwe in the ICC. I was sent out in June or July.
No, you don't. That's why I get away. I get away from about March onwards.
Yeah. Cooley again, tucked away out to mid-wicket. Jadeja is fielding with his trademark floppy hat on. 82 for 3 then. We're in the 15th over. We'll get Simon's thoughts on where this game is going in a second, because he does whistle through his overs a bit. Cooley, quite shaggy-haired, spins himself a catch. And bundles in, bowls, pushed away towards mid-off. They think about a single, but Latham not interested. He's staying where he is, and Rowett picks the ball up, tosses it back for his bowler. Still the same field with long on and long off. Williamson, the last to perish, just tempted to try and push a ball down the ground for a single, but the ball might just have stopped a little bit on him. 82 for 3, and Cooley moves in bowls, and that will be a single as Mitchell plays that down the ground to the long off-fieldsman. 15 overs gone, so it's a pretty bright start, wasn't it? But now 3 down.
It's assessing the situation, I think it comes to now. Drinks are on the field, aren't they? Yeah, drinks coming on. Just assessing the situation, and I don't think it's what we've seen in Pakistan, Eggers. It's not 350, 360. No. We saw India get there, but not look overly comfortable with that 260 odd against Australia in the semis. I think New Zealand will be talking around the 280 mark. If it's something in that vicinity, you would think that it's competitive.
Yes.
Not necessarily a winning score, but I think it's competitive. So that one extra wicket, I think the wicket of Williamson has been a crucial one.
He played so well the other day, didn't he?
So good.
You know, a battling start, and then the fluency came, and it was such a well-paced one-day innings. And I do love Ravindra. I think he's going to be a player, isn't he? And he's a character too.
He's lovely.
Yeah,
such a lovely.
His interview
young
afterwards, he just he really enjoyed it, didn't he? I mean, he listened to some of the interviews that we get, which we were talking about during the tea break, by the way. Rob Key's interview that he gave, press conference on Thursday.
I read one excerpt from that. What?
We said quite a lot, including
about we say some rubbish.
We speak some nonsense at times, and they do. They do. I mean, some of the interviews the last few years have been hilarious. Batsmen saying they're not bothered getting out for 96, and that, all that sort of nonsense. You think, come on. So there's been a few things that have been said that I don't know if you're a young player, you're trying to steer away from criticising your teammates or something. Maybe you find yourself getting a bit caught.
Everything's just friendly, feel-good stuff, isn't it? Rather than a little bit of constructive criticism.
And the people who are listening to these things aren't fools, are they? If you hear that sort of stuff coming out, I think, really? Because then that's when they get criticised for it, isn't it? Because it is so ridiculous sometimes.
Yeah. I think the milestone, it's an interesting one. I'll get your thoughts on that, actually. The milestone situation in a game of cricket, to me, is nowhere near as important as winning. So I look at T20 cricket more so than 50 over and Test match cricket in particular. Hundreds and things, that are your currency. In T20 cricket, I think winning the game is far more important than milestones. Now, there are some, and I think India probably won, that still believe milestones are the greatest thing. Did an IPL game where I actually mentioned Virat Kohli and thought that he eased his way to 100 with singles in a game in Bangalore. They got 220 in the game. Shubman Gill went from 88 to 100 in 3 shots, and they won the game with an over to spare. So both players got 100, one off 8 or 9 less deliveries. One took 9 to get to his 100, the other one took 3 to get to his 100, and the guy that took 3 balls to get to his 100 won the game for his team. So there's no room for milestones, I don't think, when you're batting first in T20 cricket.
No, that is, well, correct.
In chasing, I've got no issue with it. Even in this game, chasing, no issue with milestones, because if you're going to win the game, a la Kohli against Pakistan.
If he's there, they win.
No issue. No issue with that, because they won it in plenty of time.
Yeah. Miller's innings the other day was
awful.
Thing. Well, what was that?
That was absolutely awful.
I agree, absolutely, but I could not work out what he was doing. I mean, why didn't he try and play like that when it actually mattered?
If he gets out for 75 or 80 with 4 overs to spare, you go, OK, he's tried to win the game. But he had zero interest in winning the game for his team.
It was an extraordinary performance. Anyway, 83 for 3. They've had a drink. And Mitchell's going to resume. He's on 9, and he's just blocking the first ball from Akshar Patel, bowling his left arm spin. And there's no run. Somebody's dashing around in front of the sight screen up there. Not sure who he is, but not a very tall man. I think he's running laps.
Raghu. That's Raghu.
Is this Raghu?
Raghu, yeah.
Is it? Who's Raghu?
One of the Indian.
One of your TV people?
No.
It's, Mitchell playing back up the pitch again.
One of the Indian drinks runners.
You can recognise Raghu from here.
Yeah, he one of the best flickers in the game, Raghu.
Oh, is he?
With, the dog stick, whatever you call it. He is one of the best in the business.
Really? Patel bowls, and that's steered in Raghu's direction, actually. Just to give us some drinks up there, isn't he? And they pick up a single to long on, 83 for 3. Well, presumably he'll be on the tour in the summer then, if he's a dog stick champion.
Chris Donaldson, actually, he's changing sides after this event.
Oh.
The New Zealand trainer,
yes,
former Olympian and Commonwealth sprinter, he's off to India.
Is he?
To become their trainer.
Oh. Is that controversial?
A little.
Oh.
A little. I think he's been with New Zealand cricket for a long, long time, CD.
Right.
Very famous father, I guess.
What, in New Zealand sport? Here's Axer bowling, and that's run away down to third man, and there's no run. What's his surname?
Donaldson.
Donaldson. Oh.
Movies. Cocktail. Species. World's fastest Indian.
Right.
These movies, you know?
No. Here's Latham defending the next one. No. Are they on some sort of obscure channel somewhere?
No. I mean, these are Hollywood movies.
Are they? It is a Kiwi.
My goodness. Roger Donaldson. You need to do some Googling, you do.
Well, I obviously do. Here's Patel, and that's played away down the ground to long on, or move out for a quiet evening in Dubai and have to watch a big film list.
I didn't bring my phone. I could Google some Roger Donaldson movies.
Right.
Tell you, there's some you'll know, guaranteed.
And he is the father of.
He's the father of Chris Donaldson,
the trainer who's now going to India.
Now going to India, and who ran the Olympic Games and the Commonwealth Games 100, 200 for New Zealand.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. Well, there you go. Well, thank you for that.
There you go. Just.
Yeah. Were you in the game? You're probably playing at the Cake Tin when we were recorded for sound effects.
Ooh.
For one of those very famous New Zealand. Oh, there he's got an award. Roger Lindsay Donaldson. He's an Australian and New Zealand film director.
Yes.
Who's played off the back foot down to long on.
You know what the Aussies are like. You know what the Aussies are like. They try and steal everything. Far lap, pavlovas.
So the fact he was born in Ballarat's got nothing to do with it.
He's Kiwi. Grew up in New Zealand. Films.
Well, we'll look up famous Australian films, and I'm sure he'll pop up. 86 for 3. Oh, The Bounty. Well, how do you know The Bounty? No Way Out. Cocktail, yeah, okay. 1984, 1987. Here's the next one anyway. And that's a lovely wrong, and it spins across the face of the bat. It's very nicely taken by Rahul, actually. No, you've got a seriously famous director who.
Peter Jackson.
Correct. He came to the Cake Tin.
All right. To
record the crowd of a one-day international between New Zealand and England.
Okay.
For one of his films. We had to be, as a reverse sweep attempt, which is stopped by the keeper rather than taken. We were kind of warriors at the top of a hill about to launch an attack. And he was out in the middle of the Cake Tin in Wellington with his microphone. So, right, now I want this sound. Or whatever it was.
Seriously?
Yeah, and there's, 25,000 people?
Brilliant.
All making the sound effects for his film.
So the film couldn't have gone ahead without you?
Well, I don't think you could hear me. It's tucked away out to mid-wicket for a single. I don't think it necessarily stood out. There are a lot of people there, but we're on it.
Wow.
We're there. There's no credits. It doesn't credit, the one-day international crowd at the Cake Tin.
Right.
But yeah, it's not a bad way of getting a crowd noise. A place like this, it kind of hollows and echoes round, doesn't it? Kuldeep again, taking a couple of wickets, and this is driven away down for a single down to long off. And they take one more run, 88 for 3. Victorian towns, country towns, you get a lot of mentions on this broadcast today.
Do they? What have you had? We've just had Ballarat.
We've had Geelong, a couple of.
Geelong.
We've got 2 listeners in Geelong.
Nice spot, Geelong. Love the races in Geelong.
Oh,
good. Yeah, nice race day. Geelong Cup day.
There's a little reverse sweep down to fine leg. Can they get 2? Probably can. Yes, they will do. And chase for Patel down there. Sends a throw in on the bounce. I said, don't drive too fast through Geelong. You get the chap on a motorbike.
Yeah.
Gives you a ticket. Anyway, 88 for 3. That was a long time ago. I should have got over it by now, shouldn't I? Latham 5. Mitchell has 13. 17 overs gone. More from Simon Dool, and it's lovely to have him here. And then Simon Mann's coming in.
New Zealand feel a little bit more comfortable, I think, with the spin taking over through the middle period here with Latham at the crease. He's comfortably New Zealand's best player of spin bowling. reads it well. That's not a mocker's call, but he picks up length well. He reads the spinners very well and generally just calms things down through the middle period of this time afternoon. Simon.
Good afternoon. Here is Archie Patel, 3 overs rate so far. Bowls to Latham. Latham nudges it way backward a square for a single. New Zealand moved to 91 for 3, start of the 18th over. You were born in the most beautiful country in the world, or one of them, and you now live in Dubai.
Yeah, well, COVID, divorces, lack of work.
Oh, right.
How long have we got?
Right, OK. It's actually bowls, and that's driven by Mitchell up towards long. I think that's a different programme, actually.
Oh, tell you.
I suppose for work it's quite convenient,
very,
isn't it? That's the thing, because you're close to it. 92 for 3. We're in the 18th over, and New Zealand, although beautiful, is a long way away. Here's Archibald around the wicket to Latham, who dabs it short of backward point for a comfortable single. Latham goes to 7, Mitchell's on 14. It's 93 for 3.
Yeah, in the day of, I mean, cost cutting, I think, around the world and broadcasting at different times, to fly someone from New Zealand to the other side of the world is very, very expensive.
There's Archer bowling left arm round to the right-handed Mitchell, nudged into the onside to the right of mid-wicket. Shot the stumps, hits them, but I think he's home. There's an appeal for a run out, and Rohit's going to get the congratulations for hitting the stumps. It felt as though he was home, but we'll need the replay just to check it.
They're always a lot tighter than you think, but I'm with you, just home. It just took a little bit longer, Rohit Sharma, to get the ball in the hand. Was turning in the opposite direction, had to throw at the bowler's end. He was facing the keeper's end, had to turn and throw at the bowler's end. Took a little bit longer.
Now, and yeah, just home, just over the line. And just showing it again to be absolutely sure. He was what, probably half the length of a bat home, something like that, by the time the throw hit the stumps. 94 for 3. Mitchell goes to 15. Archie Patel continues, bowls to Latham, and Latham has a fiddle outside the off stump, misses it. It's taken by KL Rahul, who nips off the bails, back foot behind the line, nothing doing there. 94 for 3.
And so much cricket in this part of the world nowadays, Simon, as well, whether it be Asia or Dubai or not far from the UK.
I think umpire rifle caught over.
He's missed the ball,
and he's missed the ball. I think that's what happened there. Yeah.
Come on, Pistol. It's the ICC Champions Trophy final, mate. You got one job. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I know. Everyone's a bit nervous out there. But you can look at the big screen as well. That helps you out a bit, doesn't it? It's a 17.5 on there. That's your bowls, and Latham dabs a single, and that gap between short third and cover. Rohit's after it, bends down to pick it up. And that's the end of 18 overs now. New Zealand 95 for 3. Latham has 8. Mitchell has 15. The men out. Young for 15. Ravindra for 37. And Williamson for 11. 57 for the first wicket. The first time that the team has put together a 50-plus opening partnership against India in this final. But then the spinners came on, and immediately the game changes.
Just going back to Paul Ruff, I love watching the umpires' faces. I know it's not a nice thing for them, but the overturning of decisions, I've got to say his is the most sour of faces. You watch all the umpires when they have to reverse their decision, and I think Paul Rifle's got it covered of all of the umpires.
He likes it least, does he?
Yeah, I think so.
I suppose the one consolation for the umpires these days is that, I mean, you get marked down, don't you, eventually, if you keep getting overturned, but at least the decision's correct. You come up with the right decision. So, as a team, here's Varun Chakravarti going into bowl to Latham, who opens the face on the back foot, runs it towards short third. And there's no run. Joel Wilson on TV umpiring duties today. It's a bit security of the technology there to help him out. Here's Varun Chakravarti bowling, and Latham's forward, again opening the face, and this time skillfully played to the right of short third. He's after it. Jadeja sent in the return, throws on its way. The bails are off, and they come back for the second. That was really good running, actually. Latham taking the risk, in inverted commas, back to the striker's end, He's off quickly for the first. Turned, actually was coming back almost without a sort of sense there was two there.
He's quick too, Jadeja. You have to make sure with Ravi Jadeja. He's so quick.
Gets there quickly, gets the return in. He's like a cat after it. So quick. 97 for 3. 19th over. Latham on 10. Skillfully played. Actually, good bit of cricket that all round. Nice shot, well run, good fielding. Chakravarti in his 4th over, 1 for 23. Did go for 9 in his first over, including 5 wides from his first ball. Must be someone moving because the game stopped. Umpire Edingworth is asking someone to sit down beneath us. The crowd now, well, not absolutely full, not every seat taken, but decent sized crowd. Chakravarti bowls. Forward goes Latham, plays it into the onside, picked up by the bowler away to his left-hand side. Have you seen any New Zealand support at all?
Yeah, there's a box up the end there. Look, there's a flag. See the flag just to the right of the big India scoreboard. There's a few of our contingent are up there.
Right. So about 7 then?
I'd go maybe 13, 14.
13 or 14.
Yeah. Just into double figures.
19th over, 97 for 3. Latham's forward defending that. He was, looking to try to find an angle for a single, but it's too close to cover.
If I could have got my hands on more tickets, there'd be more here.
Right, okay.
Just impossible.
A bit like that, was it?
Impossible to get hold of. Messages from people I hadn't heard of in years.
There's a big section down there. There's no one sitting in it. It must be about, what, 300 seats there?
Yeah, you'd think so.
Here's Chakravarti bowling to Latham on the back foot, guides it away towards square cover on the boundary. Shreyas Iyer dropped that catch earlier, rushing round the boundary against Ravindra. But it didn't cost India too many. He was out for 37. 98 for 3, New Zealand winning the toss, batting first. Last ball of the 19th over. Mitchell just giving himself a bit of time here. You can be hustled a bit by this Indian spin attack. They're at you quickly and often, rattling through the overs. Just holding things up for a moment. Here's Chakravarti. Got a purposeful run for a spinner. Some just walk in. He runs in. It's dabbed into the offside. Latham responds to the call and they're home for another single. 99 for 3 at the end of 19 overs. Chakravarti 4 overs, 1 for 25. Latham has 11. Mitchell has 16. If you've missed any of the wickets so far, they're on the BBC Sport website. You can see the highlights. 3 of them have gone down.
You go back a week, I think, Simon, the New Zealand-India game. Mitchell was 17 off 35 in that one. He really struggled to get going, and the partnership with Williamson just stalled things a little bit in the middle. But New Zealand were probably under a little bit more scoreboard pressure on that occasion. Today, I don't think they're actually under a lot of scoreboard pressure. All but 100, 31 overs to go. Another 170, 180. I think they'll feel pretty good with anything above 275, 280, 290 would be great.
They feel you're in the game with that sort of score. Here's Jadeja bowling. It's knocked away into the onside by Mitchell. Jadeja across to pick up. He's bowling in his sunglasses. Sun's out now. There's some cloud above today. It's not a blisteringly hot afternoon like it was yesterday, but still warm, low 30s. Jadeja bowls to Mitchell, who drives up towards long off, and they're through for a single. We didn't see much of that game last week because we were on our way from Karachi to Lahore, but we were keeping up to date with it. And there were, even in Pakistan, there were people watching the game on their phones, really intently watching the game. So occasionally you look over someone's shoulder at the airport to see how things
see what was going on.
Yeah, it took us quite a long time to make that journey. Here is Jadeja. Bowls to Latham, who gets tucked up by that one, looking to dab into the offside. Hits it up the onside of the pitch. Jadeja steps forward to pick up. So just a reminder of the scores. New Zealand made 249. India made 249 for 9, and New Zealand, under the pressure of the chase, 205 all out. Jadeja bowls, going around the wicket to the left-hander. Forward goes Latham, plays it back to the bowler, picks up and immediately walks back to his mark. Jadeja's one of those who really can hustle through and over. Maharaj is probably the quickest in world cricket, but Jadeja's quick as well. That one is outside the off stump, tapped away off the back foot by Latham towards short third.
Be a good race. Minute and a half. I think we've timed Jadeja before, and he can do it in under a minute and a half if he's not going for runs.
Be a good contest, wouldn't it, actually, between those two. This time Latham goes back and plays it square with the wicket out towards deep cover. The 100's up for New Zealand in the 20th over. Yeah, Maharaj the other day, I mean, chucking the ball back to his mark bowls, that's a real benefit to the fielding side, because you just feel as though you're being assailed as well by the bowling attack.
And from a batting point of view, you're just getting squeezed, and there's no respite because it's all coming so quickly. So with Jadeja and Akshar in particular, those two in tandem, all of a sudden 5, 6, 7 overs go by and you feel like you haven't gone anywhere, and the scoreboard hasn't moved much at all either.
It's 101 for 3 after 20 overs. So still bags of time for New Zealand, but they're kind of in the balance here. If they were to lose another couple of quick wickets now, and well, it could be something like 200. But I know actually the New Zealand batting order is quite long, isn't it?
Very.
Yeah, we've got Jameson coming in at 10. Yeah, it's not bad. Varun Chakravarti bowls. And shout for LBW, that's going down, surely. Umpire Illingworth says no. KL Rahul really liked it. Chakravarti, not so much. I suppose the wicketkeeper, well, A, they shout for everything. And B, slightly obscured by the batter.
That's the one he fires in. A lot quicker. It's a cross seamer, but up around the 112, 113 kilometres.
Well, was actually going down the leg side there. Chakravarti bowls. Latham's looking for that single through the offside. Jadeja's in sharply. Picks up, his hat falls off. Has the ball in his hand. There's no run. 101 for 3. One of the problems for New Zealand here is that they are just going to have spin from this.
It's a trial by spin, isn't it? 35 overs of it.
101 for 3. 21st over. Chakravarti moves in purposefully. Latham drives, gets a single along the ground through a long off. Yeah, cat and mouse cricket at the moment. It's very different, of course, from T20 where you've got to go for it. But this game, you can just bide your time. We saw New Zealand actually do it in that semi-final against South Africa. They didn't go hard all the time. They left some in the tank for later.
Being 3 down, they just have to set themselves up for that last 12 to 15 overs.
There's Chakravarti bowling to Mitchell. Mitchell's forward, digging out full delivery. Back to the bowler. Bends down to pick up. 44 balls since the last boundary. 102 for 3. 21st over. This is Chakravarti going in to bowl to Mitchell, who sweeps, makes reasonable contact, but hits it straight to the short fine leg fielder, who is Jadeja, and there's no run either side, and that would have been 4, even though he didn't hit it sweetly. Not enough bat on it. Of course, New Zealand did this, didn't they? They just built a score in the World Cup final against England in 2019. They just made sure they had a score on the board. And another day, it would have been a winning score. Here's Mitchell offering the full face of the bat. They're getting that bat right out in front of the pad. Goes away into the offside towards extra cover. It's the end of the over. Simon's back to his TV duties. Going to go and have a chat with those 6 or 7 Kiwi supporters who are here today. And New Zealand, after 21 overs, are 102 for 3. Latham has 13. Mitchell has 17. It is, well, just about 99.999% Indian in terms of support today. A colourful occasion. Flags, light blue shirts supporting the Indian team. And to be fair, here is Jadeja beginning the over. Bowls to Latham, who drives up towards mid-off, gets there too quickly for them to get a single. He's on the edge of the circle. The ball was hit firmly. To be fair, we're just about wherever India play white ball cricket. Yeah. There are there's always a lot of support anywhere in the world. So I talk about this being a kind of home venue for them. Lots of ground home venues for them, even though they're playing away. Latham taps that one away into the offside towards deep cover. Through for a single. 103 for 3 in the 22nd. Alex Hartley back alongside me.
Well, these two are just trying to take a little bit of pressure out of the 3 quick wickets that they lost, and they've done that, but both struggling to rotate the strike.
Well, Mitchell 17 from 37. Jadeja bowls. Mitchell plays this slightly uppishly, but through the vacant mid-on area. It's half a miscue. 104 for 3.
Which is what India did so well, or do so well, sorry. The spinners come on, they just milk it, knock the ball down the ground. They go at 5 and over without any real effort.
Jadeja. Also Latham, shout for LBW. Jadeja really likes it. He's desperate for it. He's run down the pitch. Umpire Rifle says no. What are they going to do here? He's bowling left arm round, so it's got to do quite a lot. It's got to pitch on and really straighten a lot. It's got to turn a lot, really. 5, 4, 3, 2, goes for it. Well, he was right up by the keeper by the time that it was absolutely clear that umpire Rifle was not going to call that out. And then a quick chat with Rahul. Rohit came in as well. He's a long way forward.
Decision is not out. Check the feet, it's a fair delivery. I'm looking at split screen at the moment. Ball is passing close to the body, maybe a little gap. Let's check ultra edge just to make sure.
It's umpire Wilson.
Ultra edge, please.
A bit high.
Yeah, I think because he's got a big stride in here, a bit high.
Has he hit it?
I can see that gap. Keep going. There is no bat involved. Ball trapper, and it's a win.
It's missed the front pad and hit the back leg. I think it's going over.
Yes, it's not hit the front pad. It's the
original decision is not out. That ball is pitching outside off, impact in line, and the wicket's missing. Paul, stay with your original decision of not out. Stand by. The on-screen signal now.
So, not out. And actually, Simon Daw was saying that umpire Rifle kind of like his body language hates to be overturned. That's a nice feeling, isn't it?
I
got that one right, everybody.
Thank you.
And I could totally understand why Jadeja got excited there, because it did almost everything a left-arm spinner bowling round the wicket to left-hander wants it to do. It pitched on and it turned. It did straighten. It was going over the top of the stumps. It was a straight ball, but just had too much elevation on it. Jadeja bowls again, forced back by Latham, back up the pitch, stopped by Jadeja, no run, 104 for 3. Last ball of the 22nd. Jadeja bowls. Forward goes Latham, plays that into the onside. Gosh, they are rattling through here, India. Jadeja's bowled 2 overs for 4. It's 104 for 3. Out of 22 overs. Latham is 14 from 28. Mitchell is 18 from 38.
We often talk about as spinners, can you keep the stumps in play for as long as possible? Can you be up and around that 50%? Just every single ball hitting the stumps, especially on a pitch like today, when it's hard to rotate the strike. And India have done exactly that. Axar 58%, Kuldeep 48%, Varun 42%, all hitting the stumps so far today. So no wonder New Zealand are finding it hard just to keep rotating the strike. But sorry, it's completely different for Axar. He normally bowls outside the off stump, so his line is just to go outside the off stump, turn the ball away from the right-hander and just get hit into the covers, one, build pressure that way. So a little tactic change from him today.
Yeah. Well, Vic Marks has been with us throughout the competition. He's actually gone home to look after the grandchildren. And hello, Vic, if you're listening. But I mean, he's been saying throughout the tournament, the finger spinner, they're kind of a bit underrated. But actually, someone like Archer. Just here is a new over from Varun Chakravarti. First ball's clipped away towards mid-wicket and there's no run. Actually, Patel, he just does such a solid job for India. He got in my team of the competition.
I can't.
A few runs and wickets.
He got in mine. I think he's batting at 5.
Yeah, which is where he does bat for this Indian team. You can check out our teams on the BBC Sport website if you're so inclined. 104 for 3, 23rd over. And here is Chakravarti, reverse sweep, gets it down fine. It's going down towards the boundary. It's not perfectly struck by Mitchell on the reverse. It's picked up inside the rope. Kuldeep Yadav is there. Throws it into Rahul. And they're back for 2 runs. 106 for 3 in the 23rd. Mitchell goes to 20. Trying something different there. It's Chakravarti on the reverse. He went through first slip. Bit of a under edge. Settles over his bat now. You know, Mitchell's a very good striker of the ball down the ground. Comes forward, then pokes it back to the bowler. At the moment, they're just trying to piece something together. There is a long on and long off in for the miscue. It's so easy to miscue a bowler like Varun Chakravarti. Not that long now. He'll be playing in the opening match of the IPL in a couple of weeks' time. Here is Chakravarti. It was a full toss. Mitchell pokes it back and Chakravarti dives to his left and stops it. Goes out towards extra cover.
Surprise ball, that one, the full toss, and one of those where Daryl Mitchell probably could have hit that anywhere, but he's leaning forward looking just to defend the ball, so taps it back to the bowler.
Yeah, really missed out there. 106 for 3, 23rd over. Chakravarti bowls full. Mitchell drives, beats the dive at extra cover. That was a bit of a going down in instalments dive there. Is it Rohit, the captain?
It is.
Yeah.
It is indeed. Diving on those used wicket ends, they're rock
horrible,
solid, like
they?
concrete. Yeah.
I saw Glenn Phillips yesterday in breakfast. He's got a patch over his left elbow where he's done all that diving. It's horrible once you take the skin off. And talking about earlier, but again, you weren't with us. Go to the BBC Sport website, an interview with Glenn Phillips talking about fielding, and very interesting it is too. Written by Matt Henry, but also talks a lot about flying. 7 for 3, and archery. There's Chakravarti bowling. Forward goes Latham, back up the onside of the pitch. It's the end of the over. That one's shot by as well. Yeah. India rattling through. 23 overs gone, 107 for 3. Alex, and then Henry Moran.
Well, because there's so much spin that India have rattled through their overs, it's something that we're not really used to in 50-over cricket, is looking up at the scoreboard and a team being in front. Normally you go, oh, they're 4 or 5 minutes behind, or they're 10 minutes behind. One of the games the other day, they were like 17, 18 minutes up, and we were like, that can't be right. Next minute, they're 30 minutes up. They've been rattling through the overs.
But they still finished the innings on time.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? There must be some sort of buffer.
I think everyone's so used to the innings dragging on forever. I can guarantee one thing, speaking of the IPL, it will not feel like games rattle along.
Absolutely not. They'll all be 6 hours.
107 for 3. The partnership's 32 from 64, so it has been quite slow going. Here's Jadeja in the sunglasses, running into bowl, and Mitchell will get a run down the ground with a little flick of the wrists. 108 for 3. How are you, Alex?
Very well.
Good.
Always feel incredibly lucky when you commentate a final of a competition.
I thought you were going to say when I sat down next to you.
Well, that as well. We had a lovely photo on the field today, actually.
We did, and then told we've got to go, didn't we, to get telling off. Oh, big appeal for LBW. Give him! Latham's been given out LBW. Ravindra Jadeja celebrates. And New Zealand's best player of spin reviews the decision. But the celebrations in the crowd and on the field tell you quite how significant this could be. It looked good, it was full up.
Yeah, I think this is out. I think this is absolutely stone dead. Latham on the sweep, looking to hit the ball into the leg side, doesn't pick the fuller delivery.
We have a player review for LBW, the original decision. It's out. Check the feet, it's a fair delivery. Looking at the split screen at the moment. The ball is passing under the bat, bat's going across it, so I want to check ultra head just to put the bat.
It's close to the bat.
The only thing that's saving him is bat.
It's coming up now.
Here comes Ultra Edge.
Gap, keep going. Yeah, let's pass the bat. There's no bat involved. Flat line. Ball drop down. The original decision is out. That ball is pitching in line. The impact is in line. The wicket's hitting. Call still with your original decision. Out, stand back.
So he's out.
On screen signal.
14 from 30. And New Zealand are in trouble here. 108 for 4. The innings having slowed down has now seen another wicket fall, and this burgeoning partnership between Latham and Mitchell that felt like it was providing solidity, if not necessarily much forward momentum, but it has now lost that solidity. And to the middle comes somebody who is much more associated with aggression towards the back end of an innings than rebuilding and consolidating. It's Glenn Phillips, but Latham goes. That's a big blow, Alex.
Yeah, huge blow. And it's always the danger, isn't it, when you're trying to absorb pressure and you're ticking along 2-3 runs and over. I mean, in the last 30 balls, only 11 runs coming off the bat. So New Zealand have really struggled, and the bowlers are on top. The spinners get to settle into their spell. And yes, as a batting unit, you are taking pressure out of the game, but in a way you're also adding pressure as well. You need to be able to rotate the strike. You cannot let a bowler settle. And Jadeja has bowled 2.2 overs and only gone for 5 runs, and he's taken that wicket.
So 108 for 4 as Phillips comes to the middle. New Zealand, well, we've spoken a lot about what we feel they need to do to put pressure on an excellent India side. Yeah. You can look at it the other way around as well. What do India need to restrict New Zealand to? But it does feel as though, as favourites in this game, it's more a question of what can be done by New Zealand to try and find a way of stopping this Great big blue juggernaut towards another title.
You just felt everything would have had to have gone New Zealand's way today for them to get a win. It's not over yet, though.
First ball to be faced by Phillips. Right-hander, rather crabbily forward in defence. Hello to Nicholas, enjoying the commentary. Thanks for your email. tms@bbc.co.uk is the way to get in touch. Jadeja, sleeves rolled up, round the wicket, into bowl to Phillips, who punches down the ground with a rather jerky action to get 1 run. 109 for 4. You can see that wicket amongst the best of the action on the BBC Sport website and app. And Latham, who's an excellent sweeper, I think he probably knew, didn't he?
Absolutely knew, but he's got to take the review, hasn't he? He has to. The situation that they're in.
Jadeja, round the wicket, bowling to Mitchell, who drives as a misfield. That should have been stopped by Akshar Patel. A little bit sloppy at extra cover. 1 run taken, 110 for 4. Latham making 14 off 30.
I'm looking forward to seeing how Glenn Phillips plays this, because throughout this tournament he's only played in one way, and that's aggressive. Strike rate of 150, 200, you know, he's taken the game on in a different way. Does he have the capability of batting for 25 overs here?
Jadeja with a slip in place, bowls to Phillips. A lot of bottom hand as that drive towards cover is fielded, and Jadeja finishes his 3rd over. He's bowled 18 balls, forgive me, and with that partnership having been broken, Jadeja having the pressure on. They conceded 3 runs so far. We've gone 64 balls since we've seen a boundary, Alex.
Yeah, that's quite a long time.
Well, it's over 10 overs.
Yeah,
that's a long time.
But that's, you know, the spinners have been so accurate. We were talking about the stump stump hitting percentage, sorry, and it's very high for India today. They know how to play. They've played here before, as have New Zealand, but they've played all their games here. So incredibly hard to get the ball away when it's hitting the top of off stump.
That stat you mentioned about the number of balls going on to hit the stumps, it just goes to show how well these India spin bowlers have done. Here comes Varun Chakravarti into the ground from Mitchell. Crowd think it might be a catch as it's retrieved on the bounce. I've just been outside, Alex. I mean, it is like an India home game.
Yeah, absolutely.
The crowd, and also the PA announcements, it's, you know, it is all
India.
That noise, yeah. Varun Chakravarti to bowl to Mitchell, forward in defence, and tap down the ground into space for a single. Actual field down below us as the sun shines. It has to be said, I can't see a single New Zealand fan.
Well, Simon Dole pointed out that there was about 13 of them to our right.
Well, that's some, I suppose. It's not very many. Has to be said.
He said he'd have been able to get more in had he been able to get any tickets, but all gone.
Well, there is that end up there where there's been some big banks of empty seats all tournament. Varun bowls drilled down the ground from the bat of Phillips for a single. He moves on to 2. It's 112 for 4.
I think they're the expensive ones, though. Did a bit of Googling.
Oh, yeah. But even so, you'd have thought India in a final.
I know.
It's not that far as a flight, is it?
It's also in the sun all day, isn't it?
There is that. So maybe it'll fill up later on tonight. Here is Varun again. Bowls a full delivery, and he fields off his own bowling. Almost does. It just squirms through for 1. He's into his 7th over now. 1 for 32. It's 113 for 4. 3 from the over so far. Just to put into a little bit of context what we spoke about, so 270 being around about what we thought New Zealand would be looking for. Anything above that would feel a decent score. Well, they have to go to run a ball from here to reach 264. They're 4 down already. Got 2 balls until the midway point of the innings. Varun Chakravarti is in, pushed into the offside, into space, nicely angled away, but only for 1. And Phillips on to 3, with the score standing at 114 for 4.
Yeah, I think 280 will be a really good score from here, but they cannot lose a wicket in the next 5 or 6 overs. These two have to build a partnership.
Well, still to come, Bracewell, Santner, Smith, Jameson and O'Rourke. Here is Varun Chakravarti again. 4 from the over so far. Will there be a 5th there? No, because Virat Kohli moves to his right quickly at mid-wicket. You always know it's Kohli. You don't necessarily even have to be looking out there, because you can hear the cheer. The extra few decibels that accompany his efforts to field. So 4 from the over, 114 for 4 is the score. And India, who broke that duck of an ICC trophy drought last year in the T20 World Cup final. I mean, it does make a difference. You know that you can do it. Get over the line.
Absolutely, it changes your mindset. You know, South Africa, we talk about South Africa and their semi-final misery over the last few years when it comes to ICC trophies. Then they got to the ICC final and everyone goes, oh, maybe that drought's gone, or maybe they'll find a way of winning, but they still found a way to lose that final.
Jadeja to continue from the far end. Worked into the onside, but straight towards the hands of Akshar Patel at mid-wicket. No run.
So for India, it's almost like, right, we've done it now. We know what to do. We just have to play our best.
Played into the ground again. This time, Jadeja will move to his left to field off his own bowling.
I think when it comes to 50-over cricket, India are the best team in the world. They just know their matchups, don't they? They know their combinations. They know how to set a total, a run chase.
Slip in place as bowled once more by Jadeja, jamming down on it. Phillips will block, and something is frustrating the New Zealand batter, who's waving his arms, and I think it's because...
There's a man in the middle of the sight screen.
Oh, yeah, that'll do it. He's on the phone. Oh,
what are you
dear.
doing?
What are you doing up there? Move. Oh, yeah. Who, me? Yes.
Oh, yeah, you're in the way. Mate.
He's just trotted down the stairs and thought, this is a terribly good seat. I wonder when nobody's sitting here.
There's nobody sat here.
For goodness sake. Oh, it amazes me how often that happens. 114 for 4. Now 73 balls since a boundary. Jadeja bowling to Phillips. Another dot. The crowd enjoying the Mexican wave. We had concentric ones the other day. One going anti-clockwise on the bottom tier, one going clockwise on the top.
I didn't even notice that.
That was good fun.
Yeah. I always thought a Mexican wave goes...
Jadeja, quicker ball this time. That'll be played off the back foot for a single. Down the ground it goes, and one it is taken. 115 for 4.
I always thought, every time I've been involved, it comes from my right and goes to the left.
I think that feels like the tip. And I don't know who decides which way it goes.
It's true. I don't like a Mexican wave, to be honest.
I knew you were going to say that.
Just sit down, you're getting in the way.
Jadeja bowling to Mitchell. He tries to stop it with his feet, does the India bowler, but he can't do so, so a second run comes from the over. It's 116 for 4. Mitchell's 26 or 50. Phillips 4 from 10. Fascinating piece on the BBC Sport website, chatting to Glenn Phillips about his fielding, amongst many other things. I spoke to him yesterday morning. He's a lovely guy. And talking about the flight simulator that he has within in his room, he takes around the world.
Flies for 4 or 5 hours a day?
Yeah. So he says that he might fly from Christchurch to Auckland, the full thing, or he might go Dubai to Istanbul, whatever.
Yeah, Manchester Heathrow is one of his personal faves. Whether or not that's because he gets to... I was going to say ride, drive, fly in some turbulence because of our weather. It's not a quick flight. It's not a long flight, is it?
No, but I suppose, you know, if you did London to New York, quite a lot of time without much happening, isn't there?
Yeah. I've done one, but I'd love to do more. You just sit in it, you just put it on autopilot, don't you?
Here is Kuldeep, the start of a new over. It's driven up the ground, up towards wide long off, and a single will be taken. 117 for 4. I mean, I think there is slightly more to it than that.
We did a team bonding day at an RAF camp once for England. We all got to fly some planes.
Simulators?
Yeah, yeah, not real ones. You think they'd let me fly a real plane?
Honestly. In comes Kuldeep to bowl to Phillips, who's deep in the crease and defending. I just can imagine sort of drifting off at the start of a flight. Hello, it's your captain speaking.
You're in for a bumpy ride.
I tell you, that would wake you up, wouldn't it? Sophie Eccleston said she wanted to be a pilot.
Yeah.
117 for 4. Here comes Kuldeep again, over the wicket, left arm wrist spin. Looking for the run down the ground, unable to find it is Phillips. He can't beat mid-wicket and Virat Kohli. As Kuldeep again. As moves in now. And a ball that is jabbed down towards short third. Ooh, there's a thought of a run, and in the end, Daryl Mitchell at the non-striker's end is holding his bat out and his arm out wide in to say, that wasn't my idea, it was yours. Stay there. 117 for 4. What's the old saying about flying a plane? It's 99% boredom, 1% sheer terror. Well, I'm sure it's not, but I think that was always the old description
was
of
it?
117 for 4. It's pushed into the offside, and there is no run. So Kuldeep has bowled almost 5 overs now, and he's picked up 2 for 14. He's having some fun.
I think the best part of a flight is turbulence, though.
I'm not sure Simon Mann agrees with that.
No, not for you. So exciting. You never know what's going to happen. Just sat there like this.
117 for 4. Hit down the ground. There's a nice sound off the bat. Has it got the distance? It goes sailing towards us and slapping into the side screen. Well, Phillips got hold of it. It's a lovely piece of timing. Free swing of the bat. And finally, they break the shackles. That long time since a boundary's been struck. And finally, New Zealand do manage to get something a little more meaningful on the scoreboard. 123 for 4.
It was always going to be Glenn Phillips as well, wasn't it? Really interesting to see how he plays this. We know how he likes to play and how he has played in this tournament. Comes in at the back end of the innings, just bashes a few around, changes the game within minutes. He's got a long time to bat today. He's going to have that devil on his shoulder going, hit it as far as you can.
Well, that's what makes it interesting, a 50-over game, is you do have to show a little more patience. What is it, these stats you hear about players that start their career and have never batted beyond the 6th over of their innings because they've just never needed to, because it's all been T20 and they've been smashing it at the top of the order. Jadeja to Mitchell, who's dropping into the offside. There'll be no runs there. Rowett Fields at backward point.
I used to love it, though, when I was bowling and I'd get hit down the ground for 6, because you've got your long on, your long on back, long off and your long on back. You're in the game.
Yeah.
I used to hate just being knocked around, just take one into square leg. I'd be like, will you just do something exciting, please? Try and hit me.
Jadeja round the wicket, bowls a quicker ball this time. Mitchell leans on and we'll get one down the ground. Up it goes towards Akshar Patel in the sunshine, who's making a lot of ground around this field. He's running from that end in the distance right down here to field at fine leg below us, now towards square leg to our left. Cover a lot of ground over the course of 50 overs.
How many Ks do you reckon I used to cover in an ODI?
It's a lot. It's something like 10, isn't it? Here is Jadeja. Deep in the crease, Phillips will defend.
12.
Really?
Yeah, 12. No wonder I was in better shape.
It's a long way, 12 kilometres.
And I wasn't batting.
A little bit of space created by Phillips. That's a nice shot. He beats backward point Mohammed Shami, and they'll turn for a second run. Shreyas Iyer loses his cap in front of that big bank of supporters who are waving the flags as much as anything to keep cool at the moment.
The best bit was, like, you'd have Heather Knight extra cover all day, and if she didn't bat or got out early, she'd have to run at the end of the game because to stay fit and get your miles in. I never had to do that. I was running fine leg to fine leg all day.
Yes, you always feel bad for the players that have to do those little extra fitness sessions. Oh, it's half an appeal for LBW, and it's more coming from Slip and Rohit Sharma than it is from the keeper or the bowler. But Jadeja again asking questions. He's conceded just 12 from the 4.5 overs that he's bowled so far. 126 for 4. Final ball of the 28th over incoming now, and Mitchell rather jaggily forward and jabbing it into the onside. 126 for 4. It will remain. So 3 from that over. Projected score at the current rate would see them reach 225. They want a few more than that. And at the moment, no wonder it's the India supporters dancing and enjoying themselves. And the innings time are 9 minutes ahead, Alex. He just goes to show how quickly they get through these.
Goes to show how quickly you can get through your overs as well. Obviously, more spin here in Dubai than we've seen probably anywhere for a while. Just going into a game with 2 seamers.
Yeah. That's the thing, isn't it? You see such a different characteristic from these surfaces in Dubai to what we saw in Pakistan. I mean, a final on a quick pitch in Pakistan would have been thrilling, wouldn't it? Here comes Kuldeep to start a new over. And a little bit short and helped away into the leg side from the bat of Mitchell, who perhaps if this was over number 49 than 29, he might have tried to give it a bit more and clear the ropes. He doesn't on this occasion, just gets one out towards the deep.
I think you're right. I think he'd have tried to hoy that a little bit further.
Yeah, that's all about the patience and the need just to show a little bit of discipline. Kuldeep Whirls his arms over once more. Deep in the crease. It's just pushed away by Phillips into the offside. No run. Do join the conversation. tms@bbc.co.uk.
We were saying last night, we had a little team dinner, minus Simon Mann, he didn't fancy it. He decided to watch Bristol City, Bristol Rovers. Oh.
Kuldeep bowls another shorter ball, and this time looking for the run into the offside. It won't be found. Stopped at cover. Don't say that, Alex.
We were saying, though, Bristol City, I know it's Bristol City. We were saying, the best bit of the day is people emailing in. I love it.
Hearing what people are up to.
Yeah, where they are.
Kuldeep bowls a ball that is a little bit short again, and this will be clattered away through the offside. There's no protection at deep cover, and Phillips grateful to gobble up the opportunity to find 4 runs. His second boundary, 131 for 4, is the score with a couple of balls left of the 29th over. Gary Russell emails, speaking of which. Great to hear TMS again. Listening in St Lucia, arrived yesterday. How about this? A full circumnavigation of 24,680 miles around the world in 1 year, 1 month and 22 days. Defended into the onside, and there is no run on Skylark 2. Looking forward to flying to Bridgetown tomorrow, visiting Kensington Oval for the first time to watch the Barbados Pride against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Pride. My first live cricket in 18 months. Hoping to find England in the final, but alas, no. Here is Kuldeep. Pushed into the offside, but there will be no run. 131 for 4, 29 overs gone. A mention to Captain Dan and M for getting me here safely. Well done you. That puts your 12k in a 50-over match to shame, doesn't it? Right, here's Jonathan Agnew.
There's one thing that strikes me from that. Has this geezer been on holiday for a whole year and 1 month? He must have so much money to go on holiday for a year, flying around. I guess you'd know.
What's this? I'm coming in halfway through a conversation here, Alex. Knowing you is probably complete nonsense. What are you talking about?
Hey, you thought whites were still maidens earlier.
Yes, I think I might have had some brain fog there. Put it down to jet lag.
I'm getting out of here.
Yeah, go on. 131 for 4, 29 overs gone. They're rattling through these overs, but New Zealand's run rate is rather in reverse. It was at a very healthy 7. Earlier on, before they lost their wickets, but it's gone down to about 4.5 now. It's all a question, of course, of what a good total is on this pitch, and that's often a bit hard to predict. I know a man who's been out there having a look, though. Aaron Finch has had a good
afternoon, Eggers.
Yeah, it's nice to see you. Nice close look at it. We'll get your thoughts in a second. But 131 for 4, and we've got Mitchell on strike on 29. He's trying to lead the fight back here. 54 balls he's faced. And Jadeja waves his left arm, moves and really darts that one in quite quickly, and he's on the back foot, playing out to cover. And it's fielded by Kohli. Crowd excitable, as they always are. They don't really need any revving up, but the PA announcer, there's a man and a woman, and she's particularly trying to fire them up, I think. There's a single to Mitchell. Actually, that's Phillips, isn't it? Picks up one down there to long on. So one more to New Zealand. They're battling away here. Supposed to sort of start at maybe 280 in your mind, and then you kind of go up or down from that, adjusting depending on what the surface is like. Phillips on 16 waits, turns that away out towards mid-wicket, running the first one quickly. Now, ball rolls out just beyond the edge of the circle. They can't get the second as the throw comes in on the bounce. What do you reckon? You had a look. What's a good score?
Well, I did 2 pitch reports today, actually. One pre-recorded that goes out to the world, and then one live during the pre-show.
Which one's the more nerve-wracking? The live one?
The pre-record.
Oh, the pre-record?
The pre-record.
Because so many people. Jadeja pushed away for a single. No, they don't take it to point that.
And originally, it is bone dry. There is not a blade of grass on the wicket, but it's hard. And I spoke to the curator, and he seemed to think it'd be somewhere around 300.
Oh, really? Jadeja bowls, and that's a sweep shot. Just running away from the short, fine leg fielder. They come back for 2. That's swept up in the deep.
It can often be hard to judge what a wicket will do in conditions like this, but especially if you've played at somewhere like Sharjah, where the wicket holds together a little bit more than it does in Dubai. So as soon as the spikes start getting in the surface and turning up that top layer, doesn't matter what's underneath it, you'll get some grip, and we've seen that right throughout from the Indian spinners. As soon as Chakravarti and Kuldeep Yadav come into the attack, they were able to get some turn straight away and really trouble the New Zealand batters.
135 for 4, and this one's punched back from a full length to Jadeja, who fields it. 135 for 4 at the end of that over, so 20 to go. Well, as we know, we talk about doubling it. That would get the 270.
They'd snap your hand off if you offered them that at the moment.
They would. They'd grab 270, wouldn't they? But ground staff and groundsmen always always big things a bit, don't they? I mean, they say, oh, mate, yes, 320 on here, when actually he knows full well that 270 is a good score.
Yeah, well, he did say that 300 would be a very good score.
Oh, okay.
Should they be able to get there. And when you have a look at the overall square here at the Dubai Stadium, there's not much grass going on there. They've had so much cricket over the last couple of months. He said there's just been no opportunity for the grass to regrow. So I can completely sympathise with him.
Yeah. Well, there's not a blade of grass on that pitch they're playing on now, is there? Absolutely nothing.
And when India's got 4 spinners in their side, if there was one, he would have been asked to cut it off too, I think.
True. Even a single one. Here's Axar bowling, starting a new over. It's played off the back foot, just wide of cover, but nice piece of fielding there. By Virat Kohli, hence the big cheer you'll have heard from about 20,000 spectators out there.
There's a few more empty seats than I thought there would be.
Yes, there are a few at that bottom end.
To be fair, that is looking straight into the sun.
Yes, well, a warm day down the leg side. It's going to be a wide.
We could rattle through some overs here. Sorry, we could rattle through some overs here with Jadeja at one end and Axar Patel at the other.
Yeah. They're well ahead of the time. I think about 10 minutes up, I saw on the clock up there. 136 for 4, the run rate 4.5. As the next one from Axar is again pushed off the back foot. There's that big cheer because Kohli's picked the ball up.
Conveniently throws it into the dirt from 15 metres away from the bat.
As if he couldn't quite make it full distance.
He was just off balance, so he couldn't quite get the distance on his throw.
Good scuffing throw into that very dry square. 136 for 4 in the 31st. Patel again bowls. That's played away off the back foot, looking to try and play the ball to long on. Doesn't get there, though. It's intercepted en route.
They can keep throwing it into the dirt, expecting some reverse swing, but I'm not sure how many more overs the Quicks are going to bowl today with how well the spinners are dictating terms.
So again bowls, and that goes past Kohli this time, down the ground to long off, and they'll just trot a single. 137 for 4. Below 4.5 now. That run rate that they're going along at. Have to try and up that, but simply can't afford to lose any more wickets at the moment. Axar again, round the wicket, bowls round that Midland leg, prodded away by Mitchell.
That's the dilemma at the moment.
Yeah.
How long are you prepared to stick in and let these dot balls build up? Daryl Mitchell's now invested 60 balls into his innings. He probably has to be the one to go really deep in this.
Well, he's down the pitch here, taking the ball away out towards square leg. And they'll take one more, so 138 for 4. Big day here. Very big day in Bedworth Civic Hall back home, because it is the 3rd weekend of the regional championships in the National Brass Band Championships of Great Britain.
Who's the favourites?
Well, I should be there. I should be there in the 4th. In the 4th section representing Melton Band, I can't be there. Big moment. I mean, all these bands playing.
What's your instrument?
Euphonium. She's here. She's in the hotel. So, good luck to everybody. All these bands taking part.
Good luck.
Great fun, I know. And I feel a bit sorry for the judges, because they've got to listen to the same music, same piece being played all the way through. There's Jadeja, and that's tucked away out towards mid-wicket. And there's no run. So go Melton. Come on, the Melton Brass Band, one of the oldest brass bands in the country.
Is that right?
Melton Mowbray. I'm not sure what time they're on, but
I'm sure someone will let you know.
Yeah, well, I need news, really. This is pushed away up towards cover, and there's no run, but up against Corby, Coventry, Dunchurch, Malvern Hills, all these. So good luck, everybody. 138 for 4. Here comes Jadeja, bowls, pushed away down the ground for a single. I'll see you at practice on Tuesday night, 7:30 to 9:30. Every week.
Every week?
Yeah, give the old girl a good polish up on Tuesday afternoons. Off we go. Great fun. 139 for 4, 4.5 and over. And, of course, good luck to all the other bands taking part, too. Here's Jadeja. Bowls pulled away. Might well go to the boundary. The fielder, did the hard work, seemed to get there. And then the ball was always, to be fair, always just running away. But it's a welcome boundary. New Zealand needs some more of these. 143 for 4. He just dropped a bit short there. On it very quickly. Phillips goes to 22. He's an interesting fellow. Have you talked about his flying on here yet? Yes, you have. We can't all sit in the same room at the same time, unfortunately. Here's Jadeja Bowles, and that's driven back, and there's no run. So I won't bother going down that particular conversation point again.
Yeah, well, you said it was a much-needed boundary. It was good use of the feet from Phillips. He managed to get deep. He's a hard player to hit off the back foot, Jadeja.
That's a real dart from Jadeja. It's medium pace, really. And Phillips has mistimed a forcing shot into the offside. Goes out to cover. 143 for 4. It's 5 from that over. But that run rate still below 4.5 at the moment. Phillips 22, Mitchell 34. They went out young Ravindra, who looks a really promising player. Williamson disappointing there, looking just to hit the ball away for a single down a long on. I think an inviting gap. He just stopped on him perhaps a little bit, and then Latham out for 14. So
yeah, you mentioned just under 4.5 and over. If New Zealand were to continue at this rate, they'd get around that 220 mark, and I don't think that will be enough on this surface. They need to look to get above 250.
In goes Aksha with a lowish arm, and the first ball of that over was stroked away to Kohli. This time manages to throw the ball on the full to the keeper. And of course he gets a big cheer from the crowd. Virat could do anything out there and get a cheer, I think. He's wandering around there inside the circle in the covers. Aksha again bowls a slower ball this time, so mistimed sweep shot from Mitchell, but he picks up one as Rohit fields out there at deep mid-wicket. Fancy losing 12 tosses on the trot. I mean,
that's incredible, isn't it? And then you throw in a handful that KL Rahul lost as well when he was captain for a series. 15 in a row India have lost.
It doesn't seem possible, does it?
It doesn't. They say every flip of the coin's independent.
Yes, 50-50. Aksha bowling, that's be a single to Phillips out to deep point. But yeah, they've also won so many games as well, so it does kind of prove, doesn't it, that the toss, you just get on with it and play well, you win the game.
Yeah, well, if you look at their side, they've got such a well-balanced side. They've got plenty of options in reserve as well that they can change the structure of their team.
The ball's just short of a length, and it's Mitchell this time who picks up a single.
And with 3 genuine all-rounders in their side, Hardik Pandya, Aksa Patel, who now bats at number 5, and Ravi Jadeja, that they've got the luxury that they can mix and match what they do with that third quick option. With obviously in this tournament they've gone in with 4 frontline spinners and only 1 genuine quick.
Straight off the back foot again. Aksha holding his head in his hands. He thought that had crept through. As Phillips on the back foot. Lovely changes of pace here. Almost
had to clamp down on that quick, didn't he?
Almost got through. 146 for 4, ball to go in the 33rd, and that's pushed away off the front foot this time out to the fielder. In the shadows to the left, I think it's rather nice in there. It'll be nice and warm, but not in the sun, but just really pleasant out there. So 147 for 4. Run rate 4.5 per over. You into horse racing? A lot of Australians seem to like that sort of a thing.
Yeah, I love horse racing.
We're staying on the race course.
Hey,
yeah. It's a great setting. You can actually sit on your balcony and watch the racing. And there was a race meeting a couple of evenings ago.
Do they get out and do track work first thing in the morning as well?
4 in the morning.
Yeah.
I like when it's cool. That's the coolest time. That's when they're doing all that.
Yeah.
But it's a beautiful course. Just beautifully laid out. 147 for 4. Jadeja starts. Let's play the way out to back up the pitch again. And there's no run. Popping up to Cheltenham on Wednesday. If you're into your racing, I'm going to the Cheltenham meeting on Wednesday.
Nice.
You back home by then?
Yes, I will be Tuesday night.
Tuning in from Geelong. This is short. Cut off the back foot. Not timed, though.
With a bit of jet lag, I'll probably be up to watch that too.
Well, you should do.
Yeah.
I hope I get better. I had bad luck last year, I think. I got Mikey Holding to give me some tips. There's Mikey in where he's living these days. And this is played off the back foot out into the onside, no run. Everything lost.
Yeah.
But he's a jumps man. He hadn't realised. He said, yeah, no, he's flat. This is jumps. Sorry. Got it the wrong way around for a minute. What's that all about? I think it's Jadeja bowls off the back foot. It goes out towards point. And they take 1. That's all they're going to have, actually. So there's poor old Mikey watching the telly out in Grand Cayman, sending me his tips. They're still running. Said Mikey. He said, no. He said, I'm a flat man. These are over the jumps. I can't do it.
It can happen. Ascot is on my bucket list to get there one day as well. I've been to a couple around the UK.
Jadeja bowls, that swung away into the leg side. Mitchell picks up one. Fielder comes trotting in. 149 for 4. He spotted Akshar Patel off the field there, didn't he?
Yeah, Akshar Patel was getting some work from the physio, and he looked like he was in a lot of pain. Almost looked like one of his fingers was dislocated, and they were trying to put it back in the dugout.
I don't like that sort of thing. Here's Jadeja again, bowls. Played away towards the edge of the circle, Rowett Fields. It's the end of the over, so 149 for 4. Where is Akshar? Let's see if he's going to make his way back on again or not. Is he back on Simon's team? Here he comes. Well, if that's what's happened on his bowling hand as well, he's looking at it. That's a good effort.
It looked like it was his little finger. A throw come in in the last over that he bowled, and it was a half volley from the deep. And he was in a bit of pain there, but nothing like we saw in the dugout when the physio's reefing around with it and trying to pull it back into place.
That's not nice. The one we all remember was when Graham Gooch, physio, tried to put his dislocated finger back in the West Indies.
It wasn't dislocated?
No. Graham's got both feet off the air. He's screaming.
It's funny when it's not you.
Oh, can you imagine the pain? 149 for 4. So Patel continues bowling anyway, despite that. And this first ball's played back at him. And there is no run. Yes, I think they were in Trinidad.
Nothing like a little crack in your finger, and then the physio decides to make it a displacement.
No, don't. Akshar again, almost Yorker length. That almost got under the bat. Mitchell can only play it to cover. They're rattling through these overs. And look at this. It was not so long ago. It was 30 overs. We're now into the 35th, and they're just feeding his balls like a bowling machine, really. And the back foot goes Mitchell, picks up a single.
Yes,
it's a point.
So you might be wondering, what can New Zealand do? What can they do to try and change the momentum of the game? Because it's not easy when you've got very accurate spinners who are bowling quick through the air on a surface that is just helping them. You have to be prepared to take a risk that's in your favour. To me, I think it might be Glenn Phillips looking to play a sweep.
Akshar bowling to him, and picked up one, sending the ball down just below us here. Too long on with Shami Field, so that's what, 18 runs off the last 30 balls, 18 since the last boundary. It's all rather dried up, that run rate. It was at 4.5 when I sat down here a few minutes ago. It's now 4.3. So it's rather going in the wrong direction at the moment. Patel bowls, and that's short, and he's been put down. Not the easiest catch that Rohit Sharma has had, but he got the hand to it, and they're going to come back for 2 runs. It was pulled at him. It was high. He got one hand to it.
He just almost mistimed his jump.
I think it was coming harder than he thought.
Yeah, it was a half. It wasn't even that short. Mitchell tried to pull it away and just gets it high on the bat. He just mistimes it slightly. He got a good piece of it in his right hand, up above his head, both feet off the ground, but it didn't stick.
No. Yeah, and he looks at the bottom of his bat there. So it didn't come out of the middle. 153 for 4, Patel. Walks in, bowls the next one, which is just simply played back at him. And there is no run, so Mitchell drops on 38. 153 for 4 is the score. And well, a tall man would have got that possibly, but Rohit just ends up on his back with the legs in the air. Now we've got a new bat coming out. That's obviously the answer there for Daryl Mitchell. Yes, I think it's coming out. Yes, it is. Faltered for a moment. Reminder, there's no Matt Henry in the New Zealand side. He looked very upset too. He was quite emotional when he was ruled out.
Yeah, you feel for him because he's such a key part of this New Zealand side, and he's been a wonderful bowler and led the attack since Bolt and Southey haven't been there, who obviously had that role for a long period of time. So he was devastated. Yes, he tried to bowl 2 balls off a couple of steps.
That was all, was it?
Yeah, and he knew straight away. And at times that takes a lot of courage from a player who's desperately wanting to be in a final, to have another chance to win. He's been in a couple of losing ones.
Jadeja darts in a shortish ball, hit firm to Kohli. Cover. Yeah, he's got to be honest, haven't you? If you're not right, you're not doing yourself or your teammates any favours if you go in and you're not fully fit. That's tucked away out to square leg.
Yeah, absolutely right. And you wouldn't forgive yourself if you put your team in that position and you happen to break down.
Yeah.
And it comes down to small moments in the game.
Yeah. He landed awkwardly on it the other night. It's a very hard outfield in Lahore. Jadeja bowls again quickly. Mitchell plays straight to Rohit Sharma at mid-wicket. 154 for 4. Mitchell 40 now from 74 balls. He's finding it quite hard work, but he's got to keep going. He blocks another.
Yeah, it's been an interesting series for Daryl Mitchell. Someone who's touted as being a good player of both pace and spin, but he's struggled to get going in the tournament.
Oh, he pulls away now. Jadeja bowls the ball, but he was not standing up to face that. Rifle swings his arms as if to say that that ball doesn't count.
He just sneaks up on you so quick. A lot of players have still got their head down, going through their ball-by-ball routine when Jadeja's almost at his release.
He comes again, bowls, just past his outstretched left hand this time for a single. Norman Gifford is always the one for that. He used to play for England. Wily left-arm spinner, Worcestershire, Warwickshire. He would suddenly just turn around and bowl. Bang.
Yeah.
And I think he must have got every young batsman out he ever bowled at.
Yeah.
He does them once.
Well, because the natural reaction is to still try and swing at the ball, even if you do take a step back.
Yeah. Jadeja bowls. He has swung at this one, out towards deep mid-wicket, and almost a brilliant catch out there. Very low. Jadeja disappointed, but I think realistically, I think he might have stayed 4 there. I see the replay of it, but it was very low. He was on the run out there at deep mid-wicket. And the chance has gone down, but how easy was it, I wonder?
He should have taken it, Shubman Gill. I'll have to disagree with you on that.
That's all right. No, happily. It's that sort of day. Summer Man's coming in.
He did some hard yards to get to the ball, and then very similar to a catch that went down from Shreyas Iyer early in the day. He put 1 or 2 short steps in to try and time his jump. Maybe a couple of full-length strides, and he would have been able to take it waist tight. But another one goes down for India. That's their 3rd opportunity today.
I reckon that's 4 now, Aaron, actually, isn't it? There's the Corton bowled Shami.
Oh, of course.
There was the Iyer one, the Rohit Sharma one, and that one Gill as well.
Maybe 3.5 then. Shami, he puts a lot down off his own bowling. He's not the best when the ball comes back at him, but it's still catchable, you're right. Yeah, 4 chances today.
Right, the players are taking drinks. It's 156 for 4. We've had 36 overs. So India really have bowled their overs quickly. Yeah, they're 19 minutes ahead. That doesn't mean to say we're necessarily going to finish at 4:30 local time, because they actually give some allowances as well. So actually 1 hour and 19 minutes remaining. So that's what they're working it out on. But they do put you under pressure by bowling their overs so quickly. It gives the DJ a chance anyway to get going, don't they? They don't need a second invitation.
And they don't mind pumping up the sound systems around the ground. If you're ever here and you're doing a pre-show around the ground, they always manage to put you right near the biggest speaker, and it is hard to hear yourself think at times.
Yeah, it's one of the pitfalls of live television. It is sometimes hard to concentrate when there is that noise going on around you. They're trying to get a Mexican wave going around the ground, and it's a rather apologetic one at the moment. I think if I'd be out there, I think I'd just sit with my arms folded and ignore it and just take the DJ out of it. Anyways,
get in the spirit, come on.
Most people having a bit of a go out there. I've seen more enthusiastic ones. And I suppose you've got to justify your fee, haven't you, as you're employed as a DJ for the day. 156 for 4 is the score. So 14 overs left. So from here, what can New Zealand get? Can they get 250?
Well, 6 and over for here is 240. And I think with them being 4 down, they do have a long batting lineup though. They've got Michael Bracewell, Mitch Santner, Nathan Smith, who can bat all the way down to number 9. So they won't want to go too early though. Australia made the mistake the other day against India. Steve Smith got out in the 36th over when he was doing it easy, tried to take Shami on, and then from there, Australia just lost their way, and they probably ended up 20 or 25 short of a good total on the surface, which is 1 wicket over from the one that we're playing on today, which is smack bang in the middle of this Dubai Stadium.
Do you think if they had got those 25, 30 more runs, they might have won the game? I know India had a little bit to spare in terms of the overs, but that's that pressure, that elongated chase.
Well, what the pressure does is it makes players in the chasing side take a risk earlier. So you allow Virat Kohli to bat at the tempo that he wants to bat, and he is an absolute wizard at getting his team home. But if you force him to try and take a risk early on and put the pressure back on to try and keep up with the rate, that's where you can force them into mistakes.
Hardik Pandya came out in the end and blasted a couple of sixes, or I think 3 sixes it was. They're so used to it in the IPL, aren't they? That sort of target, and they're closing overs. You think, hold on, what's going on here? They're going to stumble, but no, they just bang, bang, and the game suddenly is over. Right, plays it back to resume. Achha Patel's going to bowl. 7 overs, 24. Bowls to Phillips. Phillips is back into his stumps and guiding the ball along the ground up towards long on for a single. 157 for 4. Start of the 37th over. New Zealand today have lost the wickets of Young for 15, Ravindra for 37, Williamson for 11, and Latham for 14. 2 for Kuldeep, 1 for Chakravarti, 1 for Jadeja. There has been a trial by spinner. New Zealand knew that was coming. Achha bowls, and Mitchell is forward, guiding that straight to extra cover. There's no run there.
Yeah, just the 7 overs of spin bowled, of quicks bowled so far. That was Mohammad Shami with 5 up front, and Hardik Pandya with just the 2. He went around the park in his second over.
Well, he can bowl, what, 40 overs. Here's a sweep shot from Mitchell, and it beats the dive as well. There is a sweeper running round from deep back with square leg to pick it up, behind the man at short fine. He couldn't get there, Kuldeep. So they come back for 2 runs, 159 for 4. So just looking at that, Hardik only needs to bowl 1 more over, doesn't he?
Effectively, yeah.
I mean, he might bowl more, but only needs to bowl 1 more. Shami can bowl 2. Here is a sweep shot in front of square this time.
Well, he doesn't actually have to bowl again. If the 4 spinners go right through that 40,
of course he does.
Shami with 5 up his sleeve. But I suggest that they might try and mix and match those last couple of overs, should this get there. Maybe Shami bowls 3 or 4 of them. Hardik bowls potentially 2. Because it can be really difficult to try and get 5 overs out in a row at the back end of a one-day game.
This is Achha bowling to Phillips, who drives in the air, but just short of backward point. And there's no run. What would you do? Bowl 40 overs of spin, guaranteed?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, and unless something goes dramatically wrong in the next couple of overs from the spinners, they're so accurate.
Achha to Phillips, really slings that one down, round arm delivery, forced away towards deep cover into the shadows there, and through for a single. 161 for 4 after 37 overs. A drop from India, that 4th one, Shubman Gill diving forward. They've now dropped 11 catches in this tournament, and they are 6th on the table of most effective catching teams. New Zealand the most effective. They caught 91% of their chances. India caught 67% along with Bangladesh.
Yeah, and when you think of some of the catches that Glenn Phillips has taken, they're half chances that he's created and managed to pull off absolute blinders. So yeah, but just going back, I would bowl 40 overs of spin. They've just been so effective, and they're all slightly different. I know Axar and Jadeja are similar, but to try and face them, one's a bit more round arm, just a fraction slower through the air, so they all pose their challenges. The left arm wrist spin of Kuldeep, the right arm variations of Chakravarti.
There's no let up. Chakravarti goes in and bowls. That one's clattered away though by Phillips, out towards deep extra cover, swept up on the boundary. They're coming back for the second. The ball went away to the right of Iyer out there, so they're able to come back for 2. Phillips goes to 32, and the score to 163 for 4 at the start of the 38th over. About a third of the ground at the moment is in shadow. The spectators to our left-hand side grateful for the shadow. Chakravarti bowls. Phillips plays it back to the bowler. Chakravarti bends down to pick up. I think you get to that stage, well, it's 3:30, where I think everybody would be happy for the sun to be turned off. Really, you're sitting staring into the sun all afternoon. It is warm in Dubai today, and that cloud that we had earlier has disappeared. Chakravarti, very purposeful run, bowls, cut away through backward point. More work for Iyer to do. Gets there quickly, sends in the return to the non-strikers end. They're home for 2. A back cut there by Phillips, so he's gone to the right of Iyer, to the left of Iyer.
He's sucking in some deep breaths out in the boundary now. He's had a couple of good hard chases.
That was a good piece of fielding there, because he got there and he hurled the ball at the non-striker's end just to keep the man honest. He's running back to that non-striker's end. Mitchell, 165 for 4. midway through the 38th. So Phillips is 34 not out from 50 balls. Looks up to see Chakravarti running towards him. He guides that towards Rohit Sharma, an extra cover, and there's no run. It's interesting watching the different run-ups and the spinners, isn't it? Chakravarti, he really does run at you, whereas Axar just steps into bowl, and Jadeja just walks in and barely a run-up at all. And then we got Kuldeep. Well, Kuldeep needs a little bit of energy in his action as a left-arm wrist spinner. Oh, he's got him. Varun Chakravarti's got through Phillips. He's bowled him. And that's the 5th wicket. It's the second one for Varun Chakravarti. Phillips on his way for 34. India celebrate, the flags waving all around the ground. And that partnership is undone at a crucial stage. It's worth 57. It's come from 88 balls, but New Zealand looking to perhaps accelerate. It's gone past the inside edge and cannon into middle and off. 165 for 5.
Yeah, he's just tried to force it off the back foot as he had done previously in this over. That's Varun Chakravarti's biggest strength. Stump to stump. It was the googly that goes back through the gate. You see the replay. It still didn't turn a huge amount. He's just misjudged length and misjudged line. Looking to play him off the back foot, but he can't pick him. That's a huge wicket, particularly this late in the innings. Leading into the back 10 overs, they would have loved Glenn Phillips to have been there.
Yeah, the spinners just holding sway for India, taking wickets, keeping it tight, just squeezing New Zealand hard. Right, Bracewell is in at number 7 for New Zealand's come out to have a good chat with Daryl Mitchell. Punch of the gloves. How many can New Zealand muster here? What sort of score do you think gives them a chance?
I think 240 has them in the game should a few things go their way. But at the same time, with how well the Indian spinners have bowled, they're also in danger that they could be bowled out for 180, 190 around that area, because they're incredibly hard spinners to start against. Chakravarti spins the ball both ways, Kuldeep the same. They just don't give you any let up.
Yeah, that's the benefit of having spinners or wicket takers, and that's what India have. Some teams just sit in. I think England just sit in a bit in that middle period, but they've got wicket takers. A lovely first up. Chakravarti to Bracewell nearly finds the outside edge through to the keeper, and India not just squeezing but on the hunt for wickets here. The end of the 38th over. Chakravarti going past the outside edge of Bracewell's drive first up. 165 for 5 after 38 overs. Well, New Zealand, they knew what they were up against today. They were up against it this time last week, and they're on the chase for 250. Bowl out for 205. Well, they're not totally out of the game, not by any means. Still 12 overs to go. They have got some batters in that lower order, but not easy to come in and strike fluently against the spinners. And it's not just one, it's 4 of them. Ramiz Raja has replaced Aaron Finch.
Yeah, it's looking tough now for New Zealand to get to maybe 250 if they bat really well. So 8 and over 261. I mean, then we'll probably have a match.
Here is Kuldeep into the attack with left arm wrist spin. His first ball is turned away through backwards square leg for a single. Just a hint of turn in there, which is the natural way to spin it if you're a left arm wrist spinner. The googly is the one that goes away from the left arm wrist spinner, bowling over the wicket. Bracewell's about to take guard. 166 for 5. Start of the 39th over. Kuldeep's taken 2 for 26. Start of his 7th over. Slip's gone in. Bracewell, left-handed, tall, looks up to see Kuldeep approaching. He drives to that one and misses that one as well. He's had 2 goes. He's missed them both on the drive.
I mean, you've got to somehow read the mystery on the ball, and that one narrowly missing. Yeah,
that was the googly, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
So the one that goes into the left hand or away from the right hand is the googly from the left arm wrist spinner. Gonna have to sort of switch your thinking around with a left arm wrist spinner. You're so used to often batting against the right arm wrist spinner, or the other way round. Kuldeep bowls, forward goes Bracewell, getting the bat right out in front of the pad there, playing it back to the bowler. No loose drive. He's had 2 big drives at first 2 balls. That one defended. 166 for 5. 39th over. Kuldeep moves purposefully in and bowls, and Bracewell rather cautiously forward there, opening the face, offering the single, but it goes straight to backward point, and there's no run. Champions Trophy final on 5 Sports Extra, ICC website, ABC. And India posing New Zealand some big problems. Kuldeep bowls, flicked away down towards backward square leg inside the circle, through for a single. What New Zealand need to get, of course, is 2-4-1, which is the score they made in that 2019 final against England. See how India cope with that.
Yeah, need to go at 7 then. 2-4-1.
I think if you offered New Zealand 250, they would definitely take it now.
100%.
167 for 5. Kuldeep bowls. Mitchell nudges into the onside for his 46th run from 81 balls. It's the end of the 39th over. It's 168 for 5. Kuldeep 7 overs, 2 for 28. Bracewell is there on 1. On a sunny afternoon in Dubai with a bit of a breeze ruffling the flags that are on top of the stands around the ground, the flags of the competing nations. Actually, just looking around the ground, the England flag is actually seems to be fluttering more than the others, but in stark contrast to their tournament performance, where they're the only team not to get a point, although you said that there are a few points knocking around for bad weather, which didn't help the tournament in Pakistan's sense of being a bit flat, although Lahore did really well. I mean, the pitches there were excellent, produced some good cricket, some really good cricket. Pakistan, you know, beaten the first game, had to come here to play India, and then washed out, and then lost the final. Here's Mitchell pushing that way towards a deep cover for 1. They're going to come back for the second, though they're not. And the throw comes in from Iyer out there. I thought from Bracewell's going to come back for the second. That would have been very risky. Iyer had a long way to come in, but even so, 169 for 5.
Yeah, I'm just a little surprised looking at how New Zealand have played Indian spin, and this is the second game here in Dubai with so much of analytics and video analysis at your disposal. It's still not been able to overcome the mystery of Indian spin.
Yeah, it was Jadeja going round the wicket to left-handed Bracewell, who shovels this into the leg side forward of square, takes a single to Iyer again, who's not only that boundary rider out there, but he's also, I mean, in the sunshine all afternoon. He had a lot of work to do. At least he gets a bit of a rest before he gets to bat. Coming in at number 4, Jadeja bowls. Mitchell plays it back to the bowler. Mitchell on 47, 170 for 5. I suppose there's all the analysis, but there's also just going out and physically playing it in the middle. Mitchell plays that one up towards long on. This time he will get a single. 171 for 5.
Mitchell, for example, now he's got to assess his scoring options, because he's such a powerful sweeper of the ball. You know, he improvises so well, but India have not allowed him to play that sweep shot. So what happens next to his batting? I mean, what happens to his batting DNA? So it's a good learning curve for him also. He needs to pick the ball up when it's up in the flight off the hand.
What, go straight down the ground?
Yeah, find different options. I think he's still struggling to read the spin on the ball.
Jadeja bowls that one flat, driven by Bracewell towards long on. One more. They are just creeping along with singles. The occasional 2, a very rare boundary. 172 for 5. Actually, how many 4s did they hit? It's somewhere on our screen. It's sometimes hard to work out quite where it is. Here's Jadeja going into bowl to Mitchell. Mitchell turns that away, but diving save at mid-wicket prevents a run. 10 4s they've hit and 2 6s. No one's made a half century yet. It's 172 for 5. We've reached the 40 over mark, so 10 overs to go, and we've still got 50 minutes of the New Zealand innings to go in terms of like the natural 3.5 hours. Just shows you how quickly India have got through their overs. And then more for your Rameez, and then it will be Henry Moran.
Yes, so India once again being so impressive. Their range is immense when it comes to spin options. And the ground fielding has been very good. And once again, New Zealand, the receiving end, how well they began, and well, they faltered. And courtesy, actually, Indian strength with the ball. They have this great ability, I've said this before also, to claw back from an impossible situation, from a precarious situation. They have this ability to row back, pick wickets, and settle the issue.
Such variety in the attack as well, Ramiz. Kuldeep is moving in. 2 wickets so far, and the left arm wrist spin to the left-handed Bracewell, who defends as a slip in place. And how long has it been since a boundary? 51 deliveries.
That's been the sequence, actually. They've taken a lot of balls to hit a 4.
Bracewell waiting. And as Kuldeep bowls, he thought about winding up and decided against it. Oh, they almost hit each other. With a throw hits, he's gone. And in the end, it misses from Ravindra Jadeja, and he's probably as good an arm as any in this India side. And that was not far away. It was all down to the collision between the two, as they almost ran into each other, both ball watching.
Yeah, you got to be so careful when Jadeja is picking up the ball and shying at the stumps. He's such a natural, instinctive fielder.
Well, it's time actually to throw it into the hands of the bowler. But I think Kohli's asking the question why a little more time wasn't taken. 173 for 5. Here's Kuldeep again to Mitchell. Reverse sweep attempted. He gets hold of it, but only as far as Akshar Patel inside the circle. Fielding at short third. 173 for 5. At some point they're going to have to start.
Yeah, absolutely.
Something here. Mitchell's on 48. When will he try and go straight down the ground? He does like to hit that shot. Kuldeep moving in again. This time a paddle attempted and nicely struck once more, but there is a fielder in the distance to pick up. It's the energetic figure of Jadeja once more. And as the throw comes in, this one does hit the stumps inevitably. 174 for 5.
Yeah, I mean, for him to really go downtown, he's got to pick the line A and the spin on the ball. And he's just been hesitant. That's how he's operated, Mitchell, on 49. I don't know whether this innings will help New Zealand build up pressure in the last 5 or not. But he needs to be out there for the next, whatever, 9.2 overs.
Yeah. They need to go at 8 and over to even get close to 250. The mustachioed figure of Bracewell waiting for Kuldeep, who's in now. Bracewell deep in the crease, can only push as far as Kohli at cover. The singing of the India fans intensifies. They sense this is their day, I think. It's going to take a big final 9 overs from New Zealand. Just feel that they need something more than what they're currently projected to get. Kuldeep bowling to Bracewell, whipping through mid-wicket. There'll be at least one there. But it is only the single. Out towards the deep. 3 from the over. Kuldeep's got 2 left. He's got 2 for 31. It's 175 for 5 here on Test Match Special, the final of the Champions Trophy. India against New Zealand. India, of course, will presumably tomorrow be leaving their hotel rooms that have become quite the home for them in recent times.
Yeah, they've been stationed here now for what? Good about 2 weeks?
And the rest.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's the function of the tournament. As soon as it was decided that India were playing in a neutral venue, they couldn't have done it any other way. It's worth pointing that out. I think the other thing to say is, this isn't on the players, any of this.
Well, they have the team also, let's not forget. I mean, you know, they are a powerhouse these days in white ball cricket.
Chakravarti, 2 overs left, is coming in from the far end of the ground to the left-handed Bracewell. Skewed in the air, out square on the offside, but it drops well short of Hardik Pandya, who trots in from the boundary. 176 for 5. Just 4 boundaries since the end of the 9th over. We're now in over 42.
Yeah, I mean, the last 10 overs, you're supposed to hit 4s and 6s. The fans probably, some of them would want to see just a little bit more aggression and New Zealand taking a little bit more risk. That's how good this bowling attack has been. Doesn't allow any luxuries to the batsmen.
We've got Rohit Sharma fielding at a short cover to prevent that drop and run from Mitchell. Long off and long on are out. A deep cover. Just going a little squarer, and that backward square leg is going a little finer. Here comes Chakravarti, a quicker ball which is pushed towards cover, and Rohit moves to his right to pick up. So where do you take your chance for Daryl Mitchell? Over extra cover?
Yeah, probably pick the line and the spin on the ball early. But he's so quick through the air that your decision making has got to be smart and quick as well.
Chakravarti is in. It's a quicker ball which is hit back towards him, and he stops it with his foot.
Yeah. Sends it back to the keeper.
That was a beautiful little pass, wasn't it?
Yeah, he's now struggling. I think he's limping. It's a smash and a half.
And he did that thing that we've all done, which is for a few moments you walk away like that didn't hurt.
Yeah,
that's
fine.
It
starts biting you.
And suddenly he's now sitting on his backside, taking that boot off. The arch of his foot, that would have hurt, that one.
Yeah, but it happened so quickly. You know, that just sums up Varun. He's quick through the air, very fast-paced spinner. And to his credit, he's not allowed anyone to read him properly. Not only New Zealand, but whosoever he's bowled to. They've all struggled with his variations. Guile, spin, and his accuracy to go with the guile. It's just been a tremendous, you've got to say, fine for India, because it was here when he was absolutely hit out of the park by Pakistan in one of the Asia Cup matches where Pakistan won by 10 wickets and he was hit for 4s and 6s. And then he came back strongly, and what a tournament he's had.
It's amazing for a career that started as late as his, as much as anything.
Yes, made his debut when he was 26 or 27.
27, I think it was. He'd been an architect prior to that. Took the chance of following cricket. And again, it goes to show what franchise leagues can do as well as opportunity providers, not just financially, but for international selection. Look at someone like Harris Ralph, who got discovered.
That's right, yeah. They're playing tennis ball cricket, yes.
So it can be the route in, which can be quite a non-conventional one. He was a wicket keeper as a kid. Senior debut in cricket at the age of 27. It's amazing. And that 2021 series of the IPL for Kolkata, that was when he really did break through. And now, though he is approaching 34 years old,
Varun?
The spin bowlers get better with age.
Yeah, 100%. All he has to do is to maintain his fitness, and his fielding has improved just a little bit, but he looks a bit sharper, anticipates the ball well now when he's fielding deep. But he's been used so well. Actually, I think his case was pushed more by Gautam Gambhir, who liked him during the IPL stints.
He's up and about again, just about.
Yeah. Because he didn't make an appearance after being hit out of the attack against Pakistan for a couple of years. He was sidelined. And so Gautam Gambhir came in as a coach, and he saw the efficacy, his improvement with the ball.
Chakravarti is up and about again. He's bowling to Mitchell down the leg side. That'll be signalled wide. 1-7 for 5. Midway through the 42nd over. And there will have been lots of people who, beyond just the coach liking what they see, crunching the numbers, working out the matchups, all of those crucial elements of picking a side these days. Dropping the ball into the ground is Mitchell, back to the bowler, and hobbling away once more. H gets in touch on the email, tms@bbc.co.uk, and says, well, it's all well and good that this isn't India's fault, the team being here. They didn't necessarily have to shave all the grass off the pitch. Well, here comes Varun outside the off stump, swinging in, sort of like Mark Butcher circa about 2002. That 178 for 5 at the penultimate ball of the over. And with that, Daryl Mitchell reaches 50. It's been a well-constructed 50 as well. Just the one boundary in there, 50 of 91.
Yeah, he's showed resolve, and his temperament has been good. He could have also thrown his wicket away by getting a bit itchy, but he's somehow held his own. Strike rate of 54.
Mitchell and Bracewell The partnership with 13 off 25. Need to get that scoreboard moving. And Bracewell won't be able to do so there. Just dropping the ball into the offside, and there is no run. So, what can they do with 8 overs left? From here, 10 and over would take them to 258. That feels a long way away to me, Ramiz.
Yeah, I mean, there has to be a miracle kind of stuff for them now to get to 250. Because India probably a strike away from making it tough for New Zealand to get even to a 225.
Yeah, which is still almost 50 runs away. Just on that point about the surfaces, it is worth pointing out that a lot of cricket has been played here that wasn't anticipated to be played here. It's a square that has 9 surfaces on it. You're going to have to use one of the central ones. We had the Women's T20 World Cup here in the autumn. That wasn't due to be. Then the ILT20, which was, and now a number of games in Champions Trophy. So there is only so much a ground to do
100%, yes.
to make a surface as good as possible. Kuldeep into bowl to Daryl Mitchell, who steps away, drives towards Rowett. With one bounce, it goes into his hands at cover. Shadows creeping across the outfield now. 178 for 5. Doesn't feel like enough by some distance at the moment. Interesting stat for you in a moment, Ramiz. As sweep is attempted, hits the pads. I'll run through for a leg by. 179 for 5. This is comfortably the game with the smallest amount of spin that we've seen in Dubai in this tournament.
Really? Well, they've been so accurate.
Yeah, you're looking at 3.5 degrees average turn in the first game between Bangladesh and India. Today, just 2 degrees. India, Australia, the next lowest at 2.7. Kuldeep bowling to Bracewell. Deep in the crease, looking to try and find a way of getting an angle for a run, anything, but he can't do so.
So credit to Indian spinners then, not able to find prodigious spin, but yet been so good. Got to be that length they've hit and the straight deliveries, the ball hitting the stumps.
Kuldeep bowls. This is swept hard out to the deep for 4. Well, there we go. First boundary we've seen in quite some time. Just the 5th boundary since the end of the 10-over power play. So that is a little bit of welcome relief. Camera operators finally found a New Zealand fan in the crowd. 183 for 5.
Yeah, it becomes an easier bowler to hit when he overpitches the ball. And I think it was cashed in, nicely put away. Strong hit from Bracewell.
Kuldeep again, long sleeves, shirt tucked in, moving in past the umpire now. And striking the pad, and Kuldeep turns in half enthusiasm, but I think realises that there's nothing doing with that shout. He's bowled well though, hasn't he? 1 ball left of his 9th over, 2 for 35. He walks back to his mark, almost like a petulant teenager, do you know what I mean?
Yes.
Slamming his heel to toe. 183 for 5. Kuldeep again, with the left-handed Bracewell on strike. And he'll get a run down the ground to keep the strike. So 6 from the over. It's 184 for 5. And Kuldeep 2 for 36 off his 9. So 7 overs left, Ramiz. Realistically, what is a total that could be defended?
Oh, well, against India, you've got to cushion yourself with extra 20 every time. 30 maybe. And since you mentioned that this is a pitch where the ball has not really turned a great deal compared to the other pitches that India have played, so I think New Zealand need to get to 230, 240 to at least make a fist of things.
Yeah. Well, this could be a little change in the dynamic. We're going to see Seam back into the attack with Mohammad Shami, who, along with Hardik Pandya, took a little bit of treatment from Rachin Ravindra at the start of this game. Yeah, it looked at that stage when they were absolutely flying. 37 off 29 Ravindra got. Yeah, it looked like it really could be a big total, but things really fell away when the spinners came on. Here is the bearded Shami running in to bowl to the left-handed Bracewell, who will defend a ball from the top of off stump back towards mid-off. We've got a fine leg, backward square leg. A long on and a deep cover, the 5 outside the circle.
Well, this is New Zealand's chance to make it happen. They've got to take risks. Shami not as lethal as some of the other spinning options. but he's quite equipped really to surprise the batsman even at this late stage of the innings by varying the pace. You see the cutters from him.
Shami bowls to Bracewell. It's through the shot too early. It's half an appeal for LBW, which feels highly ambitious. 184 for 5. That looked to be sort of hip height. But you also think about 5 wickets down isn't 8 wickets down. There is still a little bit to come. Santner particularly has hit some big hits during this tournament, so it's not impossible that more runs can be scored by others.
Problem is that when you're in that frame of mind where you're looking to be sort of a bit defensive and trying to survive, I think to then get cracking suddenly can be tough. But they've got to switch gear now.
Gavin emails, Kiwi living in Nottingham. New Zealand have choked again. Need to simply go for it in the last 7 overs. Well, Mitchell's trying to, and he swings for the hills, but gets a bottom edge of the bat, and it drops gently into the onside, fielded by the long-haired KL Rahul behind the stumps. And it'll just be one more, 186 for 5. Gavin says anything under 240 is not good enough. Well, they'll need to go at 10 and over to get beyond that.
Ideally, they should be going at 10 and over to 250.
Shami at the far end, shirt untucked. Running in from the edge of the circle, over the wicket to the left-handed Bracewell. Quite an open stance as this is hit firmly out towards the leg side. As a chase on for the fielder in the deep, it's Shreyas Iyer who will get there. 2 runs are taken. It's 188 for 5. You can see they're trying now, these two. It's also a New Zealand side without Matt Henry.
Yeah, I mean, that'll put a lot of pressure on the bowling department, because he was the wicket-taking option, a genuine wicket-taking option, the highest wicket-taker in this Champions Trophy. So that's a massive blow.
Yeah. Fine leg up inside the circle. Bracewell waits for Shami. He's got underneath that. Where's it gone? Out towards the deep for 6. That's a big hit. Sailing away into a mass of blue shirt-wearing India supporters. And he's got hold of all of that. There is the boundary they were looking for to take the score to 194 for 5.
They've got to target Shami. The off-cutter attempted that set up very nicely for that back foot hoik over mid-wicket for a grand 6. I think it's got to be a 100-meter monster, this.
Oof. Went a long way up, 89 metres.
89 metres.
Felt like it went about 100
yeah.
skywards. Final ball of the 44th over. Here comes Shami, bustling in. Bracewell waiting, and he'll get at least a single there. In fact, he'll get a couple, because Varun, who can barely walk by the looks of things, is tumbling over it at fine leg inside the circle. And the over comes to an end with a couple more taken. So 12 from that over. That's more like it from New Zealand. 196 for 5. 44 overs have been bowled.
Yeah, Varun is allowed that. A little messy in the field, but hasn't he bowled so well? Just magical figures for Varun. And he'll probably come in to finish his 10th.
Well, he's walking.
Probably walk off after this over.
A little bit like, you know, when you step on an upturned plug in the middle of the night. Maybe you unplugged a charger by the bed or something.
That's right.
A piece of Lego. Agony. 196 for 5. Varun Chakravarti is going to finish his spell. 9 overs, 2 for 40, and the crowd roaring him on, knowing that not only has he done a very good job once again, but he's battling a little bit of pain. And he's going to come into bowl to Daryl Mitchell. He's on 51 from 94. 196 for 5. Chip down the ground, just a little plink towards long on for 1. 197 for 5. Might just try and see this out. What do you think? They'll try and just see this over out.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, whether they should be looking at that option right now, because runs are needed. I know that Varun is difficult really to go for, or even to think of hitting him for a 4 or 6 at this stage. But let's see what happens.
Bracewell is 21 off 22. Varun Chakravarti again. Pushing in past the umpire, and sweep attempted, missed. It goes through to the gloves of Rahul, who takes a little shimmy to his left to collect. It's a dot ball. How many dots have we seen in the innings? 146. So that is over 24 overs of dot balls so far. It's over half the innings. 197 for 5. Here is Chakravarti. Bracewell takes a little step to the offside, punches into a little bit of space out towards deep mid-wicket. They'll turn for a second. That's good running. And with that, they're on to the cusp of 200. 199 for 5.
It's been a good innings from Bracewell, actually. 23 off 24. He's been reasonably good against spin, and he's shown good intent. Last two showed that positive intent between the wickets.
Real variation in pace in the over from Chakravarti, who's in once again, and just riding the bounce, nudging into the leg side is Bracewell. 200 up for New Zealand, 200 for 5. Here's the score. 2 balls left of the 45th over. Just a reminder, during the interval, we'll be hearing from Rob Key, head honcho of England men's cricket. His thoughts after England's very disappointing time of it in this tournament. Still just over 5 overs of this innings that could be so decisive. Alex Hartley joins me. Here comes Varun Chakravarti, pushed back towards him by Mitchell. There's no run. And there's 1 ball left of an excellent spell. Good tournament he's had, Alex.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. That 5 for against New Zealand last time out here was unbelievable.
Chakravarti in, side half of the bat, skews towards backward point, and a run will be taken. So 5 from the over, 201 for 5, Mitchell on 53, Bracewell on 24, and Chakravarti with 2 for 45 today, finishes with 9 wickets from his 3 matches in the tournament. Could be potentially a decisive contribution to India's quest for glory. And we'll see how the final 5 overs play out. Alex Hartley in the company of Jonathan Agnew.
Yeah, things just heating up now. Last 5 overs of this game. If New Zealand go at 10 and over, they'll still only get 250. And there's a lot of talk at the start of the day of how you probably want as a minimum runs on the board in a final 270. Could New Zealand get up towards that 300 mark? But 3 quick wickets that they lost at the start of their innings has just slowed things down dramatically, and the spinners for India have been absolutely outstanding. Chakravarti has actually just hobbled up the stairs.
Yes,
there.
it has. And Akshay was injured earlier as well, but they have been superb, haven't they? Chakravarti, 10 overs, 2 for 45. Kuldeep, 9 overs, 2 for 36. Akshay, 8 overs, no wicket for 29. And Jadeja, 10 overs, he's bowled his lot out for 30. So they've been outstanding. They really have. And all the grumbles about the politics, which are well founded, they've got to do something about this. But that aside, India have been the team of the tournament, and there's no question. They have played to their conditions brilliantly. The other teams have had to have more balanced squads because they're playing in different conditions, and India can come here knowing what they're going to get. But they've really have played extremely well. 201 for 5. Still 5 overs left for New Zealand, though, to make an impression here. You don't feel at the moment that they've got enough, or that they're on course for enough, but you never know. Shami from the far end runs in Bolston. Mitchell on 53, who slogs into the leg side and gets 4. Well, that's a start. Deep in the crease, Shami just bowled a little bit too short, and Mitchell was set up for that pull shot and sent the ball nicely away into that mid-wicket boundary, which now has a fielder going out there, so fine leg will come up. Third man is already on the edge of the circle, and so Shami now is going to have to pitch up. And, well, Mitchell knows where the ball's going to be.
It's also been so much easier to score against the seam than the spin on this surface. So much easier.
Now, is he a ramper? That's the question, because it's on. In comes Shami, bowls. It's short again, pulled away out towards deep mid-wicket. This will be a single this time. Oh, no, they come back for the second. Well, they shouldn't have got those. Oh, look at the Indians. Not happy at all with that. That was a bit surprising.
Yeah, Shubman Gill out there in the deep. Normally a brilliant fielder, just a little bit slow, and now he's getting moved. That's the worst as a fielder, when you make a mistake and then it's like, nah, you get in the inner ring. Jadeja's going out on the deep.
Jadeja, who's a ferret, and Shubman Gill has been sacked. And he's coming in, rather chastening experience. He's coming into backward point. Everyone looking at him, but it was a poor piece of field. They shouldn't have got to.
Absolutely not.
207 for 5 is what New Zealand need, though. So they've got the whippet out there now at deep mid wicket. Shami again runs in and he bowls, and that's heaved into the leg side. Fine leg up, that's 4. And I was a bit surprised he bowled short the previous ball, actually, because really with this field, it's got to be pitching up. That's why I mentioned the ramp, because you've got an idea of where the ball's going to be, but I'm not sure the short ball so far has been the right way to go with this field.
Yeah, he also runs his fingers down the side of the ball. It's angling down the leg side, and Mitchell just helps it around the corner. So it's that off-cutter, but short into the pitch, and too short for the field that's got, like you said, Aggers, that's set.
Yeah, it's a bit of a free hit, really. The left-hand side of the ground in shade, the right-hand side in full sun now. People sitting there fanning themselves. Shami runs in quite angry now, bowls, and that's the length that I thought he should bowl, and he's got a wicket. Caught at cover, full off stump. That has to be the right ball for this field. Mitchell is out for 63, and that's a real blow for New Zealand, because he's set. He's been there for 101 balls for his 63, and that's a free scoring batsman. So maybe that gives an indication of what it's actually like to bat on this surface. But that was a much better ball from Shami, right up there in the block. Or he had to get underneath it to try and hit it over that infield. And Rohit Sharma took the catch at cover. So 6 down, 211.
Yeah, Mitchell furious on the replay. He's not picked that slower ball. Again, runs his fingers down the side of it, and it's actually a wide outside the off stump. It was there to be hit up and over extra cover, but he clears his front leg, doesn't quite get himself into the right position, and chips it to extra cover. And another New Zealand batter, pretty similar to the previous game played between the two sides. They get in, they take their time, absorb pressure, but can't kick on at the back end of the innings. So Mitchell Santner here is probably just going to have a little bit of a swing.
Yeah, into the 46th. He taps gloves with Bracewell, who's played nicely for his 24 from 25. And this is New Zealand's 50 overs captain, who appears now. And he's having a quick briefing there from Bracewell for taking guard from umpire Rifle. He tells him that's it, I think, what you want. Yep, he's happy with that. Not really much point in trying to make an impression, I don't think, on this pitch. It's rather like trying to, I don't know, run some studs into a terrace or something. It's just like, it is literally concrete out there.
He had a good little cameo last time out against India. He got 28 off 31.
So he's ready now, and Shami's going to come round the wicket at him. In he comes, bustling in bowls. Santner just digs that out, plays it firmly to mid-off. And it's fielded by Akshar Patel. 211 for 6. And apart from that area, which is slowly filling down there at the far end, I think we can more or less declare this a full house. There's some empty seats around, but there must be 23,000, I should think, here probably, which is good. 22,992, I think, are supporting India.
I think you might be right there, Angus.
211 for 6. Ball to go in the 46th. Shami bowls, Santner drives. Now they're going to steal a single there. Patel couldn't stop that. He was just languishing slightly on the edge of the circle. So Santner will be on strike for the start of over number 47. 211 for 6. The Champions Trophy final coming to you from Dubai. 3 weeks or so we've been bringing you coverage of this, like a mini World Cup, really. The 8 best teams in the world. It always drags a bit when England's knocked out from our perspective. Because, well, they were ages ago they were knocked out, wasn't it? A long week. Yeah, it's disappointing. But we are going to hear from Rob Key in the interval. He's been talking to the media.
Quite punchy as well.
Well, he said a few things of interest, certainly. So we'll listen to that, and then we're going to give some thoughts about what he's said during the course of the interval to come up after 50 overs. The fact that India are whistling through their overs makes no difference to to the interval. It just happens between innings, and it's half an hour long. So that's what's coming up in the break. Kuldeep's got 1 over left, I think I'm right in saying. And he's going to bowl it now. He's going to start bowling to Santner. In he goes, left-handed Santner. Forward, comes skipping down the pitch. The ball hits the pad and then bounces away into the offside. Bit of excitement there, but he managed to make sure there was a second line of defence there as he came dancing down the pitch.
Turns quite a long way as well.
Big
Great
googly.
delivery, yeah.
Big googly. 211 for 6. Can they get 250? It seems a long way off, even that does at the moment, as that's turned away into the leg side. Now, can they get 2? Long chase for the fielder coming in. No, says Santner. Although Bracewell was up for it. Good piece of work. Kohli gets a big cheer.
Obviously.
Yes.
Well, for me, this has got to be the right man that's on strike anyway, Bracewell, at this stage of the game. So, yes, they could have potentially got 2, but at least you've got your in-batter on strike.
213 for 6. And he's gone for a huge swipe and missed it outside the off
He's
stump.
not picked him. He has absolutely not picked him there. That was the leg spinner. Obviously going to go away from him. It's not the googly. He's just going to heave that anywhere.
Yeah, that could have literally gone straight up. It might have gone for 6, I suppose, but he's in your Multan's team, isn't he? You'll be coaching him.
Yeah, I will. I'll be talking to him about off spin.
Yes.
Setting his fields for him, helping him out.
That's really exciting. It's Kuldeep over the wicket, bowls flatter, played back. You got a word about his moustache, or you leave that?
I'll get to know him first. You know.
It's not a great
see what
one,
he's
is it?
like, see what his banter's like. It's awful. I probably will tell him at some stage.
I think you need a word. 213 for 6.
None of my bowlers are allowed moustaches. Maybe that's my rule.
Not ones like that anyway. Here's Kuldeep bowling, and there's another swipe, and he's skied it safely, and there are 3 fielders running after it, and it's the deep cover who gets there first, throws the ball in, and they take 2. It's looking a bit desperate there, these last couple of shots. 215 for 6. But he has got 26 and 28 balls, so actually he's been one of the more fluent batsmen. He'll be bowling his off-spin later on, of course. Oh, good signing for you, I think.
Oh, yeah, me too. Yeah, he was our platinum pick.
Platinum pick. Kuldeep bowls to him, and that's tucked into the leg side. Now, will they get 2 this time? No, they're not going to. I'm going to push that a little harder, but there's 2 fielders coming for that. It's the end of that over, number 47, so there's 3 to go. Kuldeep pulls on his cap, his work is over. 2 for 40 from 10 overs. And no Matt Henry for New Zealand today, which is a real shame. The leading wicket taker in the tournament is a terrific bowler, but as we saw the other night in the semi-final against South Africa, he landed heavily on his right shoulder. I thought they might have been struggling. But, so it proved. Had a quick fitness test this morning, was ruled out. Bit of hustle and bustle around. This is sort of a 2-tier stadium. This, it goes round. It's a perfect circle. It's not an oval, which is of course the traditional shape of a cricket ground. But it's like somebody's with a compass and a pencil has drawn.
That is so true. Perfect circle, isn't it?
Perfect circle. You sort of feel that here it probably has to be in Dubai, doesn't it? Because everything's sort of, the buildings are all pristine.
Yeah.
216 for 6. There's 3 overs to go. And Shami's on his way. Bowls way outside the off stump. Umpire Rifle says, no, you're not getting away with that. And Shami's not happy. He gestured there as he turned round. It certainly looked quite wide from here. So they get another ball. They get an extra as well. 217 for 6.
We've spoken a lot about the dot ball percentage at this ground, and teams that haven't done well have had a really high dot ball percentage. And New Zealand today, 152 dot balls. It's been so many.
Yeah.
It's half your innings.
217 for 6. Shami bowls, slower ball, nicely run away down towards third man. There was a fielder there, but he's quite wide. So, I thought the second might have been on there, but no, it's a lovely return actually. And guess who it is? It's Jadeja, who's run all the way around there. He's turned onto his wrong side to ping the throw in left-handed. It's gone one bounce straight over the bails.
Not a bad fielder, is he?
No, he's brilliant. Brilliant cricketer. He'd be I think one of the first people on my all-time team sheet.
Would he? I saw you put him in your team at the tournament.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
don't think it proved terribly controversial, those selections, have they?
I don't read the comments, to be honest.
No, I thought, but no, not right. I thought meant amongst us.
Oh, I was surprised by his selection from you, and
Were you?
yeah, I was.
Oh, with who?
With Jadeja.
What, that he was in? There's Shami bowling, driven down the ground to long off. I think about the second they're not going to get it. I did put an alternative team in.
Yep.
If the final had been staged in Lahore.
Ah, of course. That's a good idea, because I just did.
It didn't get in though.
Yeah, just here. Yeah.
They didn't print it. But I thought, because obviously there'll be some gaps.
Yeah. You have to change your team completely when you probably need another seamer, get rid of a couple of spinners.
Yeah.
But here, I think I just went with the 2 seamers.
Did you? I have to recheck my notes, I can't remember now. 2:19 for 6. 4 balls to go in the 48th over. Shami conceded only a couple of singles so far. First ball wide, comes in and bowls very full, sliced away again. That'll be Jadeja once again with his floppy hat on, sunglasses perched on the rim, who throws the ball back. 220 for 6. That run rate just above 4.5, and it's been loitering round there really for much of the innings after a positive start, a couple of meaty blows from Ravindra, but it didn't really last long, and the spinners have strangled them. 220 for 6. Shami round the wicket, bowls, and that sounded good. He's hit it down the ground. A couple of bounces out to Patel on the long off boundary.
It's not quite where Santner was going there. He ended up slicing it a little bit inside out, and it flew to long off. He wanted to go more straight down the ground.
Well, that's where the boundary is, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's where he can
go straight down the ground or into one of these pockets.
Yeah. 221 for 6. Shami bustles in, bowls. He's played that really well. Multan's Bracewell has stepped across there to the offside, predetermined the shot, and he's flicked a boundary through fine leg. He'll score some useful runs, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think so. And it's the bravery of doing things like this. It was an inside edge, but he gets out and you sort of go, is that the right shot to be playing? But it is. It's the boundary option. They need to get that run rate up and above 5.5.
Yeah. So he took a chance, predetermined where the ball was going to be, and took it on. 225 for 6. Ball to go in the 48th. Shami's on his way. He steps away to leg this time. Carves the ball into the offside. They will get 2, despite the fact that Jadeja's out there, winding up, throwing in. And he aims for the non-striker's end, but the batsman's in his ground. And 2 runs are taken. So 227 for 6. That's got a healthy over. 11 from it. Haven't had too many of those in this innings so far. Shami doesn't look very pleased. He stalks off into the deep.
Probably thinking, am I going to get that last over? I don't really want it.
I think he'll have to have it, won't he?
Yeah, you would think so.
What's he got left? He's got he actually's got 2 left. They've got plenty to play with. Down here it's going to be Pandya who comes back to bowl the penultimate over.
He's only bowled the 2 today.
Yep. They're from the other end too, weren't they? And he's bowling from here. He's just moving the bowling marker, the little white disc, putting it in the right place. Rohit Sharma's checking the field. Well, it's the same really as there was for the previous over. Third man up, fine leg up, and the deep backward square leg, deep mid wicket, long on, long off, and deep point. So again, you're expecting this to be full, and whether Santner has got the ramp shot or the little reverse sweep or something up his sleeve, we might find out. But this is the sort of field that you see Joe Root and co playing those shots. In goes Pandya, bowls, well, he's done a double bluff. There's a horrible ball. But a field like that is off the slow bouncer.
Nearly off the cut strip.
But it bounced twice, you're right. It barely hit the moan part, and it's taken by the keeper. So starting off with a wide. You can see why. Yes, it's a bluff, really, isn't it? Trying to bluff the batsman, but it's not a great ball for this field. Again, Pandya runs in over the wicket, bowls, and that's Fuller played away down the ground to long on, where Jadeja will field. 229 for 6. with 11 balls to go in New Zealand's innings.
I hope we're going to have an old school classic today. 'Cause this would be what, you know, this would what we'd probably call it a low-scoring thriller now, wouldn't we? You know, with the scores, the average scores quite often 290, 300.
Yes. So. Well, I think they'll have to lose some early wickets, won't they?
Yeah.
They need to get Kohli out.
Yeah.
Rohit, obviously, need to get amongst that middle order. There's a bit of pressure on them.
Rohit hasn't necessarily fired in this tournament. He's had a few 20s and 30s. Just think, oh, it's either due or it's just not happening.
No. Well, Kohli, as we know, he's just the master at knocking off targets, isn't he? Paces it so well. Change the field. We've got one more going into the offside now. They've got this moving. They've got a long on. Deep mid-wicket, and that's it as far as the leg side boundary is concerned. So this looks to be full off stump. In he goes. Bowls short leg stump. It's pulled away and it's going to go for 6. Poor ball into this field. Very, very well put away by Bracewell again. So it's actually pulled him over long on.
Well, I was thinking wide Yorkers with that field. Like, I can't see him bowling anything else, and he's bowled a short ball into the pitch that gets hit for 6.
So what's Pandya going to do? Bowls his field, really. Pitch it up. Driven away. Very, very good diving save by Rohit Sharma on the edge of the circle. They've taken 1. I don't think it'd have gone for 4. There's a man out there, but very nice piece of fielding. 236 for 6. Henry's got his eye on 241. There's 223 World Cup finals. 240 plays 241. The 219, of course, is 241 tied. That epic day at Lord's. So 236 for 6. They might get a bit more than that because they've got 9 balls to go. Pandya runs in smoothly, bowls a low full toss, clipped away into the leg side. Jadeja's after it, and well, it's a bit of a fumbly stop, but he's done what he had to do, which is prevent the boundary. And then passes the ball on to his colleague coming from mid-wicket. 238 for 6.
Loses his trousers in the process as he fielded that one, did Jadeja? Yeah.
A bit out of my view down there.
Just see on the screens the replay of actually Rohit, Virat and Shami all having a bit of a discussion before that over he bowled, disagreeing with Fields or something.
Well, they have taken a bit of a chance with the way they've bowled to their fields, haven't they? Pandya over the wicket, runs in, bowls again. It's short. Well, there's a slower ball, took the pace off that, and Santner was through the pull shot a bit early, but with only 1 man out, a deep mid-wicket, it's a big gamble bowling that.
Yeah, it absolutely is, but he gets away with it, runs his fingers down the side of it. Santner just trying to swing and heave it into the leg side, loses his shape. I actually think he had his eyes closed as well.
He would have done. Bracewell's coming down for a conversation. It's a brave ball to bowl with this field. 6-3 offside field. See what he does now. There's 2 behind square in the offside in the circle, and a little bit finer. 238 for 6. Pandya bowls again short, pulled away out towards deep mid-wicket, but he's found the man. And they're going to come back for 2. Throws on the way from Kohli, and it's going to be close. Running towards the far end. India think they've got him. Santner, let's have a look what he does. They were calling for a replay from here. He's going to meet his colleague by the look of it. Umpire Rifle inevitably has called for the replay, but I think Santner here has given himself out. I think a dive might have got him in.
Well, they do the little...
He was slow setting off, wasn't he?
Yeah, they'd have a softer signal from the umpires now, don't they?
Yeah.
Where they just do it straight away.
He's out. You can see it on there, but I wonder if a dive... No, he was not quite a yard out of his ground, I suppose. But the captain's out for 8. Run out by Virat Kohli. Extra big cheer. Extra jet of flame going from the Bunsen burners for that. 239 for 7. 241 it might be.
But also the right thing to do. The absolute right thing to do. Make sure that Bracewell's on strike for the next over.
Yeah. So Nathan Smith, a late replacement. They played a couple of these games. is coming out now at number 9. There's Jameson and O'Rourke to come. Bracewell on strike on 42. Rahul wants to change the field there. He's waving at Rohit Sharma, who's inside the circle at cover. Now he's waving in turn out to the fielder at deep point. Third man up, fine leg up. Backward square leg also up. So there's no one on the leg side boundary from deep mid-wicket all the way round. Shami's on his way, bowls, and Bracewell slides it away off the face of the bat, down to third man. A big chase there for the fielder, likes to stick his boot on it, but I think it's gone for 4. To have a look at that, because it all happened very quickly. Jadeja demonstrated his footballing skills, and in fact Paul Rifle's signalling 4 runs. He was really moving. He's got to be careful too. He could have trodden on that.
It's a lovely shot though from Bracewell, isn't it? Just opening the face of the ball. A poor bit of fielding from a world-class fielder. He actually stood on it.
Again, a dive, I think, might have stopped that. But anyway, 243 for 7. 5 balls to go in this innings. And Shami is asking Jadeja to go a little bit finer down there. So there's actually a third man on the edge of the circle, like a deep slip, and a third man on the boundary. Shami bowls very full and ugly shot. Sends the ball into the leg side. Coming back for the second, which they have to do to get Bracewell back on strike, and they make it quite comfortably. 4 balls to go. 245 for 7. They might get their 250.
It's got to be a minimum, hasn't it? 4 balls to go, sorry.
Yeah.
But it's definitely been easier to face the seamers than the spinners today. Spinners bowling a lot of overs, but Axar Patel's only bowled 8.
Yes, it's interesting. 4 balls to go. Here's Shami bowling, and that's clubbed down the ground. Not hit terribly hard, but Smith thinks about coming back for the second, but doesn't do so. So he's going to be on strike with 3 balls to go. It's 246 for 7. What are they going to do here? They'll try and get Bracewell down on strike for the last couple, or does Bracewell say to Smith, "Have a go yourself"? It's not easy. He hasn't faced a ball yet.
Yeah, I'd get him on strike for the last 2 balls.
Yeah.
Then Bracewell's got a free hit, a couple of free hits then, really, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think so. .246 for 7. Smith, right-handed, fine leg comes up. So long on, long off. It's the usual sort of field down. Deep straight mid-wicket, deep point. And Shami sets off in the sunshine. Smith's actually in the shade. Oh, that's a wonderful Yorker. Hits him on the toe and then runs away for a leg by. It almost knocked him off his feet. Terrific ball from Shami.
Yeah, brilliant.
New batsman looking to try and slog it somewhere, and he gets one of those. Straight on the boot.
It does knock him off his feet as well.
Yeah.
On the floor, on all 4s. He manages to get up and get down to the non-striker's end. But a brilliant delivery. It's not hitting the stumps, but it was nothing Smith could do about that.
2 balls to go. 247 for 7 is New Zealand's score. Bracewell's on strike on 49. Shami comes in, bowls him. He steps away to the offside, fiddles that away into the leg side. And he'll get a couple here as that runs down to fine leg. Pursued by the fielder from within the circle. And so Bracewell reaches a good half-century under the circumstances. Very fluent. 51 for 39 balls. He's taken a few chances. Might be up the order. Multan is right.
Well, I wouldn't want to give any team tactics away, but...
No, I think he might.
Very well might be.
Yeah, play well. Right, so the last ball of the innings. Can they get up to 250? They should do. 249 for 7 is the score. Shami's on his way. He bowls to Bracewell, who drives that down the ground. They'll come back for second. Smith turns already. He's very quick. And there's a fumble.
Go on.
So they've got 2 there, which is very good running by Smith. Very well played by Bracewell, who's slumped to his knees there. He looks exhausted. 53 not out from 40 balls And Smith comes up and gives him a little pat on the back. He says, well done. And India need 252 to win the game. 280 felt like more of a par score, if I'm honest, but the ball did spin a little bit more there towards the end. They were wrist-spun googlies, which tend to spin more, obviously, than an orthodox finger spinner. But all that being said, I think India will be pretty happy with that. They've got some master chasers in their side, and they're in good form, and they've been used to knocking off totals here. So they'll know exactly what it's going to be like, what they're going to have to do. And off go the players. There'll be a quick interview with somebody at some stage down there once they've set it up. Ian Smith, I see there, the veteran New Zealand commentator, putting his jacket on, wandering over to do something rather. Harsha Bogley, all the big guns are here. Various TV networks and so on. Nasser, I think Nasser Hussain's over there. Mike Atherton. So they're all gathering on the boundary edge. Meanwhile, a little light roller goes trundling out, and that again demonstrates what India think about this surface. It's good, basically. They don't want to flatten it anymore. They don't want to deaden it anymore and take any pace out of it. So just a little tickle with the light roller. The thing is, I can't really see what the point is. You don't take your light roller to your patio, do you? I mean, that's basically what you're doing there. It's just
well, if there is any dust or anything left after this swept, I suppose it'll just flatten it into the surface, won't it?
I suppose so.
But it's a tiny roller.
It is. It's a very light roller. It's a bit like a sort of empty Coca-Cola can or something that they're going to trundle over the pitch. But so that's ready to go. Grouse off doing a bit. There'll be a half-hour interval. So this is quite convenient because it'll be more or less top of the hour, 1 o'clock at home. That India's chase to become Champions Trophy winners will take place. So just waiting for people to gather below us. I think our old friend Ramiz is conducting the interview. Who's it going to be? It's going to be Chakravarti, he's really hobbling, actually, and that's one of the slowest shuffles out towards an interview I think we've seen.
Oh, yeah.
He's got flip-flops on.
Well, good job he backed 11.
Yeah. Anyway, he's going to take up position. He's grabbing a microphone. And hopefully, with all the miracles of modern technology, we'll bring you Ramiz Raja talking to Varun Chakravarti very shortly. He's got one or two people there making sure that everything's in place. Ram is sweeping back his hair. And we'll hear what the Indians think about that as being a run chase. I think they're going to say that they're pretty positive about getting those, because certainly you think that's going to be the case.
Varun, 2 wickets for you today. What worked for you?
It was a good wicket compared to the last wicket. It was not turning much, and all I could do was to stick in the stump line and wait for the batsman to make some mistake.
Your role is pretty flexible because you can bowl within the power play. You can come back later in the middle phase of the innings. Which part of the phase that you enjoy most?
I like bowling in the death and the power play because it's more challenging, and obviously it gives me more opportunity to take wickets because batsmen look to go, and I enjoy that phase.
Do you have a regular partner, favorite bowling partner that you like working with?
Definitely Kuldeep. I like talking to Kuldeep, and even Jaddubai and Akshar. Everything has been working well so far now, and I'm pretty new to this setup, so I'm looking to build some more bonds.
How's the foot, by the way?
Yeah, it is a little sore still. I have to take a few painkillers. Yeah.
250 plus for New Zealand. Do you think it's a workable solution for India?
I think it is a gettable score if we bat well initially, yeah.
Best of luck.
Thank you so much.
Well, there we go. Varun Chakravarti chatting to Ramiz Raja, and in 13 days' time he'll be playing for KKR in the IPL against RCB and Virat Kohli. And some news to bring you that we're delighted to confirm: the IPL will be live again on 5 Sports Extra and BBC Sound. So commentary from the 22nd of March, the finals on the 25th of May. So the likes of Josh Buttler, Jofra Archer, Liam Livingstone, Harry Brook, Jamie Overton, Sam Curran, Moeen Ali, they'll all be taking part. And also Jacob Bethman, Phil Salt as well. And the cream of India's stars, Kohli and Jaiswal and Shreyas Iyer and Rohit Sharma, etc., plus all the overseas names, Pat Cummins, Travis Head, then Maxwell, and Rachin Ravindra is playing today, and Rashid Khan as well. So we'll be bringing you live commentary on the IPL, which starts on the 22nd of March. Now, from an England point of view, this Champions Trophy was very disappointing. The only side in the tournament not to register a single point. They lost all 3 of their games. It followed an equally poor white ball tour to India, where England lost all 3 one-day internationals and 4 out of 5 of the T20s. Captain Joss Butler resigned, and England have begun the process to find his replacement. Well, England's managing director Rob Key faced the media at Lord's during the week and started with a very honest assessment of the team's recent performances.
Look, we were very poor in the Champions Trophy. We were very poor against India as well, even though I thought that was a tough assignment. We still didn't compete enough in that, as hard as that was. But the truth is, we haven't been particularly good in white ball cricket, probably since the last era when Owen Morgan did it. And that's for lots of different reasons, but you sort of can't hide the fact cricket's a great game because the results are very binary. You're either doing very well, you're either averaging 50 as a batsman, or you're averaging 20 and you know you're not playing well. And that's, you know, it shows you really when you start looking at the results we've had over the last few years. We start looking at every single thing, whether it's variety in the attack, all the things that you read about, we think about. We think about that before we go out to play. We think about where's our left arm spinner coming from? Is it Dawson, or are we going to go with just out and out pace to try and do what we think is our strength, pack it full of batting, and then chase down anything and get over par scores with the bat? Now, when you're not in form with the bat, that becomes a massive issue. And that's where we ended up going wrong with it, really. So we could have changed the selection, yes, but the fact is that if you're not batting well, and batting is your strength, that's a real problem. And when you start looking at it, and at the moment we're in the process of looking into everything, I sort of say to all of our team around us, like, throw every single question at me. We've got to try and find the answer to these things. But when you start looking at it, over the last couple of years, the batting in particular has fallen off a cliff. And that's what you need. Your only currency as a batsman is runs. You go out there, whether you're batting 1, 2, 3, it doesn't matter how quickly you get it, how slowly you get it. It's about, can you go and play an innings that's going to help your side win a game? And that's the only currency you've got. Going to India was either going to be the best preparation, or it was going to be something that was going to knock us in the end, that we couldn't sort of park the hammering we got out there. So I believe that what we tried to do, because we tried to pick a team that we thought was going to win in Pakistan in those conditions. Clearly then there was obviously the games in Dubai, which would be different types of a different style of cricket. And what we wanted to do, we didn't want to have a different side for India and spinning pitches and then go to Pakistan with a different team. So we tried to keep the continuity of the squad, because that team doesn't play together that often. Our best side hasn't played together since the last World Cup. We haven't had our best team out since the India series. So we thought this is a great opportunity in white ball cricket. We'll have a small squad. We'll get matches into these guys. They can then learn. The problem was they ended up then finding life really tough against the turning ball. We've got to get better at playing spin, especially in the subcontinent, but also the way we bowl it as well. We've got Adil Rashid. Then we've got to make sure that we're able to hit them with the sort of weapons that they're hitting us, which we haven't got at the moment. And that was always going to be the risk. You then go into Pakistan, you've taken a beating in India and the confidence gets knocked. Then you're going into games against Australia. None of that was going to be as tough as what we went through. But unfortunately, we couldn't park that and take it into a new competition. I was out there in Pakistan, and a lot gets made, and we don't help ourselves a lot of the time. But a lot gets made of the way they go about things and the way they spend their time when they're not playing, which I have no issue with, really. The one thing I will say, there was the story that came out from, I think, Ravi Shastri and Kevin Peterson that was just not true, about the fact they'd only practiced once. When I saw them in Pakistan, they practiced hard. They got stuck in. It wasn't the fact that they weren't practicing was why we didn't perform. But what I was pleased with, actually, we live in a world now where anyone can say anything and people run with it. I actually felt that after the Ravi Shastri, Kevin Peterson story, the English media turned around and said, no, actually, that's not true. And actually were able to sort of quell or quash something that wasn't right. Then Brendan was going to go and meet with Ravi Shastri, do an interview with him to just explain exactly what had been going on. He wasn't there for that interview, but look, I have no issue with the way our guys go about things, and there's no doubt that we've got to get better. When we're doing interviews, when players are doing their post-match press conferences, whatever it is, we speak a lot of rubbish a lot of the time because they're trying so hard to not sort of upset players in the dressing room, not try and give away something that they don't think they should. And then they end up creating headlines through that. But I don't kill people for really the things they say. When you've got a problem like this, Brendan McCullum's one of the best coaches in the world, if not the best coach in the world, and he's only just started as well. And it's not true that the only thing he says is go harder, go harder, go harder. He speaks all the time about soaking up pressure as well. And you've got to trust that players can make those decisions at the right time. There's not a world in where we think that people think that players, they don't care, they don't want to go and get big scores. That's absolutely not true, that they don't care about winning, that they're arrogant. None of these things are true about those players. Half the time when they're in there and they're getting themselves in trouble is because they're actually trying to concentrate so hard that they end up making mistakes. Sometimes they're reckless. Sometimes they make the wrong decision at the wrong time. But that's the game, right? But it's not a case that all we think is you go out there and play one way. As I've said from the start in Test cricket, when the whole Bazball thing came about, it is about two things. It's very, very simple, and it's the same in white ball cricket. You've got to be able to put bowlers under pressure, and good bowlers under pressure, and you've got to be able to soak it up, and you've got to be able to make that decision at the right time. And we don't do that well enough, and that's what we've got to get better at.
Well, that's Rob Key, England's managing director. We're going to hear from Rob Key talking about the captaincy in a moment, so we'll park that for a moment. But Jonathan Agnew is alongside me. One of the things that Rob Key said there is that when you start looking at it, and at the moment we're in the process of looking into everything, I say to all of our team around us, like, throw every single question at me. We've got to try to find the answer to these things. What questions would you throw at them?
Yeah,
Rob Key?
I mean, Rob Key's always an interesting man to talk to, and I did have a long conversation with him when we were in Lahore, and he was here watching everything. We were watching training, which, funny enough, you know, England do, and they do a lot of it. And I think he does answer. He answers his questions honestly. You know, he's a former television pundit for a start, so I think he's not one of these people who necessarily flannels. I mean, there are lots of areas that you can point fingers at, and in one-day cricket, I think that it's very easy to point fingers at things when you're losing, because there are rather more aspects to selecting a one-day team and preparing it than there are even in Test cricket. Test cricket, you pick your best team, you pick your best bowlers, you pick your best batsmen, you pick your best all-rounder, you pick your best wicket-keeper. But in one-day cricket, you're looking for more flexibility than that, and you're looking for more people to do who bring a little bit more, but something a bit different that gives you a bit of extra batting depth, say, or that brilliant fielder out of the point, or whatever it may be. I think particularly when you're losing, it's those familiar sorts of questions that come round again. Bits and pieces cricketers versus frontline specialists. New Zealand have got 8 of their Test team playing here. England have 4. That's, you could say, well, if Jofra Archer had been fit for Test, he might have played. But I mean, that's basically the makeup, and that would certainly be where I'd be starting to ask. I'd like to know about Jamie Smith batting at 3. Not because I don't think he can bat, I think he can, but we've seen one of England's main failings with the batting has been their utter recklessness at the start of their innings. It's been pathetic, frankly. When you watch someone like Kane Williamson battle his way through, as we did the other day, and get 100, having started way behind the scoring rate, as it were, he worked his way there. But in sending Jamie Smith up, who was a shot player, and you already got Salt, you've already got Duckett, and you've got Root, who is a player batting at 4, you're saying, get out there, go harder. And I don't care what Rob says, that is the message that we get all the time from the players and everyone else. Just go harder, go harder. Now, I never know, and I do certainly in the Test matches that we do, I never know whether actually that's just for our benefit that they say it, whether they actually mean it. And that the last Test match that I saw was at Islamabad, which was just hopeless. And you wonder what they actually say behind closed doors, because publicly, as he was saying, we talk a lot of nonsense. And they do. They talk absolute nonsense. But the trouble is, if you go out there and say nonsense publicly, but people believe it. And so you're creating your own narrative that probably isn't true. I don't think they do talk nonsense in the dressing room. I hope not. But they certainly speak a lot of nonsense into our microphones and into reporters' notebooks, and they've got to stop doing that, because this whole question, and he mentioned there a couple of times, didn't he, the Ravi Shastri, Kevin Peterson stuff about them not practicing, because again there's a narrative about them just going out having a great time. Oh, we're just entertainers, we're terrific, we go out and play golf all the time, which we know isn't true. We see them practice every day, and they can only practice for so much time in a tournament like this, because the next team has to come in and practice. And what are they supposed to do when they're in somewhere like Pakistan? As you said the other day, sit in their rooms and play computer games, or go out and play golf. But if you create a narrative in which you're trying to be this kind of happy-go-lucky bunch of entertainers who love doing what we're doing, everything's great, when you're losing, that is not a great narrative to create, and they've got to stop that.
It was noticeable, actually, when we arrived in Lahore, this thing about practice, it was sort of doing the rounds, wasn't it? And there were people saying, well, look, one of the facts that we were given was that the England team only trained one fewer practice session than England.
Yes, correct.
During the India series.
And I'm sure that's right. These are professional sportsmen. And you've got professional coaches, all of that, whose jobs are on the line. So this narrative that's just started to creep in, that actually they're more interested in playing golf than preparing for cricket, is not true. And it's interesting that Rob Key clearly has picked up on the fact that the English media are actually saying, we know it's not true because we're sitting there watching them. And that is the case. But they've built this narrative. The Test series a couple of years ago, last match at the Oval, they'd been up playing golf up in Scotland. That lovely course up there, which is the name which escapes me. No, not St Andrews, the other one. Anyway, they obviously bought, because I've been there myself, they've bought these very nice silver whiskey holder things.
Hip
flasks. And they came down after the match, all drinking whatever it was, and it smelt pretty lethal, out of these hip flasks. Again, it just gives that, it adds weight to that narrative.
Let's move on to the captaincy. England looking for a new captain after the resignation of Joss Buttler last week. Our chief cricket reporter, Stefan Schemmelt, asked Rob Key what qualities they are looking for and who is in the frame.
You're just looking for the best person, really. Someone who you think can take this forward. We're not going to rush this decision as well. We'll take a bit of time. We've had a plan in place where we've looked at lots of different people. So we've seen Phil Salt, Liam Livingstone, Harry Brook. There's plenty of people. We've got plenty of options to do that. We're now going to spend the time trying to work out exactly who that person is. It might be the case that you have one for 50 over cricket, one for T20 cricket, because when you start looking at it, I believe that Test cricket and 50 over cricket are probably closer than T20's the outlier now. So then that takes different things. We look at India and the way they play T20 cricket, and they've got all these young players coming through, but it's their Test players that are making the difference in 50 over cricket. Same with us. Our best two batters in that were Joe Root and Ben Duckett. Ben Duckett should be one of the best all-format openers in the world at the moment. Granted, Jaiswal's not playing, so I think he's a fantastic player. We've got to set the bar higher, actually. So when you go out there, like he did against Australia, where you're getting big hundreds, that's what the game's about, and that's what hopefully now he can go on, because he's played so well. And English players, we need to start raising the bar for what we think is world class and what's acceptable.
You talked about the method, and that Brendan isn't only just saying go harder, but are they smart enough, often enough?
What are you asking me? Are our cricketers not stupid?
Are the batters smart enough in the way they go about the way they play the game often enough?
Look, it's not binary. I don't think it's a question of are all of them smart enough or all of them not smart enough. It's a question that every single time, can you make that decision? And often you learn from your mistakes. So the fact they've gone through this hardship, I hope they're all sitting there thinking, right, what am I going to do the next time? Because I think you make those decisions as a batter when you think, right, okay, what does the game require from me now? What does this situation require from me now? And it's always, is it a time to counter-punch or is it a time to actually soak it up? And they're the decisions you've got to make. And that's the real trick. You can't just say to people, be smart. No one wants to be dumb. You're just trying to find a way that these guys can learn and make better decisions. And we need to have our players coming through, whether that's all the way through our pathway. We have this culture where we're just telling them all the time, I'm getting on a rant about generally coaching everywhere. It's like we're always giving them the answer. We have to find a way for them to be good at problem solving. The best players in the world, whether that's Joe Root, Virat Kohli, Steve Smith, they're the best problem solvers. They go, right, this is what the situation requires from me now. That is batting. That's bowling as well. What do we need to do now? Is this the case? Because you could talk about, right, we just had an all-pace attack. No reason why they can't bowl slow balls into the pitch on the right surface. Is it Yorkers now? We have to get better at taking the right option at the right time.
You talked about some of the things that are said in post-match interviews, and maybe that the players don't always help themselves. Might they be risking a little bit of a disconnect with the supporters with some of the things that they say?
Yeah, of course they are, because they're not aware. These are young men, and it's not easy doing all of this type of stuff, and they're trying so hard. They're walking a very fine balance between trying to give you insight into what's going on in the dressing room, things that are being said, but there's a reason why Brendan at times says what he does. There's sometimes it's not about, right, we're either going to be really tough or we're going to be really relaxed. Some people need you to be relaxed. Some people actually need you to be harder on, depending on where you are in your career, where you are in your own form. Sometimes you can get a 20 that feels like, you know, the world makes sense again, that you actually feel like, OK, now I'm back. And that's not when you need to be hard on someone. There's other times when someone's playing so well, you're like, hey, it's a lot of 70s there now. How about you go on and make a difference? That's exactly what Ben Duckett did. It's not a binary thing, coaching, about one way. And what happens is, you pivot, the pendulum sort of swings, right, we've not been hard enough on them, so everyone becomes harder. It doesn't work like that, and Brendan's unbelievably cute at being able to do that and getting it right more often than not.
Talked about choosing a captain and some of the candidates. Harry Brook, if he is a candidate, does his workload come into this with being a 3-format player?
I think for all of our players that becomes an issue. One of the big problems we've had is that it's not about workload, it's about the proximity of series. So it's been impossible. So take last winter, for example, where it was, right, OK, we've got a white ball series in the Caribbean, and then we've got, 3 test matches against Pakistan, 3 against New Zealand. Now, in an ideal world, I don't think that's a lot of cricket. The problem is you can't get one player, so I'd had to make a decision, right, do we go just put all our best players in the white ball, Root, Brook, Duckett, and forego the Pakistan series? No, it doesn't work like that. Now that is just easing up. The clashes aren't as much. So I do think we've got to get the most out of our best players. You know, we want them playing for England. We want them enhancing games of cricket for England. The white ball team hasn't been able to do that for any period in Jos Buttler's time as a captain up until, that India series we've just had. So that's important, and that's going to take some work, because you also throw in franchise cricket into that. But I believe our players are committed to playing for England as much as they can, and there's no one really thinking, right, how are we going to put this right than them. I honestly believe there's times when you think, do you know what, we're struggling here, we haven't got the resources or the talent to be able to do it. I don't think that's the case in white ball cricket. The bottom line is we have to get better at playing in the subcontinent, whether that's Pakistan, India, Sri Lanka. We've got a T20 World Cup coming up. We've done the same thing, and that's my fault, where we've gone in there with the same sort of makeup of an attack for the last, however, we didn't win in India with Owen Morgan's team, and we had the same sort of balance, and we've got to start sorting out those issues.
You mentioned about the alignment between Test and one-day cricket. Could Ben Stokes be a white ball captain?
I think nothing's off the table, really. You look at every single option and you think, right, what is the best thing to do? How is that going to impact on other things? So very much, Ben Stokes is one of the best captains I've ever seen. So we'd be stupid not to look at him. It's just the knock-on effect of what that means.
And if nothing's off the table, does that also mean potentially a captain who's not been in the squads recently?
Yeah, as I say, nothing's off. I mean, without being ridiculous, you know, like we're not going to pick someone who's never played cricket before, but, you know, you're just going to try and find who is the best leader to take this team forward. You know, who can manage that? Who is actually going to drive? Leadership is everything. How can we drive this forward with someone?
You said you're going to take your time. Recently we've had a situation where we've had different captains for different series. Do you definitely want someone in place for the summer, or might you be a bit as and when, maybe get through the Ashes and look at after that?
I just want the best person, to be honest. It doesn't, you know, however long that takes, that's what we'll do. If the best person, if we work out who the best person is and that comes up pretty soon, we'll do it soon. If it takes a bit longer, it takes a bit longer. So I can't tell you. I don't put a time limit on these things, because you just want to make sure you get the decision right.
That's Rob Key talking to Stefan Schemmel. I mean, what caught the headlines, of course, this week, Ben Stokes. His name was there, and I think nothing's off the table, really. What was your reaction to that?
I thought that he probably didn't have much choice but to say it like that. You know, he's not going to rule him out, is he? So he's just buying time there. I mean, he hasn't really put any time. He said we're not going to rush and get this wrong. I really cannot believe that they're seriously considering making Ben Stokes captain of the white ball. I mean, they can't get him on the park enough in the Test series. So I just can't see that. I just can't see that happening. I mean, however nice it would be to have Ben Stokes doing it, because he is the best captain. Comfortably. I mean, he's a brilliant captain, a wonderful leader, and he'll be. But can he really? I mean, could he really be playing white ball cricket? We're talking about the end of the summer. We're then talking about going to New Zealand and playing white ball cricket there before going on to Australia. If something happened to him, if he got injured playing in one of those 2 series, I think he would lose his job. You know, I think it could be that bad a decision. It's all about the Ashes this winter.
The only thing I would say to that, Jonathan, is that he's not playing in the 100 this year. No. So he actually, between the end of the India series and the start of the Ashes, he hasn't actually got that much cricket, has he? He's got actually, I think, August, September, October, and half of November. 3.5 months without any cricket.
Yes, but he's I mean, to say that Ben Stokes is fragile, he's one of the strongest, toughest people you'll see. But his body is fragile, and I don't think you can. I just think he just needs wrapping up in cotton wool. He's a sort of trainer and worker and cricketer who will be in good condition if he's allowed to be. Can you imagine reporting the news that he's done a hamstring playing in a one-day international against South Africa in the middle of September? And he's out of the Ashes.
It was bad enough when he got injured in the 100.
Well, exactly. You know, so that
the reaction to it.
I just can't see that. I mean, other ones listed. I mean, Phil Salt, Liam Livingstone. Are they even good enough to be in the team? You know, they do have to get this right. But it just seems to me that whatever way you look, it's difficult to look beyond Harry Brook doing that white ball job. Now, he's going to have a fair amount on his plate, but he's a young man. You know, he's playing for England. It's not supposed to be a piece of cake. You know, it's supposed to be a learning process. And we talked about him being captain in the 100. That might be a good thing for him. You know, he's going to have to learn how to do it. So I'd rather they got someone like him in, someone who's a realistic candidate to be captain of the World T20 next year, of the World Cup in South Africa in 6-7, somebody who's actually learning the job and has been doing it, for a while.
And you wouldn't be concerned about the sort of the weight of cricket that he would have?
No, he's 26. Best time of his life. Get out there and play. You know, there's a lot of emphasis on. As I know, I'm going to contradict myself as far as Stokes is concerned, but Stokes' fitness record suggests that he does have to be looked after. I don't see anything that suggests that Harry Brook needs to be. His fitness needs to be looked after. He's fit. He's desperate to play. Get out there, go and play, go and enjoy it. It's a job.
Just trying to think where we were with Ben Stokes in terms of one-day cricket as well, because he kind of retired, came back again. Has he retired officially again after the World Cup?
I think he might have retired from T20. I can't remember where he is. He'll have to unretire again. Maybe like Frank Sinatra. I just think that we know what those press conferences are like, and we know what it's like when somebody's just trying to deflect it a bit. And I really think that's what Rob Key was trying to do there. A lot of the other stuff I enjoyed. Are you asking if the England players are stupid? I think he said, well, actually, do you know something? The way they batted in those 3 games, I sound like Jeffrey Boycott now, the way they batted in those 3 games in this tournament, actually, I think it's a perfectly reasonable question to ask. Jamie Smith scored 3 runs. He's given the chance to bat at number 3 in 50 overs cricket. He got himself out, threw his wicket away 3 times with a total aggregate of 3 runs. What else do you say? I mean, if you don't learn the first time, you go out and do it again and again.
So where does that come from? Does that come from the coach encouraging them to play a certain way? Rocky was saying they're suggesting it doesn't he? That's what he was saying. Or Jamie Smith deciding to play like that.
I think Jamie Smith would have been told, clap on the back, come on, mate, out you go, get out there and play your way, get out there and...
Power play, you're number 3.
Yeah, absolutely. Otherwise, I don't think he'd have done it. Otherwise, we are going back to that question if you're asking if they're stupid, because he should just have got out and just Well, they should have had a batsman number 3 who plays like virtually every other team's number 3 players.
The players are coming out after the interval, and India need 252 to win. Just one final question, just on the Rob Key there saying, you know, we do talk a lot of rubbish, which is quite a strong thing to say, wasn't it? I mean, is it a lot of rubbish or just bits and pieces of rubbish that get put together? I'm just thinking of Harry Brook last year at Trent Bridge saying, oh, it doesn't matter if you get caught on the boundary. Yeah. And then there was Liam Livingstone, we deserve to win, and then there's Ben Duckett, well, everyone will forget India if we win the Champions Trophy. Like just those 3 bits get picked up, and all the other stuff that's said kind of gets ignored.
I think there are 1 or 2 serial offenders. I think you take Johnny Bairstow in there from the summer before Duckett's a couple of times now. We just think you can't seriously mean that. You know, you sit there with a microphone, you just think you can't. That's just nonsense. You know, Duckett saying he didn't care when he got out looking at Lords on 94 or whatever he was. Really? You didn't lie there in bed that night thinking I could have got 100 at Lords in the Ashes. You didn't care. Yeah, come on. Of course,
we could actually talk for much longer about this, couldn't we? But we haven't got time. Time's run out. Only half-hour intervals these days in one-day internationals. So the players are out there. It's coming up to 5 o'clock local time. The lights are on. The sun is beginning to dip, but there is some natural light out there at the moment here in Dubai. And India need 252 to win after New Zealand's 251 for 7. We're about to get underway. Rohit's out there. Shubman Gill is out there. And alongside me to get us underway in India's innings is Henry Moran.
I've just picked up Agaz's headset. It's virtually steaming. Smouldering here. Right then, 252 is the target. Can India get over the line for their second ICC trophy in the space of less than 12 months? Well, it has been spin to win for India today. Some remarkable stats doing the rounds in terms of the number of overs bowled to spin. 38 of them, the 3rd highest they ever used in an ODI innings. All of the middle overs, 11 to 40, bowled by spinners, yielding 103 runs. That was it for the loss of 4 wickets. And you can understand why. 104 runs conceded to pace in 12 overs. And compare that to the spinners conceding 144 and 38. So, you know, it has been spin all the way. But we're going to see Seam inevitably starting things off. We're going to see the tall figure of Kyle Jamieson bowling to the India captain Rohit Sharma. Slip in place, and the first ball is chased by Sharma, whose feet go nowhere. And Jamieson turns round, vast figure, back towards us. And Alex Hartley, World Cup winner with England in 2017. We are up and running.
We are indeed, and they're going to need a good start on New Zealand. They're going to need a really good start with the ball. And Seam was easy to face in the first innings, but for me, Jamieson just offers that something slightly different because he is so tall. He might get a little bit of extra bounce and carry.
Below us, like the Burj Khalifa, he turns and moves in once more, past the umpire, bangs it in short, helped on its way into the leg side it goes. It's going to be runs, it's going to be 6. Well, that's not a particularly good ball, really. It sat up invitingly, and Rohit, with all the freedom of that leg side, just said, well, thank you very much.
Might get a bit of extra bounce and carry, but he's just bowled one right into the slot where Rohit is going to back himself. There's only his deep 3rd man, deep fine leg. That is a freebie for someone like Rohit Sharma, and we know how he plays the game. We know how he takes on the power play. You can't be bowling that.
Yeah, it's a honking ball, that. 6 without loss. 252 the target. A required run rate of less than 5 and over, so you do sense early wickets vital. Here is Jamieson into bowl to Rohit, who's clipping the ball away into the leg side. It'll beat the fielder at square leg. Man scampering round from the boundary. It's Smith who's into the side today. 2 taken. Smith replacing Matt Henry, the tournament's leading wicket taker, who misses today with that shoulder injury.
Yeah, it's a hammer blow, that really, isn't it? Because he'd been brilliant in this tournament, leading wicket taker. And a huge miss. You could see the emotion in his face when he got the tap on the shoulder, and he just knew he wasn't fit enough.
Jamieson to try once more. Delivery, that's better. That's a little bit fuller outside the off stump and left alone by Rohit, who knows there's no rush. And in some ways, the way that Rohit has tried to approach the first 10 overs in quite a selfless fashion, really. You don't really need to do today. He can be a little more patient.
Absolutely he can, but anything that's on leg stump, you know he's going to play the ball. You know he's going to try and flick it into the leg side. You've got to be at the top of off stump to row it.
8 without loss. Jameson with 2 decent balls and a couple of slightly loose ones. He's going to try once more, and that is another loose ball, very wide outside the off stump. That'll be signalled as wide by the English representative out there, umpire Illingworth. 9 without loss, the India score. Now, last night, the pre-match press conference, normally both captains speak, but it was Shubman Gill for India. And some speculating why. It might be superstition from Rohit ahead of a final. It might be a more significant announcement might be coming. Who knows? Jameson again. In past the umpire, left alone by Rohit, who just watches it bounce on through. 9 without loss.
It's what we do, though, isn't it? We go, are we going to read more into it?
Yes.
It might be something really simple, that he is superstitious because they've lost a few finals when he's done it, or it might even be, you know what, he was still hitting balls, or he needed the loo. It could have been anything, couldn't it? But we are obviously going to be like, well...
Yeah, but where's the fun in...
Exactly, we're going to be like, Gill's next captain? Is Rohit going to retire?
Well, Shubman Gill's the vice-captain. He did the press conference. In comes Jameson. Final ball of the over. It's pushed into the offside and well stopped and saved by diving Bracewell. And the score 9 without loss after the first over, chasing 2-5-2 as an update from the New Zealand team. Kane Williamson will not field in the second innings. Quad strain sustained while batting. That's interesting. So Mark Chapman's on the field in his stead. So I wonder if that might go to explain the slightly unusual shot he played, chipping it back to the bowler.
Yeah, maybe. It was a pretty weak shot for him, wasn't it? Especially when he'd been so disciplined throughout his innings. But that's a big blow. What's he got coming up? Is he in the IPL? I don't know.
Well, he will be, I should think. Yeah.
IPL in?
No, you don't.
He's
Simon,
not.
a shake of the head from Simon.
No.
Well, speaking of which, IPL live on BBC Radio.
Yes.
Coming up. Looking forward to having that for you. Here comes Will O'Rourke, 23 years old, another tall figure out there. Young in his ODI career, just his 14th match. Big day today. Into Bolter Gill, who's angling into the offside. He won't find a run as it goes out towards backward point. Our fielders in the deep, just 2 allowed outside the circle for the first 10 overs of the innings. That's when sides look to try and get a quick start. But that said, there's not really the need for a quick start for India, chasing a total of only 2-5-2, but we've got a fine leg and a third man.
No, the danger for India is losing 3 quick wickets like New Zealand did, and making it hard for themselves. At the minute, it's totally in their control.
O'Rourke bustles in again. Very straight approach to bowl a ball that is down the leg side, chased by Gill. He's signalled as wide by umpire Rifle. 10 without loss, just a little bit loose in his line. You think back to that semi-final of 2019 at Old Trafford. It was played across 2 days. And it was Bolton Southey on that day that was so destructive at the top of the order for India. And that really did change everything in that game. 10 without loss. 2-5-2 the target. Here comes O'Rourke again, wheeling around at the far end of the ground. And he runs in now to bowl to Gill down the leg side again. I think there might have been a little bit of bat or pad on that, but either way, they've run through for something as well as whatever will be signalled. Well, I think that's been given as wide. It's a good stop, actually, from Latham plunging to his left, so it's the wide and one more as well. 12 without loss. What's making you laugh?
I knew he was playing somewhere. He's playing for Karachi Kings in the PSL. Kane Williamson.
You're a wally.
I was like, I swear I've seen that he's playing somewhere, something pretty soon.
You're going to be there.
Yeah, I'm one of the coaches and I just forgot the opposition.
It's all right.
Can happen.
Just don't be involved in any meetings. Here's O'Rourke, bowls a better ball this time. That's defended by Rohit from sort of 4th stump line. 12 without loss. He'll be out to Multan.
Yes.
There we go.
I've not got my flights yet, but we know when the comp starts.
When is that, the PSL?
The 11th of April to the 18th of May.
Okay.
Something like that.
Well, you said it with such certainty.
No, it is.
Okay.
It is. I looked the other day.
The IPL, by the way, starts 22nd of March, finishes 25th of May, so it's a little bit of a bigger window. Here comes O'Rourke then. in the shadows, bowls to Rowett. It's in the air, but beats the fielder at mid-wicket. Races out towards the boundary. Fielders in pursuit won't stop it. And just for a moment, it felt like there could be a chance, but Rowett times it so beautifully and into space as well. It's 16 without loss.
Yeah, I did think that was going to go straight to that mid-wicket. It's slightly squarer than mid-wicket, but Rohit Sharma, as you say, times it brilliantly. Just flicks it off middle stump. I mean, it's not a bad ball at all, but he backs himself, backs his hand-eye coordination. That's what I was talking about. Anything on leg stump, he's going to flick into the leg side. This one was off middle stump.
It is a decent gap there between quite a square mid-wicket and mid-on. In comes O'Rourke once more, and again targeting that part of the ground, all along the carpet this time, and the fielder sprinting to catch up. Smith it is, will slide, stop and throw. But more runs for India, who've got off to a good start here. 18 without loss, 9 from this over already with 2 balls left.
He's got that trigger, hasn't he, where he starts on leg stump and shimmies across his stumps. You're almost tempted to bowl straighter at him.
Well, this aside, without Matt Henry, it feels like, as much as bowling, it's that just focal point, isn't it?
Yeah, a bit of a change of field here. So O'Rourke cannot change his line because he's now got 3 on the leg side, 1 catching at mid-wicket.
Still that slip in place. Here's O'Rourke, and tap towards that mid-wicket, fielding very close in. And so there will be no run. 18 without loss. 1 ball left of this second over, a target of 252 for a tournament that many have said has been predestined to be India's, but they've had to play well. And they have so far.
Yeah, best 2 teams, but India for me have been the most consistent.
18 without loss as O'Rourke runs in once more towards us with Rohit Sharma on strike. He drives hard into the ground through the offside and for 4. The India flags fly. Those bathed in sunshine over to our right, enjoying that as the ball scuttles towards them. And the over finishes with the score on 22 without loss, and they're flying, are India. 13 from the over.
Yeah, not forgetting the start New Zealand had, though. After 8 overs, they were also flying. They had a brilliant start, but then they lost those 3 quick wickets and the game changed within a matter of minutes. But you just feel with Virat Kohli coming in, if Rohit Sharma can get them off to a flyer, he's just going to cruise home.
Yeah. Well, somebody said India fans will be hoping for 2 things: an India win and that New Zealand set enough runs to allow Virat to score 100.
Yeah.
Juan got in touch on the email, tms@bbc.co.uk, with a bit of sympathy for India's players. Jameson to start the 3rd over. This is dropped into the offside, nicely angled down towards the fielder at 3rd man. 1 run taken, 23 without loss. Saying, got to feel a bit of sympathy for the Indian cricket team. Undoubtedly, great white ball team on any surface. Likely victory in the Champions Trophy will always be tainted. It's, you know, that is, you know.
It will, until Pakistan get better, like I've said before, and play all their games at a neutral ground in the same venue. But the thing is, Pakistan aren't competing in these competitions at the minute.
23 without loss, and this is left alone, swinging away from the right-handed Rohit Sharma. And also, a tournament hosted by India with a current agreement. We'll see Pakistan having the same advantage of playing all their games in one venue.
Exactly. It just so happens that India are a much, much better team, and the chances are that the final were going to be here. Pakistan will probably never make it in the Champions Trophy final.
Not at the moment.
No, exactly, but one day the advantage might be in their favour too.
For a couple of hours, yet they remain the reigning champions.
Yep.
Jameson sprints in once more, and a swing and a miss there from Rohit, who's looking to club the ball out somewhere towards Abu Dhabi. The ground pretty much full now. Rohit Sharma, who has pretty much consistently gone at a strike rate of 100 or more throughout the tournament. He's not got a score beyond 41 that he scored against Bangladesh here, but he has been impressive and actually, again, quite selfless the way that he's played. Just tried to get the innings going.
And he has done.
So 23 without loss the score. 252 the target. Jameson with a short cover in place is bowling a ball that is attacked by Rohit Sharma, coming galloping down the surface. And he misses. There's a little smile on the face of the tall fast bowler who walks back towards us.
Something's going to happen this very next ball.
Well, it is, isn't it?
Just feel it. Sharma dancing down the pitch. You said the previous ball he tried to hit to Abu Dhabi. That one he's trying to hit out of this stadium.
Here we go. And a message from Dan, who's listening in Louisiana.
Amazing.
How good's that? The dogs and I have been listening since around 4 a.m. Come on, then. Right, let's see this ball. Jameson bowling to Rohit. Well, it's only going to be a couple of runs, I fancy. Just nudged off the pads down towards long leg, and it is a couple. Oh, it could be more. No, luckily 3 fielders backing up, and the final one of them manages to stop it. 25 without loss. The dogs and I listening since 4 a.m. It seems the Kiwis have a bowling challenge ahead. As a late-in-life fan, I'd love to hear any insights Alex could provide about how a team would approach this. Huge Multan fan. Here's a photo of Sheba left and Demi on the right. They look gorgeous.
Oh, must be cold. They've got their coats on.
It's the middle of the night, I suppose.
Well, yeah. But do dogs get cold because they've got fur?
Yeah, like you see whippets in a jacket, don't you?
But you see those dogs that just love the snow.
Yeah. Jameson runs into bowl, and this is clubbed into the ground from Rohit, straight back to the bowler. End of the over with just 3 from it. That's a good recovery from Carl Jameson. 25 without loss after 3. So, yeah, go on then. How does a bowling side approach this when you are defending a low total?
You have to accept that Rohit Sharma's going to play in the way that he is. And he's probably going to give you chances, but he can take the game away from you. So actually, you don't want him having the majority of the strike, which is exactly what's happened so far in this game. He's faced 16 balls, Gill 2. You want to keep him quiet for as long as possible. And it's just about being patient. Can you try and create opportunities? Can you try and find different ways of creating pressure? Because you know you get 1 wicket, Virat Kohli's going to come in, and he's going to be the most selfish player in the world. But he's going to do it for his team, and he'll just knock the ball around. I think when the spinners come on, that's when it's going to get tough.
Here's O'Rourke running into bowl to Shubman Gill, who's defending into the onside. Still that short mid-wicket in place to O'Rourke, who doesn't have any margin for error. Anything outside that off stump is going to get punished.
Because India have this ability to just keep rotating the strike when the spinners are on. And it's what set them apart. It's been different from all the other teams, hasn't it? I mean, Virat Kohli, did we see the other day, he's got 5,000 runs in singles.
Yeah. I think in singles alone, he'd be England's 3rd highest ODI run scorer.
Right, so you've got to try and find a way of stopping him just punching the ball down the ground.
O'Rourke bustles in once more. Shubman Gill is angling the ball away. It's just dropped gently, beautifully into the offside. And Glenn Phillips will run round to pick up. Tell you what, throw comes in at the non-striker's end. There could be trouble, and Rohit was a little slow setting off, but as Phillips turned and threw in one motion, it ends up going much closer to the wicket-keeper's end. And it's 27 without loss.
Well, I used to love bowling to Harmanpreet Kaur, quite similar, who could just take the game away and also just bat and bat and bat. Keep your mid-on and your mid-off up for as long as possible. Let them go down the ground. If you get hit for a 6, you're in the game.
Yeah. O'Rourke again. Short cover now. And this is down the leg side. Wide once more. 28 without loss, the India score. The required rate, 4.8 and over. I think this is... it's going to be the challenge, isn't it? We know that the middle overs are going to be where you can get the squeeze on, but if there's no pressure to make that squeeze feel remotely tense for India...
Yeah, early wickets are key.
Tougher when you haven't got the tournament's leading wicket taker. He's sitting in the dugout in a green vest, wondering what he could be doing at this point. Now, what's going on here? Rohit Sharma has taken off his gloves and he's dropped his bat, and he's not looking terribly well. Has he been sick?
I don't know what's going on there. He's hunched over.
Well, Arshdeep Singh has run
he
it.
is. Oh,
he's not feeling terribly well, I don't
he's
think.
gagging on the telly.
Oh dear. Well, the physio's out there as well.
There'd be one way to get a wicket.
I wonder if...
he swallowed a fly or something?
Oh, goodness knows. Well, he's standing up here, he's having a glass of water. Maybe it might just be something, you know, it's like you swallow a bit of dust or something. But he looks okay. this range, he's having a chat with a substitute fielder and the physio.
It's strange for the non-striker to hold up play, isn't it?
Well, there is a little bit of a delay. 28 without loss, the score. And gives me a chance to say hello to Richard, who's doing the pre-season rolling on the square at Ombudsman Cricket Club in Worcestershire. Rohit's okay, by the way. He's had a drink and he's walking back down to his mark. I think it... Do you know, I think it was. I think he swallowed something. He's just sort of... Yeah, just need a little glass of water for some reason. Hello to you, Richard. Dave, waiting in the taxi rank at London Bridge. Cricket making the day fly by. O'Rourke running in. Gill waits on 3. And will push the ball high up on his toes towards mid-wicket. There's no run there. Ralph's listening in front. Bonjour to you all. Imagine this will be over for England take on Italy in the rugby. It's in La Corrèze in France.
Bet the weather's lovely.
28 without loss. Well, it's a nice evening here. With the shadows having crossed the field now. The floodlights twinkling on. A ring of fire that goes right around the roof of this ground. Midway through the 4th over, in comes O'Rourke to bowl to Gill, who comes forward, advancing, pulling the ball into the leg side. It goes. There's a long chase for Rachin Ravindra, loses his cap, but will pick up the ball at the second attempt with 2 runs taken. 30 without loss, chasing 2-5-2. We've got 2 balls left of the 4th.
Good bit of fielding from Rachin Ravindra down there. The standard of the New Zealand fielders has been absolutely outstanding in this tournament. They've, for me, have been so much better than anyone else. It helps that you've got Superman at backward point in Glenn Phillips.
Well, that does help. 2 balls left of the over. O'Rourke runs in, bowls to Gill. It's pushed in towards the offside where 3 fielders are waiting close in. There'll be no run. And if you want to learn more about Glenn Phillips and his fielding and how he's got so good, well, Matt Henry from the BBC Sport website. We chatted to him yesterday morning. He's written a really interesting piece all about time growing up, doing gymnastics, trampolines in the garden, loving fielding, just absolutely loving it.
He's got to be the only person in the world that chooses to field.
30 without loss, final ball of the over. Here comes O'Rourke, sprinting towards us with Gill waiting and struck on the pad. Big appeal for LBW. There's a little tilt of the head from umpire Rifle, and O'Rourke turns and looks frustrated. I think Santner's not that interested in it, but the first glimmer of something, at least, for New Zealand. End of the over, 4 gone, 30 without loss, chasing 2-5-2. Alex Hartley, some thoughts from you, and then you'll be joined by Simon Mann.
Yeah, just looking on the replay here, it's a lovely delivery, beautiful seam position, but going down the leg side, absolutely going down the leg side as Gill gets into a little bit of a tangle trying to flick the ball into the mid-wicket region. It's been a brilliant start for India, a quick-fire start. There's not many runs to play with from a New Zealand point of view. Be interesting to see when they bring spin into the attack and if they do it in the power play. We're going to carry on with seam for now.
Going to learn to love fielding because you'll do more of it than anything else in the game of cricket.
I know. Yeah, I know.
It gets a bit hard in the 3rd hour, though, doesn't it?
Does it?
Here's Kyle Jameson bowling to Rohit. Rohit turns that way into the onside towards mid-wicket. It's picked up by Mitchell, who made 63 earlier. Best score in New Zealand's innings of 251 for 7. Sun is beginning to leave us now, and the whole of the ground is in shadow stroke. The light from the ring of fire around this ground, and the spectators have turned up today. I would say nearly everyone is happy inside the ground with match situations. 30 for no wicket. Start of the 5th over. 2:52 to win. Here's a full delivery from Jameson, and Rohit eases the ball up towards Santner, fielding it mid-off, and there is no run. India have already won 3 matches in this competition on the chase, and their previous targets were 242, 229 and 265. So on this ground, last Sunday they made 249 for 9 batting first. So they'll feel they've got this under some sort of control, but doesn't guarantee anything. Final, pressure of a final, lose a couple of wickets. Rohit is 20 not out. Jameson bowls to him. He tries to flick that away. Strike on the pad. The ball rolls back to the bowler. It felt like a typical sort of Rohit shot there, just lifting it into the stand at deep mid-wicket, but he missed it. He's a veteran player now, Rohit Sharma. He may be coming towards the end of his one-day international career. We might find out later, or the next few days. And he missed that one. Tall Jameson bowls about 80, 81 miles an hour. You feel with a frame like that, you should better get a bit more out of it. A few more revs on it. Goes in now, bowls to Rohit. Rohit tucked up, but he manages to get it away through the onside, getting the bat down in time. Gets a single outside the circle towards deepish square leg. So one more to Rohit. He goes to 21. And India's 31 for no wicket in the 5th over. Takes his gloves off. This time it's not to get a drink. I mean, I think he did have something stuck in his throat, dust or something.
I'd like to think he swallowed a fly.
Yeah.
And now he must swallow a spider to catch the fly.
Is that right? Is that a nursery rhyme or something?
Yeah.
Is it? Yeah. He took his gloves off there to do his shoelaces up. Jameson to Gill outside the off stump. Gill leans forward and allows it to go through. Collected by Latham behind the stumps. Well, that's the sort of target that this batting lineup is not a problem for them, is it? It's not. They're not intimidated by it. They just go about their business. And no real attempt to sort of thrash it yet. Rohit's left a few. Gill has left a few. 31 for no wicket. Last ball of the 5th over, and Jameson turns on the edge of the circle and prepares to go in again. Past umpire Illingworth now. Bowls to Gill outside the off stump. That's cracked away. It's a nice looking shot. It was there for it. He hit it straight at Mark Chapman, who's the sub-fielder on the edge of the circle. He gave that something. Shubman Gill would be disappointed he missed out, as that was a ball that deserved to go for 4. India 31 for no wicket after 5 overs.
Well, I'll tell you what, a metre either side that's going for 4, isn't it? He's crunched it to Chapman, who gets the worst of it today. Doesn't get the nod to play. Not quite making the team today, mate. I know we've gone pretty much unchanged the whole way through. But can you do 50 overs in the dirt because the ex-skipper's got a sore quad?
Yeah. And the other side of it is Kane Willis gets the bat, but he doesn't have the field.
Perfect.
Yeah. I mean, there have been bags of cricketers over the years who just love to bat and not fielded.
Yeah. I always wanted to just be able to bowl my 10 overs, get off. So I reckon I could have been a great impact sub. But I had to be at 11, be on the field.
Nathan Smith is going to bowl. And his first ball is defended by Rohit, opening the face, running it to backward point, and there's no run. The crowd quiet at the moment, mainly because the ball's not flashing to the boundary with great regularity. What have we had so far in terms of 4s and 6s? 2 4s and 1 6. So 3 of the balls have disappeared to the boundary so far. It might be one of those chases from India that's quite conservative, especially when the spinners come on, knocking and nudging them around.
I feel that's exactly what they'll do, just take the easy option.
Yes, Smith bowling, Rohit defending, back to the bowler who picks up in his follow-through, and there's no run. Well, you've seen the games here. We've kind of seen some of them from a distance.
Yeah, just the way India have chased, especially here, they just have bar Rohit, and a couple of others that have then tried to accelerate later on in the innings. Rohit will try and take advantage of the power play. Everybody else is just happy playing the ball along the carpet.
If India don't get bowled out, they'll win the game. 31 for no wicket. Here's Smith. Oh, Rohit hammers this for 6. Way back over the long on boundary. Well, he took that one on where you said everyone bar Rohit, and that was the best of Rohit Sharma. Smashing that down the ground. Really caught hold of that one, advancing and lifting Smith way over the mid-on fielder. 37 for no wicket.
And if you're a New Zealand fan, New Zealand cricketer, you're worried because Rohit's not come off in this tournament yet. He's not had a monster score. He's not really got, I think he had a 41. Was it a 40, 41 we just saw not so long ago? He's due some, and if he's going to strike him like that, they're coming.
Smith tries again, bowls to Rohit. This time he went a bit leg side to start with, and Smith followed him and he just poked it away towards extra cover, and there's no run. Rohit in this tournament so far, 104 runs before today.
You do feel he'll play a shot like he just did into the crowd. Amazing cricket shot, the way he holds his shape. He's so still on impact. It's almost like he gets a little bit giddy and wants to play a few more, doesn't he?
He was shaping, I think he was expecting there, Smith, just to give him a bit of width, and he was going to flay it through the offside, but Smith didn't give him the room. Smith goes wide of the crease, ball to Rohit, who nudges it off his hip, past the square leg umpire. New Zealand have a fielder out there at deep square. End of the 6th over, coming towards it. 38 for no wicket. You made the point, actually, is that New Zealand got off to a flyer as well, didn't they? What were they after?
I think they had their best power play.
Well, it was the first time India conceded a half-century partnership for the first wicket.
Yeah.
57 was when the first wicket fell, and that was in the 13th over, is it? No, so the 8th over. Yeah. 7.5. Gill on 5, waits for Smith. Gill nudges it away, exactly the same place as the ball before from Rohit's bat. Deep backward square leg, one more to the total. Gill moves to 6. 6 overs gone, 39 for no wicket. Required rate 4.84, the current rate 6.5. So these two at the moment giving India a nice secure start in their pursuit of 252 to win their first Champions Trophy since 2013 at Edgbaston. But having said that, there's only been one since, but they did squander the opportunity to win that match because Pakistan turned them over at the Oval in a remarkable day when a very strong Indian side lost by 180 runs to Pakistan. Fakhar Zaman and all that. And the ground was pretty empty by the close of play. Here is defensive shot from Shubman Gill. New over from Kyle Jamieson. 39 for no wicket. Alex has gone. Aaron Finch alongside us.
Good evening.
7th over. Good evening to you. Well, so far so good from India.
Yeah, they've been very good so far. I mean, Rohit Sharma, he's played a few big shots, but all in all, he's just hit the ball where it's meant to go. He's 28 off 25. It's just a beautiful wicket to face the brand new ball. It's sliding on nicely. The lights are starting to take over.
Jameson bowls. Gill comes down. He's dropped to mid-wicket. Came down the pitch, flicked it away. He's looking for the boundary. That really should have been taken at mid-wicket. Daryl Mitchell puts it down.
They've been so great right throughout the tournament. They've only put down 3 catches, and this is a huge one. Shubman Gill just gets it off the toe of the bat, looking to flick it. He actually dived too far. It hit him on the wrist. Couldn't rebound and grab the second chance. And then nearly cost his team an extra 4. He launched it at the non-striker's end. A couple of players diving to back up.
Let's have a look at the throw coming in. Going for the run out as they went through for the single, but Gill would have been home if the throw had hit the stumps. Jameson bowls to Rohit. Rohit defends. To extra cover, and there's no run. As someone who's opened the batting, well, most of your career, probably all your career, is it all your career or most of your career in one-day internationals?
All bar a handful of games where we're up at it in the middle order.
What was your approach? What were you telling yourself when you went out there for the power play?
Well, originally you just want to assess the conditions as quick as you can. So you understand, in Asia in particular, the subcontinent, you have to take on the power play at some point. Whether that's in the first over, whether it's the 5th over, you just have to assess that.
Jameson bowls to Rohit. Rohit lifts us away, out towards deep mid-wicket, 1 bounce 4. In that nice hitting zone for Rohit Sharma, but he puts them away so efficiently. 44 for no wicket. Rohit moves to 32.
All bar one ball that he ran down and swung and missed out wildly. Everything else has been under such control from Rohit Sharma. Not a huge amount of footwork. He just stands there, gets his feet set early, backs his eyes, got beautiful hands through the ball.
He's a delightful player to watch.
It was so frustrating to play against.
Jameson goes in and bowls to him. Oh, and he has a firm-footed drive there on the up, misses it. Past the outside edge, flies through to Latham. One of those balls that, all things being equal, he'd probably just leave, but he went at it. I don't know whether you'd have left it. You'd probably look to thrash it through the offside as well, but it wasn't quite full enough for the big drive. Anyway, missed it. 44 for no wicket.
Wasn't quite full enough or wide enough on that occasion. But at times, he's 32 off 28. His job in the power play is to try and get India ahead of the game. So you understand that's the way he's going to play. At times, it's going to be high risk. But when it comes off, when it all comes together for him, it's perfect.
Jameson bowls to him. Rohit dabs it away towards backward point. Sliding save from Phillips. Can't prevent a single. And Rohit, good counter as well, takes the bowling at the end of the over. 45 for no wicket. So he's had a lot more of the strikes so far, actually. 29 balls. Gill's only had 13. Gill watching on at the non-strikers. And Rohit's just pinched the strike there. 45 for no wicket after 7 overs. But Gill will be happy enough to see his captain striking it like that anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what good partnership batting is. You know as a batsman when you're having a day that you're seeing the ball well, you're hitting it nicely from the start, and you tend to be a very good counter to 6 when you open the batting. But also on the flip side of that, your partner plays a huge role in that, because if you start trying to fight for the same airspace, you can start to lose momentum.
It's going to be Nathan Smith to continue. His first over went for 8. Starts on the edge of the circle and sprints in now to bowl to Rohit. Rohit comes half forward. They're poking that really up towards mid-on, and there's no run. So batting inside the power play, Aaron, you were interrupted by that Rohit flick for 4.
Yeah, you tend to find what bowler in the opposition matches up the best to your style of play. So for me, it was somebody who was generally into the surface a bit more than the pitch up and swing it types. So you identify that and you work with your partner and say, right, we understand the importance of this first 10 overs. We need to be ahead of the game. I'm going to look to take this guy. You take that guy.
Smith bowls. Rohit goes down the ground, high in the air, out towards the long off boundary. Where's this going to land? It lands over the rope for 6. That went a long way up, and it went a long way as well. The New Zealand fielder who's inside the circle was chasing after it, just suggesting he might be able to get underneath it, but that had enough on it. It's another 6 for Rohit Sharma. He goes to 39. Feverish excitement inside the ground, and India's 50s on the board. 51 for no wicket. Start of the 8th over.
He's got none of that as well. You've seen a slow-mo replay. The bat turns in his hand slightly. Mitchell Santner thought he was half a chance charging back from mid-off. But you could tell by Rohit's body language, he just stood. He did not move.
It's amazing, isn't it? He didn't even get it. It still went 83 metres.
Yes, it's incredible timing. It's an incredible swing. And that's forced a change from New Zealand. They've had to put long on back so early in the game. Short third comes up inside the circle.
There's Smith under pressure. Bowls to Rohit. And he tries to turn that away. Strikes him on the pad. Goes down fine. Latham goes across to pick up. And that is a welcome dot ball for New Zealand. But they need wickets, really, to get themselves back in the game, because India are already ahead of it with this good power play. 7.5 overs gone, 51 for no wicket. And you feel that their batting combinations will be able to deal with New Zealand's spin bowling combinations a little bit better than the other way around.
Yeah, absolutely. New Zealand just got stuck through the middle overs. They couldn't get off strike. They couldn't find the boundaries.
Smith turns. Rohit waits. Smith bowls to him. Rohit hits that for 4, flicking it over short fine leg. Improvised ramp shot there from Rohit Sharma. And New Zealand beginning to go around the park here. 55 for no wicket. Rohit 43 not out from 33 balls. Okay, not spectacular scoring, but extremely efficient, ruthless actually.
It was quite predictable from Nathan Smith. Fine leg is up inside the circle, third's up inside the circle. So Rohit knows that he has to be on the fuller side. So he just gets down on one knee and just helps it over short fine leg.
Right, pressure on Nathan Smith, goes in now, bowls to Rohit. Rohit stands up and tries to punch that through extra cover, doesn't time it at all. He goes rolling out to extra cover, and there is no run. Rather, the crowd who turned up today, and the ground is pretty much full now. There's still those blue seats at the far end, but they've been largely filled as well. I think people just didn't like sitting in the sun. It may be that people are standing at the back watching out of the sun, because it is very hot, of course, if you're enduring that for 3 hours. But those seats are filled up now. Now the sun has gone, the lights have taken over, and they're very much enjoying what they're seeing. Smith bowls. Rohit crashes this for 4 as well, through backward point. The ball flashes to the boundary, Well, that was a really chastening over there for Nathan Smith. 59 for no wicket, into the side today in place of the injured Matt Henry, who injured that shoulder the other day. And his 2 overs have gone for 22. It's 59 for no wicket after 8.
It's just one of those situations where Rowett is identifying who he feels the weak link is inside this New Zealand attack. Nathan Smith only playing his 2nd game for the tournament. Played the 1st game, the opening game of the tournament against Pakistan in Karachi. And he's been sitting on the sidelines hoping he'll get another opportunity. When that happens, a player like Rowett understands what kind of pressure a young bowler is on in that situation. So he's taken it upon himself to put him under maximum pressure. That'll force Mitchell Santner, who is just coming into the attack now, to have to make some tactical changes.
Do you think that Santner would not have bowled, he's going to bowl now, would not have bowled himself until the 11th over or until after the power play's gone? Or do you think the plan might be to bowl inside the power play?
In a perfect world, he would have bowled outside the power play. Generally what we've seen throughout this tournament, that he's been prepared to go to Michael Bracewell before himself. It's just the fact that there's 2 right-handers in and they're both destructive against spin. So he didn't want to have the opportunity, the ball turning in.
Right, Santner to bowl with a long off and a deep square leg in. Bowls to Shubman Gill, who we haven't really been focusing on at all because he's barely faced. That was only his 14th ball. Rohit's faced 35. Gill taps that away into the offside. And there's no run. We're still inside the power play. Santner took key wickets in the semi-final to actually win his side the game eventually. Here is Santner bowling. Gill dabs that towards backward point. And there is no run. He looks relatively innocuous, Mitchell Santner.
Yeah, he's got such a great ability to change his pace both up and down with minimal action change. He does have that slight delay in his action, which then allows him to vary it.
Bowls now to Gill. Just a hint of turn there. Just a hint. It slides away off a thickish outside edge down towards short third. There's no run. He's one of the few of this New Zealand side who are going to be playing in the IPL. I mean, he goes back there quite regularly, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. Well, they rate him highly too.
Yeah. Santner bowls, and that was turned away by Gill through forward square leg for a single to the edge of the circle. Chapman goes after it and picks it up. So one more, 60 for no wicket. Gill to 8. Rohit is 47 not out at the other end. There are 8 balls left of the power play, 60 for no wicket. The target is 252 to win for India. And now Rohit Sharma on strike, and Santner moves into Bolton. And Rohit is quietly forward there, dabbing that into the offside.
That's the most innocuous forward defence you've ever seen. It was in slow motion again. Once Rohit Sharma gets on a roll, he does not take the foot off the pedal though, so he'll identify that Santner at the end of his first over. He's got plenty more overs of fast bowling to face in this innings.
Santner bowls to him, and Rohit blocks that back down the onside of the pitch. So just a single off Santner's first over, even though it was inside the power play. 9 overs gone, 60 for no wicket. The target 252 for India to win this match. More from Aaron Finch, and then the return of Jonathan Agnew.
Yeah, there's some tactical issues here for Mitchell Santner with 2 of his 3 quicks going around the park so far. Will O'Rourke 2 overs for 18. Nathan Smith 2 overs for 22. And a lot of pressure then will start to come on Kyle Jamieson, who bowled 4 up front. As we say that, there will be another change of bowling. He's gone to his other left-arm spinner, Rachin Ravindra, inside the power play.
Well, he's just taking a chance, isn't he? Because how do you stop Rohit Sharma when he's going like this?
Left-arm spin's a good option. He has got out, particularly sweeping inside the power play over the last 12 months in all formats of the game, because he looks to be so aggressive.
Well, fielders there for that. There's a fielder short fine leg inside the circle. There's a fielder out in the deep square leg. The other one out. They only have 2 out, of course, is at long off. So it's Ravindra then coming in. He's running actually to Gill at the moment, who drives out to cover. And there's no run. But Rohit Sharma, 47 for 37 balls. He's just really been in a league of his own today so far. Makes batting look so easy with just so much time. He's leaning on his bat, waiting as Ravindra turns again, trots in, bowls, and Gill turns that into the leg side. Roy a bit slow setting off there, but do come through for the single. But Santner there, it's made him stretch a bit. He was just leading on that bat rather more than he might have been.
He doesn't have too many cares in the world, Rohit Sharma, does he?
I don't think he does. He doesn't strike one as he looks incredibly laid back. So what's he going to do? There's a temptation here. 61 for no wicket. He's only got those two fielders out. Ravindra comes in, bowls to him. He just leans on this ball and sends it back up the pitch.
If he gets over-pitched slightly here, Rohit Sharma will try and launch him over mid-on. What they've done is they've got a deep forward square leg, and he's probably 20 yards in front of the umpire out on the boundary. They're encouraging him to try and take on the sweep shot.
Ravindra again, shaggy-haired, bowls. No, he just plants that down to long off for an easy single. 6 to 48. He's waving towards the dressing room. He wants something or other. Below us here is a drink. And Ravindra turns again, bounces in, bowls, and Gill's on the back foot. Has he got the gap? Oh, very well fielded. Brilliant piece of fielding there at point. Well, that saved 4 runs there. It's Mark Chapman, the substitute for Williamson. Brilliant diving save there, full length.
Yeah, it was almost past him.
Yeah,
good shot from Shubman Gill, just allowing the ball almost go past him. Just couldn't quite get it through the gap.
Last ball of this over. It's only gone for 3 so far, and it's going to pick up another single. So 4 from the last over in the power play. Well bowled, Ravindra. Not easy coming on and bowling to someone like Rohit Sharma, who's in this mood and so well set, and you've got to do so with just 2 fielders out. But that moment is now gone, so they can actually put another couple out now if they want to.
There might be some issues for Middlesex supporters too. Kane Williamson with the bib on in the dugout with a quad injury.
Yes. Yes, indeed.
That'll make him happy.
No, it's a shame. Not really been his day today, has it? He'll be disappointed the way he got out, I suppose. But, anyway, 64 for no wicket. 188 more needed. 40 overs to go. And Rohit, he seemed a bit unwell earlier on, or whether he'd swallowed the fly, as is being suggested, I don't know. But he's having another sip of water there. And then wanders off just so slowly, almost dreamily, to face the next over. He just doesn't seem phased or bothered or under any pressure at all.
He plays the game at his own pace, and that can also be a frustration for the opposition as well. The New Zealand players, they're waiting. They want to try and back up these last 2 overs that have gone for only 5. It might sound small, but it's significant at this stage.
Santner then with more cover now out on the boundaries, and that's pushed away for Rohit's 50 from just 41 balls. And well, this is just the start for him. He hasn't had the most productive of Champions trophies, but the captain's leading India, certainly at the moment. He's leading them home.
It's been a brilliant knock so far. Just took the initiative early on. No fanfare, just a gentle raise of the bat. He knows that there's still plenty of runs out there for him.
Yeah, 65 not out. Indian flags wave. We've got virtually a full house here. Looking around now, probably 23,000, I would think. And Santner creeps in and bowls, and they're looking for that single to long off, but Santner's able to stop that, running to his left there. So the change in the field means now a deep mid-wicket and a long on, although that long on actually is not all the way down to the boundary. Long off and deep point.
He's just teasing, isn't he? 20 yards in off the rope.
So go on, go for it. In fact, he just plays a defensive stroke, picked up by Phillips coming in at cover.
So we saw this in the Australian semi-final against India the other day, when they left themselves probably 20 or 30 runs short. So once India got in front of the game, they were able to just dictate how they wanted to go about it. They didn't have to take risks.
Santner again. Gill defends. Very content to play second fiddle here. 10 from 23. Hasn't really broken sweat yet. It's just watched his captain batting from the other end. 65 for no wicket. Santner creeps in, bowls, and again that can't beat Phillips. Ever present there in the covers. The sun starting to go down now. Lights are on, or the ring of fire anyway is alight. They don't actually have floodlight pylons here. Santner again. Bowls. Oh, that turned. That turned. pitched on the stumps, missed off. And nicely taken by the keeper, Latham. That's what New Zealand want, a few of these. A few of these is from quite wide of the crease. Well, that's turned a long way.
That's turned a long way. It was just 86 k's an hour. So it's got some time to grip into the surface.
Just get a few of those and get a couple of wickets through it and just put a bit of uncertainty into India's mind. That one spun harmlessly past the bat. 65 for no wicket.
It's just hard to build any pressure at the moment. The run rate required is still under 5 per over. We know that it got harder and harder through the middle overs with 4 spinners that India had. This is one advantage that the Indian top order in particular have got. Their masters have been able to get off strike against the turn in particular.
See, that was naughty, Bob, what you were saying. Rohit there, he didn't look up. The bowler was ready, everyone's ready. The bowler started to run in and he still didn't look up, so he's got to go back and do it again. There's Ravindra again, bowls to him. There's a single. Played down the ground to long on. Batsman should be ready when the bowler's ready.
There's so many breaks in the game these days, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
And that's one thing that India in particular, like I said before about Rohit playing the game at his own pace, the Indian cricket team play at the pace that they want to.
Ravindra bowls, that sliced away to backward point. That might have turned a bit as well as it goes back to us. So hard to see from here, but it definitely found a thickish outside portion of the bat. Gill 10 from 26 balls. And Ravindra turns again, wraps his fingers around the ball, moves in past umpire Rifle, falls out a little bit shorter. It's cut out to a deep point. I'll take 1 run there.
There's a fraction of turn there for Ravindra, but nothing compared to what we saw in the previous over from Santner. He's more of a bowler that just bowls out the front. He's almost looking to just get it down the other end, whereas Santner really gives it a rip.
Sharma on strike. Again, a very flat one, almost got through there. That hurried Sharma, if anything ever does hurry Sharma. But he had to jab his bat down pretty quickly on that one. And just a suggestion of a nod of approval to Ravindra there for a good ball. 67 for no wicket, 2 from the over. Ravindra again, bowls. Oh, it's got, well, it's going to come down for 4. I'm not quite sure how much that came off the edge and how much it is trying to run it in that general direction. Do you think it's total edge?
Total edge there, just a fraction of width, and he's tried to play it through point, tried to hit in front of point. To side spinner, there wasn't a huge amount of revs on it. The hand comes off the bat and it's a genuine edge, straight through first slip, no catcher in place.
Yeah, uncontrolled. He's looking to get it away somewhere squarish, but certainly not as fine as that. And it's a disappointment for Ravindra, who comes in again, bowls, and cut and a miss this time. So the spinner's just starting actually to get a bit of control here. I mean, they haven't got wicket. They're going to have to bowl India out.
Absolutely, no other option.
Yeah, but they haven't managed to do that, but they have at least put a bit of a break on the scoring. 12
of the last 4 overs from the spinners. And it's just small things like that. Sometimes you have to be prepared to just be really defensive as an attacking option. And that might sound really funny, but at times it might be 3 or 4 dot balls. It might be an over of built-up pressure, backed up by 1 more over, and then you get a big shot, you get a wicket, and then you can start to attack again. You still have to be patient, even though you know that there's not enough runs on the board. You can't afford to force the issue too much.
Santner bowls short, not a good ball. It's been heaved away out towards that mid-wicket boundary. Can Jamieson get there? He should do. Down he goes. A long dive there, thrown back in by Bracewell.
He went for the early dive. It was like a tree falling down. The ball had almost stopped as he got down to it.
He's got enormous strides, but he's done the job there. But that wasn't a great ball. Asking for trouble. Really, Gill should put that away. I think about the middle of the bat. 73 for no wicket. 179 more needed for India to win this match. New Zealand desperate for wickets here. And Jameson again, he's a good, 15 yards maybe in from the boundary at long on. And this time Gill finds the gap, sends the ball out to deep point.
That's the difference between the two teams right there. Shubman Gill just rocks back on the back foot and is able to open his hands and find that gap out to deep point. There was so many times in the first innings that Virat Kohli at cover and Rohit Sharma at mid-wicket just fielded so many balls in a row, and New Zealand weren't able to get off strike.
Santner bowls, tucked away against the spin by Sharma for a single square leg. 75 for no wicket. Well, New Zealand need to do something here, because otherwise India are going to romp this. 75 from 79 balls, the most fluent batting that we've seen in the game so far. New Zealand without Matt Henry, their spearhead. So that's another one tucked away out to mid-wicket, this time straight to a fielder.
And that's without Shubman Gill being out of first gear at the moment. He's just well and truly happy to play second fiddle.
Yep.
14 off 30 deliveries, and that's unusual. He's usually very aggressive at the top.
Santner again bowls, and that's driven past the diving extra cover. Only for a single, though, finds Mitchell down below us to our left here at long off. 76 for no wicket.
It feels as though they might be able to put some pressure on Shubman Gill to force him into a big shot.
Santner bowls to forward, smothers it. So Sharma, so it'll be Gill on strike. Are you leaving us, Aaron? What can I say? It's been lovely catching up with you.
You too, mate.
It really has. And
we'll pop in again if there's any time.
Well, you can do. That's an unofficial farewell, but otherwise we'll see you in the winter in the Ashes. We'll remain friends, whatever happens.
Well,
promise?
That can't promise anything after what happened last time. Toys went out of the cop from both teams, didn't they?
Well, they did, actually. Anyway, lovely to you, Aaron Finch, of course. Great company. 76 for no wicket. So 176 more needed from 37 overs. And at the moment, difficult to see where a wicket's going to come from. The New Zealand really is preying on either a ball spinning, pitching middle and leg and hitting off, or just a mistake. At the moment, Rohit's in very dangerous form, and Gill's just plodding along, as at his own pace, and Ravindra bowls to him. He drives it for a single down to long off and gives his captain the strike. Simon Doull. We're going to get a wicket from. We're going to get quite a few wickets from.
Mistakes. I think that's about the only way at the moment. I've taken control. They used the new ball, I think, was going to be crucial, and played it so well, much like New Zealand did for the most part of that first 10 overs.
Ravindra bowls. It's cut past the fielder inside the circle. Pressure on the one running round now to his left out there in the deep. And they take two. So Mark Chapman out there fielding substitute for Kane Williamson. Bit of an injury.
Those small moments, isn't it? All through the tournament, New Zealand have actually been, the catches have stuck. The Mitchell one didn't stick tonight or this afternoon. The little things that have worked well for New Zealand at the moment, they haven't.
No. As Rohit Sharma looking to drive the ball to long off, but can't beat the bowler this time. 79 for no wicket. Matt Henry's absence, clearly a blow as well. They're so good with that new ball early on. Ravindra bowls, Rohit's forward. Looking a little bit more suspiciously at the pitch at the moment. He's had one that's turned sharply, albeit from the other end, but it's the way the pitch is likely to proceed, although it's only a short game, of course.
It just shows you how good the Indian spinners were, doesn't it? They gave nothing away through that early stage.
Ravindra bowls, that's a single. Rohit gives himself a little bit of room, stepping away, playing it down the ground. 80 for no wicket, with a ball to go in over number 14. Rohit Sharma 59.
I think unless you have those options to either go down or get deep and still punch, which New Zealand just didn't seem to find enough of.
Ravindra bowls. Oh, he's down the pitch now. There's a fielder out there at long on, but he just watched it sail over his head into the crowd. And the first time Shubman Gill's opened his shoulders here this evening. Oh, he's got some fireworks to celebrate that. Not just the Bunsen burners, but actually some rockets went off there, didn't they?
I saw that. We'll save a few for the end of the game.
Well, we weren't expecting that.
No.
And I wonder why the rockets went off for that shot and not one of Rohit Sharma's sixes.
Maybe they've only got a certain amount.
Well, how many went off there? About six, maybe 6 or 8 went off. Anyway, straight up they went. That'll wake up the neighbours.
It's all right, I'm not home. Don't really care about the rest of them.
86 for no wicket then. And a nice clean blow there from Shubman Gill. Goes to 22.
It's a great example of putting pressure on, going down the wicket, either getting really deep, finding the ones, or actually advancing and trying to put some pressure on the bowler. And New Zealand were unable to do that. India, because the position they're in, they can afford to take a calculated risk.
Santner moves in, bowls, a low full toss, driven out to cover, not timed by Sharma. Fielded by Phillips. Just feels as if the stadium is building up for a bit of a party, a bit of a celebration at the moment.
It's filled up, hasn't it? That area that we were talking about earlier that was...
Yeah, it's all full now.
A bit sparse.
Yeah. It's 25 capacity. It might be, what, 24 in here, I suppose. A few empty seats around, but not many. Santner bowls, pulled by Rohit Sharma for 4. Well, a howl of approval out there. More flags waving. More excitement from the PA announcer. 90 for no wicket.
That's a terrific shot. He just gets deep into his crease, dragged down ever so slightly, not much.
No.
Still going to hit 3/4 of the way up of off stump, you would imagine. But he just so quickly onto that back foot.
Yes, he must read that length so quickly. Santner again is a tall man, bowls on the off stumps, chopped away past the point fieldsman. And the deep point, therefore, called into action. One more to Sharma, who's already leaning on his bat. He's got the non-striker's end. He just sits there, legs crossed, leans on his bat.
He's so
It's just
cool,
like he's just out there having a bit of fun in club cricket.
He is so cool.
Yeah, he is. 91 for no wicket. And there's another one, driven past the diving bowler. Another one to Gill. I remember, of course, Chris Gale described himself as the coolest cricketer, didn't he? But he's got competition here.
I always worry about people who give themselves their own nicknames or describe themselves as something that's quite outrageous. It's all very well if other people say it.
No, I agree.
If you give yourself a nickname.
Chris did both of those, didn't he?
I think so, yes.
Yeah, he did. He did describe himself as the coolest cricketer he knows. I think this fella's got something on him, I would say. Sharma again drives out to point. Just ambles down the pitch. An easy single. 93 for no wicket. Rohit Sharma to 65.
If we are to believe all the Indian media journalists that this could be his swan song.
Oh. They expect him to hang his boots up tonight.
Yeah, well, they're expecting.
Oh, are they?
Sometimes sources are themselves, though, aren't they?
Well, indeed. And it's tucked out to mid-wicket. And there is no run. The end of the over. Rohit Sharma 65. Gill has 23. 93 for no wicket. So at the moment, India are romping to their victory. They only 159 to win from 35 overs. Henry Moran's coming in to join Simon Dool.
Well, cruising, I would say, at the moment. Rohit is looking very good. Captain's knock. First time he's batted outside of the power play. So beyond the 10-over mark in the tournament. He's got India off to good starts, but actually kicking on today, which is exactly what he and his team need. 65 from 55, and his partnership looking in complete control at the moment. Very good evening.
Hello, Dooley. How are you, mate?
Oh, good, nice to see you.
And you. The only thing that can make this crowd happier, and I've just been out and about in the stands, would be Virat Kohli. But that would mean losing a wicket, so it's a bit of a sort of, they can't quite. But as always,
they want it, but they don't want it.
Yeah, as always with India, there's the initial, when the wicket falls, followed by,
Yes, yeah, you get them, and you wonder a lot, don't you? If you're that batsman walking off, and you think the cheers are for you, but they're not really, because old mate's walking out about 10 yards in front of you, and they're all for him.
Well, that's the thing, right? And there'll be those that are thinking, well, how many more of these is he going to play? I mean, Rohit, you've sent us closer to his goodbye than Virat Kohli, who you'd have thought 2027 will be a target. At 93 without loss, here is Ratchin bowling a ball that is clipped away into the onside by Rohit, who's 66 from 56. 252 the target, 94 without loss.
It's just it's an amble at the moment, I think, for Rohit. He realised very quickly that the new ball was going to be key. Take it apart, attack Nathan Smith. I think was a good sign early on. The new man.
Ravindra bowls to Gill, lunging forward, defending comfortably, happily, and just enjoying being out there, I think.
I do love to watch Shubman Gill.
I know. Isn't he good? I mean, obviously, but just good to watch.
It's just too much about him, though. I mean, he's a good-looking rooster. He bats well.
Ravindra bowls to Gill, tapped into the onside, no run.
There's a lot of things not to like about him.
I know.
But you just can't help but like him.
He's quite nice, isn't he? Ravindra's similar.
He is, isn't he?
I know. But, you know, some of us are born like that, I suppose, Dawley. We're just lucky. Hey?
Talent and looks.
Here is Ravindra into bowl, round the wicket to bowl to Gill, who's playing that with a cross-batted shovel as much as anything out towards the square leg boundary, where 1 run will be taken. We can expect things to slow down during the middle overs, but there's such room for India just to tap it about and have fun.
And if New Zealand continue with the left arm orthodox, at some stage, if there's no success, they'll have to turn to the off spin.
This is hacked away. Into the onside it goes from Rohit. It's not particularly well timed, it has to be said. But he'll get a single, 96 without loss.
And I think if New Zealand do turn to off spin, you'll see, if Rohit is still there, you will see a lot more, I think, action, a lot more aggression. He doesn't mind coming down the pitch to a right arm off spinner.
Well, he's enjoying it as he leans on his bat, looking as though he could be playing in the park on a Sunday. Ravindra, that mop of air bowls, and Gill will tap down the ground for another easy run. 16 overs gone, 97 without loss is the score. 155 needed for India from 34 overs. I mean, what were your expectations halfway stage?
I felt that New Zealand needed 3 for 70. They needed India to be 3 for 70, 3 for 80, something like that, with probably Rohit and Virat gone. You just got the feeling that if they got off to a start, that it's a high quality, it's a deep batting order. You know that if they're not under any scoreboard pressure, run rates come down to, what, 4.5 and change. If there's no scoreboard pressure and wickets in hand, you feel it's a comfortable chase. One would imagine New Zealand need 2, 3, 4 wickets in a hurry.
In comes Santner. Bowls a ball at Gill, pushing to the offside. There's no run there. It's just where that pressure comes from.
Yeah, and that's the thing. And it shows you it's a good surface. It's not a 250 pitch. At 300 might still have been chased down. You don't know, but that just adds a little bit of scoreboard pressure. And again, you just keep coming back to how well the spinner's bowled.
So hit away in the air, down the ground. Fielder waiting, but it'll drop short of Daryl Mitchell with the short sleeves and the cap down below us at wide long off. For a second, he thought he was in the game. 98 without loss.
So that middle period where New Zealand went at, what, 3.4, 3.3 in the 10 over blocks, it stalled. And it wasn't turning a lot then either. It was just quality.
38 overs a spin from 11 to 40. Here comes next delivery from Santner, right on the money and defended. It was those 38 overs that conceded 144. And then pace in comparison, 104 runs conceded in 12. Just tell the story,
it's
right?
The third most overs bowled by spin for India ever in a 50-over game.
Amazing. Santner bowls a ball which is defended into the offside. But of course, as Gautam Gambhir said, it's a surface they know nothing about.
No. Well, I mean, it was a completely different surface for the semi-final, wasn't it? Because it was like 3 yards away.
I know, amazing, really.
They had to travel along, they had to travel 3.5, 4 yards to play their final. It's quite dramatic scenes.
Santner bowls round arm action, down the ground it goes, single taken, 99 without loss. I just think,
not sure how they did it.
As always, when you've had residence in the same place for a long time, it'll be a bit of a wrench for them to leave their hotel, I imagine. The India side.
Tell you, it'd be a tough ask. I mean, Hester Street gets busy. Hester Street gets very busy.
We joke. 99 without loss. In comes Santner round the wicket to bowl a ball which is played from deep in the crease from Shubman Gill, and a little fumble from Santner will allow them through for a single. And that extra cheer is because is the 100 up. 100 without loss after 17 overs. India need 152 more needed from 33 overs. And so, we jest, but once the tournament was agreed that India wouldn't play in Pakistan, there was no other option.
Absolutely not. And look, Pakistan, I think, got what they wanted out of the result. Oh, there's more fireworks. Gee, where's Aggers? More fireworks going off for no reason at all.
Well, they've obviously they're worried. They've got a big supply, and they're worried they're not going to get maximum usage. Right. I imagine.
Yes, maybe. Yeah, so I think Pakistan got what they wanted out of it, and the fact that, you know, in any ICC event, men's or women's, they don't have to return to India either. They can play their games at a neutral venue, which was probably the best result they could have hoped for.
Gill waits on 27. Ravindra bowls, and he chops down on a delivery, which is targeting middle stump. No run there.
And from a revenue point of view, you understand it as well. Without an India-Pakistan game, the tournament is probably worth about 20% of what it is.
Yeah.
From a revenue point of view. So you think about it's a business.
Ravindra bowls to Gill. Nudged into the onside for a single. He moves to 28. It's 101 without loss. I mean, you get it, don't you? You shouldn't let perfection be the enemy of the good.
No.
They had to get the tournament on, and in the end, this has been the solution.
I think what surprised me more than anything was when we had the tournament, the T20 tournament recently.
Punched down the ground by Rowett, 69 for him, 102 without loss.
There was a really nice covering of grass across this block. And when we left 3.5-4 weeks ago at the end of the tournament, it was still there.
Right.
And we had the final, was 185, played 186. Terrific game of T20 cricket on a good surface that had a nice grass covering.
Rachin bowls. Gill will punch towards the bowler, who dives to his left to pick up. So what you're saying is that actually the surfaces could have been better than they have been.
I think so.
Right.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think that was the one thing that I probably looked at and I thought, I don't know whether that's absolutely spot on. Having India already selected their squad, having 4 spinners in it, then all of a sudden all the grass has disappeared.
Rachin Ravindra bowls a quicker ball, which is clubbed down the ground by Gill. He's going to get 4 for it, I think. No, good piece of work out there in the distance from O'Rourke, diving to his left and saving the boundary. Just a single taken in the end, actually. That's some good work out there in the deep. 103 without loss.
It doesn't diminish the fact that they have been very good, which they have throughout the tournament.
And that, again, can't be taken away. And it's not down to the individuals playing. They can only do what they can do.
Correct. You turn up and you use the facilities you have in front of you.
Ravindra bowling to Rowett, who drops the ball into the offside, and there'll be no runs at the end of an over that sees 3 from it. 103 without loss after 18 overs. Nicholas emails and says, "You say you joke, but you're not being funny." So there you go, Don. Thank you, Nick.
Oh, thanks, Nicholas. Yes,
well, there we go.
Well, you get back to whatever you were doing, mowing the lawns or something like that, Nicholas. It's fine.
Oh, dear. There we are. Right. How about this? Rupert emails. Rupert Style, Grammy nominee, music producer. Don't often get one of those getting in touch. Drinks being taken here. Listening in Ibiza, soothing Duco the cat. Neutered yesterday. Always enjoy listening to TMS. Season starts in a couple of weeks. Hello, Rupert.
Wow.
There you go. Well, perhaps a better weekend for you than the cat.
How many times have you been to Ibiza?
Never. You?
Never been?
No.
Oh, gosh. I went not last summer, summer before, actually. Spent some time in Ibiza. They've got a good cricket club out there, actually.
So I've heard.
Yeah, really good. There's a couple of Kiwi lads that I know well, a couple of English that I know reasonably well out there. They love their cricket. Yeah, it's not a bad spot to go for a game of cricket if you've ever fancied one. Maybe you could take a crew out there.
I'll tell you what, I think there'd be a few queuing up for that particular game, wouldn't there? But I know Menorca has quite a thriving cricket club as well, so there are a few around, certainly. I mean, it's amazing where teams will pop up. And actually, we were here in Dubai getting a coffee the other day and chatting to somebody working there who'd moved from Sri Lanka and said that his cricket club was very active and they'd been offered tickets for matches during this tournament and managed to get along to some games as well. And there is where there is civilization, there tends to be cricket somewhere around.
You have to think that cricket in this area will continue to grow with the multicultural dynamic of Dubai and the United Arab Emirates and the people that are flocking here more and more now. It's not, you know, you've got people from all over the world coming into Dubai. If they can grab a hold of those young boys and girls and get cricket into the schools, which is starting to happen a lot more, courtesy of the tournaments we've been playing here. ICC is starting to back it a little bit more in the area as well. I think, you know, it's become a bit of a hub. It's the go-to place when no one else can do something.
Yeah.
Isn't it? It's the backup plan.
Yeah.
It's kind of Dubai, the backup plan. And it seems to be that way. So if they can grasp a hold of that a little bit more, you have to feel that 5 to 10 years down the track, you would think they will be in a stronger position than where they are.
Well, there's space is not an issue. It's amazing, actually, looking at the photos downstairs here and seeing when this ground was built and the pictures during the construction of it, and you realise that the speed with which things are sprung up in this area. I mean, you look at the photo here, and when this ground was built, it's in the middle of the desert. And now, you know, you live around the corner, and there are skyscrapers everywhere you look. It's extraordinary growth. I was looking earlier today, and 12 years ago the population of Dubai was 2 million. Today it's 3 million.
And growing.
Yeah. And it is, every time you look anywhere really, you'll see the twinkling lights of a crane somewhere. You know, it's amazing things as well, that the drinking water, all the water you have, is desalinated seawater, I was reading.
Yep.
It's a remarkable place, and it's been the chosen venue, as you say, for cricket tournaments that have had to move. Bangladesh wasn't able to host the Women's T20 World Cup. That came here to the UAE. These matches, of course, have. There have been plenty of games.
First IPL post-COVID.
Yeah,
we came back here. October 21 was that, I think.
103 without loss. Here we go. We're ready to go once again. Santner, the New Zealand captain, into the attack. This is a little leg side-ish, helped on its way by Gill and sprinting around the boundary. It's nicely picked up by Smith, but a couple of runs will be taken. Target is now just 147 away.
Yeah, without scoreboard pressure, Santner's going to have to try and maybe buy a wicket or two here. It can't just bowl, I guess, his normal standard of slightly slower, a bit quicker, try and dot it up. They don't have to come at him. They don't have to go after him at all. He's got to buy one or two here.
Defending into the ground, there'll be no run there. A little bit of turn.
That means just a little bit slower, a little bit wider. See if you can dangle the carrot a touch to just try and change the fortunes a little bit. So India in control.
Santner bowls a ball which is pushed with good timing, but to short cover. Or play on the ego, play on the ambition.
A little bit, a little bit. I think more so Rohit Sharma. Shubman's probably a little less likely.
It's a fuller delivery in the air. Oh, goodness me, what a stunning piece of fielding.
Phillips, catch.
Unbelievable. Just incredible. The man does things you will not ever see on a cricket field. At cover, he has leapt high, one-handed, and he has taken the most stunning of catches. He's been knocked off his feet by the force of it, but he's taken the catch that removes Shubman Gill. I just can't believe it.
Well, that is better than the Kohli one last weekend. That was absolutely hammered. But just saying, I didn't think Shubman Gill would take the bait. That was so slow, that delivery. 79 kilometres per hour, floated wide, just dangling the bait. He's taken it, and Phillips, just the hang time, the air. One hand, right-handed, yes, his strong hand, but my word. That's 3 from him in the tournament now that have just been simply phenomenal.
That was as good as anything that you will see on a cricket field. That was astonishing, quite astonishing. At short cover, we've seen them at backward point. He didn't have as long that time, and he has taken one of the great catches, and I mean that. And you'll be able to see it on the BBC Sport website and app shortly, where you'll also find details of what it takes to be that good in the field. We spoke to him yesterday, and he loves it. He just absolutely loves it. And what amazed me then, Simon, is there was a pause around the ground where I think a lot of people thought it was a bump ball, myself included, because they couldn't believe it.
It was one of those moments where I don't think that... I think I saw something, but I don't think it really happened.
105 for 1. Here comes Santner. This is onto the pads of Kohli, who will get a run. And all of that, Virat Kohli's brought to the middle. 106 for 1. Watch that, find a way of seeing it. It'll be on the BBC Sport website and app. It is a catch for the ages.
My goodness. Just leap off the right leg, leaping. It was flying. I mean, and I think that's the reason why everybody thought, I'm not sure whether it was a bump ball or what happened.
Santner comes in, bowls, left alone by Rohit. It's 106 for 1. 19 overs gone. The first successful over of the innings. The required rate for India is only 4.7. They need 146 from 31 overs. But that catch will go down in folklore. I mean, the position he's in when it sticks in his right hand is extraordinary. The fact that he lands with his cap at an angle, his legs crossed, as if he's just having a day out in the park.
I'm just going to sit here and admire what I have done, if you don't mind. Wow.
Goodness me, what a catch. Astonishing. Absolutely astonishing. 106 for 1 is the score. Now then, a few days ago, on Test Match Special, we heard from Harriet in Germany. In Tübingen.
In what?
Tübingen, southern Germany. Bracewell. Oh, it's a big appeal for LBW. Given! Virat Kohli's been given out for 1, and he's looking up quizzically and asking the question.
How can you give me out? He's thrown his hands in the air. He's asking Rohit Sharma now, do you think, can I go? Has it turned too much? He's going over to the third umpire, but given out on the field, there's a lot more leeway when it's given out. Paul Rifle, the umpire, and straight away, Bracewell into the game and into the action.
Well, you said wickets would change it all potentially.
For LBW, the original decision is out. I've checked the feet and it's a fair delivery. Front on, please. I'm looking at split screen. And the ball is very close to the bat. Can I get ultra edge?
Bracewell's first ball. The first time this innings has been quiet around the stadium.
This will be shock.
He took a long time to think about it, umpire Rifle. The technology is building. This is the tension.
Kohli took a long time to think about reviewing. He must have felt, because, you know, if a batter's hit it, he's straight away, he's up.
Bracewell twirls his moustache.
It's a good one too, isn't it? Slightly better than Nathan Smith's, I think.
The two experienced campaigners for India, Rohit and Virat, stand in the middle looking up at that big screen which is illuminating things up there in the distance. I don't think he thinks he's hit it. Here's ultra edge.
Forward, forward, forward. Forward, keep going. Flat line as the ball passes the bat. There is no bat involved. Ball trapped for 1 second.
It looks like it's hitting.
Original decision is out. That ball is pitching outside off. Impact in line. Wickets hitting. Whole stage original decision out. Stand.
So he goes. Virat Kohli
on screen
is out for 1. And India are 106 for 2. And in a heartbeat, this game has changed quite dramatically. India still well on top. They need 146 from 30.5 overs, but Bracewell has struck early on in this 20th over, and India are 106 for 2. Simon Dall, some more from you, and then Simon Mann.
Pin drop silence around the ground as Virat Kohli wanders off the field. Brilliant bit of bowling, great flight. Actually went away a little bit with the arm and then turned back past the inside edge of Virat Kohli's bat. The man who has been so successful in so many of India's great run chases over the last 10-12 years has walked his way back to the changing room for just the one, and New Zealand feel like they might have an outside chance, an outside opportunity of putting a little pressure on now, I would imagine, Simon. Evening to you.
Interesting, very interesting. 2 wickets in 2 overs, 106 for 2, 20th over. Shreyas Iyer is out there at number 4. I was actually standing out there when Glenn Phillips took that catch, and there was a sort of ooh from the spectators, because they appreciate the brilliance of the catch, but then I come back to it in the moment, it's Bracewell goes into bowl, and it's shoveled away into the leg side. But because the guy who's on the DJ mic, because he's supposed to be neutral, has to say, what a fantastic catch by the flying machine, by the flying saucer. That's what he said. Flying saucer. It's Iyer. You single up towards long on to get off the mark. 107 for 2 in the 20th over. He didn't seem to be saying very much when Kohli was walking out. They were very enthusiastic actually with the Gill wicket, even though they like watching Gill because it means Kohli comes in. So everyone was standing up and cheering. But Kohli's departed. Rohit's still there though, 69 not out. He's played so well. Here's Bracewell bowling to him. Rohit flicks that away towards forward square leg.
It becomes an important part now, even more so, Rohit. If New Zealand could find a way to pick him up in the next 10 to 12 runs and put a little bit of pressure on that middle order.
107 for 2, 20th over, 252 to win. Bracewell bowls, eased away by Rohit up towards long on. It was an attempted save at straight mid-wicket. It's unsuccessful, so Rohit gets his 70th run, 70 out of 108 for 2. Been playing a different game to everyone else so far. Gill was quiet, just playing second fiddle, 31, and then Kohli out for 1. Bracewell, there's off breaks, bowls to Iyer. Iyer turns that away towards forward square leg. There's no run, it's the end of the over. It's 108 for 2 after 20 overs. Well, at the same stage, New Zealand were 101 for 3 after their 20 overs. But India have got that Burr constrictor bowling attack, just squeezes an opposition.
It squeezed the life out of it. You looked at Daryl Mitchell and you thought the whole innings was just a struggle the whole way through. It wasn't really till a little bit of Phillips and then Bracewell at the back end, was it, where New Zealand looked like it was slightly more comfortable. But although Mitchell brought up a 50, it looked like a struggle the whole way through.
Yeah, Mitchell 63 off 101 balls. Bracewell at the end 53 not out. Here's Santner bowling and Rohit playing carefully towards cover, and there's no run. Bracewell here quietly is having a good game. He's made a rapid half century. He's got rid of Kohli. It's not a bad day out, just that.
You'll take that and go, won't you?
Exactly. Look what I did in the Champions Trophy final. Here's Santner bowling and Rohit's right over that. Bat and pad tight together, almost as if he was playing for a draw on the final day of a test match. That sort of defence from Rohit Sharma. Perhaps realises he's got to take a bit of responsibility. How many overs is
Santner's into his 7th?
His 7th over. Still 30 overs left in the game. Santner bowls. Rohit flicks that on the drive, dancing down, playing it quietly up towards long on. One more run sent in by Jameson. 109 for 2.
And then he probably feels, Mitch Santner, now that maybe one more, but he can't afford to bowl himself right through here. He's got to change someone to this end, and whether he brings Rachin Ravindra back 5 overs for 27, does he introduce Phillips after just taking that catch? Does he have a bit of something about him today as well?
Here's Santner bowling, and he goes back and hits this away into the onside. Shreyas Iyer out towards the boundary. It drops and then hits the rope. 2 fielders after it. That's got the crowd going again. After that, New Zealand fight back. 4 runs to Shreyas Iyer. Very well played off the back foot. Just a fraction short from Santner. He seized onto it and lifted it away. It's a shot you see so often now in white ball cricket. Players hanging on the back foot. A good exponent of it is Heinrich Klaassen.
He's trying to put more pressure on those. He's got 6 inside the circle, so that gap is open.
Santner bowls. He's got a slip in as well. There's a shout for LBW. It didn't look quite right from here. It didn't look quite right to umpire Illingworth as well. Bit late side there. 113 for 2 with that boundary to Shreyas Iyer. He's 5 not out. Let's having another look at it. Yeah, leg side's
sliding.
Yeah, sliding down.
Going back now, Kyle Jamieson. He was up inside the circle for the first 4. A couple of balls to Shreyas Iyer, just trying to tempt him.
Here's Santner. Bowls to Shreyas and dabs that way into the offside. But too close to cover for them to seriously contemplate a single. It's the end of Santner's over, so he's through 7 now. 1 for 25. 113 for 2. And what we have seen today is that the quicker bowlers have gone around the park a little bit, and the spinners have been the ones. So you'd think Phillips, wouldn't you? go with Phillips.
Yeah, I think he's got to get him into the game fairly quickly. Bracewell coming in now, 2 off spinners to 2 right-handers. They might try, Shreyas in particular, he will try and go at the right arm off spinner. And Rohit normally doesn't hold back either. So might think of getting Ravindra back at Santner's end just for a couple to see whether he can continue that the ball just going away from the right-handers a little bit.
Here's Bracewell bowling, flicked away to square leg, no run. Spin today in that New Zealand innings, 38 overs, 144 runs. Pace, 12 overs, 104 runs. And that pattern has sort of continued in the Indian innings as well, because Smith went for 22 from 2, O'Rourke 18 from 2, and Jameson, what was he, 19 for 4. Actually tied the airs. Another shout for LBW there. Bracewell up against Rohit Sharma. The ball goes down fine. It's picked up by Jameson to his left-hand side. What's umpire Rifle going to do there? He's actually not signalling anything, so therefore the LBW shout probably didn't have anything going for it, because there was some bat in it. Let's have another look at this. No, I'm not sure there was, but it's probably too high. I didn't see a signal for a leg by from umpire Rifle. Rohit 72, 114 for 2. Bracewell bowls. Forward goes Iyer, playing it back to the bowler. Bracewell bends down and picks up.
Seeing a little more turn and bounce though. The one that Rohit just got 2 balls ago, it certainly turned and bounced a lot.
I'm not sure he did hit it, actually, just seeing it again. Here's Bracewell bowling, played away by Shreyas Iyer off the back foot to straight mid-wicket. And there's no run. Having another look at that LBW shout. Impact in line, yeah. It did spin and bounce over the top, nowhere near close. Here's Bracewell, dabbed away by Shreyas. A bit of hesitation, right? It was very slow setting off. There's actually a big single there. It was well judged by Shreyas. He knew there was one there. And Rohit seemed to be coming. They were very nearly in mix-up territory. Shreyas just kept going. 115 for 2.
It's to the left of Chapman. It is his favoured side, but it was such an easy single. It shouldn't have been any panic at all.
Rohit settles. 22nd over, last ball of it. Bracewell bowls to Rohit, plays quietly towards forward square leg. There is no run. 22 overs gone. So India need 137 more from 28 overs with 8 wickets in hand. The equation does look very healthy for them, but those 2 wickets have given New Zealand something to cling on to.
Yeah, run rate needs to, for any sort of scoreboard pressure, it needs to be in the 7 to 8 mark minimum. So that's wickets and overs that are going for 1 and 2 and 3 at times, which is what happened a lot through that middle period with Jadeja and Akshar in particular.
Well, you got your wish here. Santner's withdrawn himself just to hold some overs back, 3, and he's bringing in the slow left arm of Ravindra, which with 2 right-handers out there makes sense. We've got the left-hander to come in next, Akshar Patel. So perhaps Phillips.
Then Hardik, and then another left-hander in Jadeja.
Yeah, so Phillips for them, possibly. Here is Ravindra bowling. It's dug out by Shreyas. Very full delivery. But ball rolls back down the pitch. And there is no run. Ravindra is in his 6th over. No wicket for 27.
This is where you play a little bit on the ego of Shreyas Iyer as well. He loves to go after the spinners.
Ravindra bowls. Shreyas knocks that way into the offside again. There's hesitation between the 2 players. I think he knew there that he got it past the fielder, although he had to wait a second. The call there might have been wait, actually, rather than just coming down the pitch. And he stopped. Rohit stopped, but the ball did go past cover, out towards deep cover, so they were able to get an easy single in the end.
It's the confusion that a great fielder gives, though, because it's Phillips.
Yeah. Ravindra bowls. Forward goes Rohit, playing that very calmly, quietly up towards long off. Walks through for a single. That's twice now there's been a hesitation between these 2. 117 for 2. And actually, sometimes you get that when you get one guy who's fleet of foot and the other one who's just a bit lumbering. Especially if it's your game to run quickly between the wickets. Here's Ravindra bowling, dug out by Iyer into the offside to Phillips. An extra cover, picks up the ball, hurls it to wicketkeeper Latham. No run. 23rd over, 117 for 2, India. 252 the target to win the Champions Trophy here in Dubai. As Ravindra goes in, and Shreyas Iyer, just, I think, shaped to reverse for a moment and then just went back into his position. Ravindra bowled him and was driven back. It's actually quite a breezy evening out there now, and a bit cooler. It's warm, hot afternoon, but it's quite breezy and a bit cooler now.
Evenings are lovely at this time of year.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Ravindra bowls to Shreyas Iyer, clips it straight to mid-wicket. There is no run. How many off that over? 2 singles off the over. So Ravindra 6 overs to 29. India 117 for 2 after 23 overs. They need 135 more to win from 27 overs. Rohit Sharma, their mainstay, with 73 not out from 72 balls in what might be his last match as India captain, his last match as a one-day international player, just possibly anyway. We've seen Steve Smith give it up after this tournament, retiring from one-day internationals. 117 for 2. Now Bracewell, off-break bowler, 2 overs, 1 for 4. Goes in and bowls to Rohit. It's down the pitch, clipping this up to long on along the ground. Another run, 118 for 2. These two just looking at the way, well, Rohit's playing and the way Shreyas Iyer's playing at the moment. Just have a look and ease the ball around, and then suddenly another 30 runs, you're 150 for 2, and you feel you're almost at the top of the hill, ready to go over it. That one is clipped away by Shreyas Iyer for a single towards deep mid-wicket. And there are enough gaps for them to be able to do this against the spinners. And this is what they practice for, just knocking the ball around, picking the gaps, ticking the board over. You can do it at 4 and over, 4 singles and over for 8 overs, and that's fine. Bracewell goes in and bowled, turned away by Rohit, struck on the pad. Lathan comes behind the stumps to pick up, and there's no run. 119 for 2. Simon Doull's gone. Alex Hartley's here again.
You were talking about Rohit Sharma, and is it going to be his last game? What about Jadeja?
Yeah,
I think it could be his.
Here's Bracewell bowling dab sweep, nicely played by Rohit. It's coming down fine, at least 2 there. They might come back for 3. No, they will be limited to 2. Here's Mitchell coming around the boundary, hurls it in. 2 more runs to the total. Rohit to 76, 121 for 2 in the 24th over. Jadeja today is playing his 204th one-day international.
So many.
Yeah. Rohit playing his 273rd. Bracewell bowls, played by Rohit towards a long on. That was the intention, but Phillips was just closing that off. It's a good piece of fielding. He anticipated there and went away early to his left-hand side to stop that run towards long on. He's not quite mid-on, he's not quite mid-wicket. He's sort of lurking there and just trying to make it difficult for Rohit Sharma. 121 for 2. Last ball of the 24th over. And Bracewell goes into bowl. It's dug out by Rohit towards mid-off on the other edge of the circle, but it went so quickly to mid-off it couldn't get through. But even those two are sort of nowhere near the leading one-day international performers for India in terms of appearances. There are 7 who are over 300.
I know. It's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah. Sachin's in the 400s. I think a year and a third of his life playing one-day international cricket.
Yeah, that was our morning. Don't tell us we don't know how to have fun. Most capped players for India.
Yeah, Kohli went into 6th place today, past Yuvraj Singh. Yuvraj 301, Kohli 302 today. That's a pretty solid international career, though, isn't it? Jadeja's over 200 one-dayers. Rohit in that 270 area. 121 for 2. Here's Ravindra beginning a new over. And bowls to Shreyas Iyer, who punches him up towards long off. Mitchell's there again. That's what they're doing at the moment. I suppose the bad ball comes away, try to put it away, but at the moment just, piece together 30 or 40. Build the partnership. Bags of overs left. 25 after this one. So they're close on halfway in terms of run scoring, close on halfway in terms of the overs. There's a delivery from Ravindra to Rohit on the back foot. Tries to force it up to long off. Cross comes Ravindra to stop it. There's no run there. So the partnership is 16 off 31, but India can afford that. They just I feel they just need to regroup at the moment with the loss of those 2 wickets. Ravindra to Rohit. Again, forced away off the back foot, but Ravindra skips across to pick up. And there's no run.
Well, it just shows the difference, doesn't it, facing spin and facing seam on this surface at this ground. And both teams managed pretty well against the seam. They've struggled against the spin.
Here is Ravindra. Bowling to Rohit. Rohit sweeps. Goodness me, that was a full ball to sweep there. He got the bat out in front of his pad and got something on it just as well. Otherwise, leaping up an LBW shout there. It actually surprised me that Akshay didn't bowl his full 10 overs. I thought they brought Shami back a bit too early.
Me too. Whether or not there was, whether his finger was too sore.
He stayed out there though, didn't he? I
did.
suppose it might because they wanted him to bat. Ravindra bowls, dabbed away into the offside and there's no run, because if he was off the field for ages then there would be a problem with where he could bat, and he's obviously slated to come in next. That's the only thing I can think, but obviously if you have got a really damaged finger you don't really want to be fielding either. Anyway, he bowled 8 overs and he bowled them very economically. 8 overs for 29. Ravindra, and it's defended by Rohit into the onside towards straight mid-wicket. Just one single off that over. They've been just 7 overs for 30, and that's the other thing they're doing here, is they're just whittling away at New Zealand's left arm spinners, so they haven't got that many overs left, the left arm spinners. So both bowled 7 and we only had 25 overs.
Yeah, they're bowling so well though, aren't they? See, there's that fine line, that cat and mouse. Do you keep them going? Do you change it up? I think that you're going to have to change it up at some stage. Or can you afford to maybe bowl Ravindra from one end and then bring Santner back on and try and squeeze in another way? But for me, they're going to have to try and get Glenn Phillips into the attack at some stage as well.
122 for 2 at the halfway stage of India's innings. With Bracewell. Multan Sultan bowls, and he nearly gives a return catch there off the back foot. Shreyas Iyer dives forward there, Bracewell, but it bounced in front of him. Not far away. He went back, tried to force it, a bit like Harry Brooks' dismissal earlier in the tournament, where he hit one back against Afghanistan off the back foot. Ayer's forward there, clipping it back to the bowler, and Bracewell stops it to his right-hand side. A good day, Bracewell. 1 for 8 in his 4th over, and 53 not out earlier. Bracewell with his off breaks, bowls. Iyer gives himself some room, punches it up towards mid-off inside the circle.
Nicely bowled from Bracewell. It's quicker, flatter, into the surface. You're expecting that slower, loopier delivery.
He's moving swiftly through his over, bowls, dabbed away by Iyer. He's 9 from 19, from 20 now. That was defended towards extra cover. He's even got a bit of a squeeze on at the moment. Some cat and mouse cricket going on. India just sitting in, determined not to lose wickets, chipping it away. And New Zealand is trying to build some pressure and hope they can get a wicket. Forward goes Iyer, clips that towards Phillips in that straight mid-wicket position. There's no run there. Has that umpire rifle miscounted again?
No, he can't have done it again. He has. There's one more ball, isn't there?
I think he was minded to call over. It's difficult to tell from his body language. I think he was about to give him his cap and realised, no, still one more ball to come. Desperate to get to the end of the over, desperate to get to the end of the game, end of the competition.
You've done it again.
Bracewell tosses that one up, it's driven into the onside, but Phillips is so good. He got to straight mid-on quickly there to prevent the ball going for a run, then hits the stumps, and then they might get an overthrow. They do not. So the end of the over, that was a maiden over bowled by Bracewell. The 26th over of the innings. That's the first maiden over of the match. 122 for 2 after 26. 252 to win. It feels as if the game's back on at the moment. But you still fancy India, but they're fighting hard, New Zealand. Right, time for Jonathan Agnew to come in to join you, Alex.
Well, Bracewell's been fantastic today, but one of the key aspects of his bowling is he's equally economical to the right and the left-handers, which is so unusual in cricket. He goes at an economy of 4.8 versus the left-handers and 4.9 versus the right-handers in ODI cricket. So very, very similar. Today, he's going at a lot less than that.
So, a change of ends then. And we've got Ravindra bowling from our end now. Oh, stumped! First ball, Sharma's rushing down the pitch and very neatly stumped by Latham. And the Indian captain Well, he looked dismayed there. I must say, what have I done, he's saying to himself. First ball of a new spell from Ravindra, and he's come, well, dancing down the pitch. He's by his standards, a real slog, actually. He's lost all his balance there. He's just lost everything. Missed the ball, and he's stumped.
Yeah, a slight lapse in concentration potentially there from Rohit Sharma. It was wide outside the off stump, and it turned even wider. Brilliant take from Latham behind the stumps, just kept calm. But Rohit Sharma, what are you doing? You've already lost 2 quick wickets, you're rebuilding, and now you've just given another one away.
Nice innings, but a horrid shot. And in near silence, India's captain's walking off. Virtually all Indian supporters in this ground, head bowed, is dragging his bat behind him. India need 130 more runs from 143 balls as Akshar Patel comes out to join Shreyas Iyer. So a real chance here for New Zealand, and they're the sort of team who just yoke that door ever so slightly, and they do barge it open. So it's not the one-way traffic that we saw, well, up until about half an hour ago, really, I suppose, when Virat Kohli played rather a lazy shot there, just looking just to shovel the ball away into the leg side, across the line, missed it. He's LBW, and now so well set and apparently taking his team to victory. Rohit Sharma has played an ugly shot, and he's been stumped. 122 for 3. Rate required's only 5.5. But pressure of a final, pressure of some slow turn for the spinners. There's still plenty of overs left. Ravindra's in his 8th. Bracewell's only bowled 4. Santner. I haven't seen Phillips yet, so there's plenty of overs of spin available to New Zealand. Patel is left-handed, and he's over his bat now. And Ravindra moves in, bowls to him, hurries him slightly as he plays away out to mid-wicket. 5 in the circle, with mid-off up on the edge there. That's the towering figure of Jameson. Ravindra again, all in black with white numbers and writing on his back bowls, and that's driven nicely. It's very nicely timed. But Santner can field, sprawling on his knees at cover, and so there's no run.
It's getting to the point now where you sort of look at your 3 seamers that you've got, Jameson, O'Rourke and Smith, and if you fancy some spin.
Next one. Patel drives up to mid-off. Straight to Jameson. See another replay of Rohit's dismissal. Doesn't matter what angle you look at, it's ugly.
Oh, my note says hack.
It was. He's completely off balance. Terrible shot. The next one, that spins in and slightly deceives his length there. He's driven him on the back foot when really he should be trying to play that off the front. On course here for a wicket maiden. And the last over was a maiden too, wasn't it? I think so.
Yep.
Yeah, the last 30 balls, 7 for 1. Do we have a wicket maiden? Let's have a look. Ravindra bowls, and it's forced up to mid-off who fields, and that is indeed a wicket maiden to the left-arm spinner Ravindra. So 122 for 3, and India need 130 more runs for 138 balls. You just feel, looking around this crowd, there's just that little bit of anxiety and doubt just creeping in there a little.
Yeah, for most of this game, India have been in total control. At the halfway stage, you'd have just gone, OK, India are going to cruise this. But it's just starting to creep back. One more wicket here, because at the moment, Winvis is 61% India, 39% New Zealand. So it's getting closer, and you just feel like New Zealand aren't giving up, are they? They're in the fight, they're in the battle.
Still plenty of batting left. Rahul, Hardik, Jadeja, of course. 122 for 3 then. And we've got Bracewell bowling from the far end. Brings the right-handed Shreyas Iyer onto the front foot. That's picked up in the covers, and there's no run. What a catch from Phillips, by the way. I think that's the best bit of cricket we've seen in the Champions Trophy.
But he's done the 3 best pieces of fielding. He's topped his own fielding every time.
Well, that was really quite something. Now he's down the pitch. That doesn't time that forcing stroke towards long on, and Bracewell can field. And the timing of the jump, that's the great thing about it, isn't it? I mean, you've got such a split second to weigh everything up. He timed that leap absolutely perfectly. Now, that's a big hack. That's one. He's gone for 6. This one over deep mid-wicket. Just. He's kept it in, though. He we'll have to look at the replay of this. See whether he's managed to save that going for 6. As Will Young out there is hit very hard out to deep mid-wicket. I think he caught the ball, but was there any part of him either on that boundary edge or over it? We'll have a look. He does take the catch, but he goes over the boundary and hits the boundary. That's going to be 6. Going to be 6. Yeah, that was a great effort. Worthy of fireworks, apparently.
I don't know what they've spent on these fireworks, but they are just throwing them up there now.
Yeah, they are. They've obviously got a few left over. They're just firing them off. We didn't see any fireworks in Pakistan. 128 for 3. Bracewell again on his way. Bowls, and that's flicked away by Shreyas out to square leg. It's a great effort out there in the deep. I think the fireworks really should be for him, but I don't think you were there for an Indian 6.
Oh, he's so unlucky stepping on that boundary sponge there, isn't he? The momentum just taking him over the rope.
Yeah, really good effort. Bracewell over the wicket, Bowles, Shreyas forward. And Phillips will feel at cover. 128 for 3 in the 28th over. Lots of dot balls coming here. OK, there was a 6 there, but chance of another dot here. Bracewell comes in and bowls, pushed away. It is a dot. So it's that one scoring shot in the last 3 overs now. And the last 30 balls, 11 for 1. So 124 needed from 132 balls. That equation's just getting a little bit tighter.
Well, for the first time in this game, the required run rate is higher than the actual run rate that they're going at. So New Zealand are starting to slowly claw it back, but they have to. Like Dooley was saying, they've got to get it up to around 6-7s as soon as possible, really, because at the minute it's still India's.
Yes, well, you certainly feel that it is, and yeah, a few good overs, and it'd be different. But Phillips is coming back now, so they have got plenty of spin resource, and the story of all the cricket here in this tournament has been that the spinners have held sway. Scoring is more difficult. So Glenn Phillips loosening up, bowling some balls there to his captain at mid-off. We've got the left-handed Akshar, who's not yet off the mark. He's faced 5 balls, and he's bowling to him. There's 5 in the circle. There's Phillips, that brilliant catch to his name already today. Moves in quite quickly, bowls, and Patel plays down to long on for a single. His first run. Darryl Mitchell fields below us here.
I just don't think anything this bloke will ever do will surprise me anymore, Glenn Phillips, because he's worked he's wicket-keeper for a start.
Yeah.
He was a wicket-keeper, worked incredibly hard on his bowling, but even with the bat in hand, he's such an explosive batter.
And he's learning to be a pilot, isn't he? A commercial pilot.
Yeah. Talented man.
Very. 129 for 3 in the 29th over. Phillips trots in, bowls, and a carving sort of a drive there. Oh, the ball spun. The ball has spun. And it did O'Rourke there, the tall, fast bowler. Another misfield. Someone's pulled a muscle down there, I think. Let's have a look. Or it's cramp, maybe. You can't see who it is from here.
It's Young. I think.
He's down. He's got himself up again. It looked like cramp for a minute there, but it's a horrible spinning one there. It's a difficult place sometimes. When someone plays a carving drive like that, the ball. It's Will Young who's gone down. He slipped, didn't he?
Yeah, he seems to be all right. He's walked it off.
Yeah.
Just jarring that Achilles a little bit, that calf. He was trying to slow down after a full sprint.
He's playing away into the leg side, and there's no run. Shreyas on 17, 131 for 3. It all happened there, but there aren't many professional fielders who haven't been done by the spinning ball, either out on the sweep or there at backward point. That's swung away down towards that deep backward square leg. It's the second bounce that does you out in the deep there.
Makes you look so stupid, doesn't it?
You're down there, it's hit hard at your sweep shot. The first bounce is fine, but the second one, poof, goes off at a horrible angle if you're unlucky. 120 from 128. Sky completely black overhead. We're lit up by the ring of fire. circle of bright lights beaming down as that's played off the back foot up to cover. And there's no run, and I'm presuming that we're watching through some sort of dark glass here, because otherwise the lights wouldn't be very good. But I think it's rather like watching the game wearing dark glasses. 132 for 3. Phillips bowls, and back goes Patel, gets a single there. Phillips can't feel that off his own bowling, to some surprise. That's this expectation that he can stop virtually anything. But 5 from the over, 133 for 3, 29 overs completed.
What do you think his catch percentage has been in this Champions Trophy?
His catch percentage?
His.
What do you count as chances that go to him? Oh, it's probably 100%.
It is. 5. 5.
He's outstanding. Just a reminder, from 3 p.m, and I've lost a bit of track of where we are now. Oh, 8 minutes time. Commentary on the Six Nations between England and Italy. That's on BBC Sport website and the app. And we're continuing here on 5 Sports Extra for the climax of this final. So if you're after the rugby, England, Italy, off to the website you go. I hope you stay with us. Got a bit of a game on here now. 34% New Zealand, 66% India, but we know that moves up and down. 133 for 3. And Bracewell round the wicket. Bowls to Akshay Patel. Plays that calmly into the leg side.
Oh.
Tremendous diving, sprawling save. That's Mark Chapman, who might be presenting the rugby, actually, mightn't he? Could be. That's our Mark Chapman, of course. Round the wicket he comes. Bowls. Played back up the pitch, and there's no run. 133 for 3.
We've got a Mark Chapman, we've got a Matt Henry.
We have. Yeah. 133 for 3. Bracewell bowls is sort of a length. He's got that away. Down the ground to long on. He comes bounding in, throws the ball back up all the way down to the keeper. 134 for 3. Crowd is a little subdued, but I think that's just through tension and excitement.
Yeah, I think so. When you look at the score, you think, oh, a couple more wickets here, and you never know. But you look down that India batting lineup.
Yep. Plenty to go yet.
So
Plenty
strong.
To go. Yeah. Bracewell bowls, tickled around the corner, going for a quick single. I think that Jadeja hasn't even got his pads on yet. So yes, there's plenty. 117 needed. 122 balls to be bowled. And the uplighting is taking effect now, which is rather nice. Up into the canopy that goes round over the terrace seating. Bracewell bowls, played away calmly, defensively by Akshay. 3 from 12 balls. 135 for 3. Bracewell spins himself a catch. Akshay's ready, left-handed, he drives, gets his single. Down the ground there to long off. I mean, really, that's all India have to do. Just keep playing those very safe shots down the ground. Pick up 5 and over, and they're virtually there with the occasional boundary. 136 for 3. Akshay has 4, Shreyas Iyer has 19. Little tap of the gloves, they have a conference.
And it's what they've done so well in this Champions Trophy. It is just knock the ball down the ground. It is just take the easy option. A couple of quick wickets. If Shreyas Iyer is struggling out there, you know, strike rate of less than 60, just less than 60. That's unusual for him.
Lovely picture of the Dubai Marina on our screens there. Some big posh boats moored up.
Some nice ones down there, isn't there?
Oh, there are. Michael Vaughan knew somebody who had a boat down there. We went out with him one time here. There's Phillips round the wicket. Bowls. Oh, this is exactly what they do. You drive it down to long off. Finds Jameson down there on the boundary, and they take a single. 115 needed from 119 balls now. Try and put some pressure on them. They're bringing actually the mid-off up. Try and encourage the big hit down the ground, and a mistake. Phillips bustles in and bowls, and that's again played in that same place. Played with the spin. Frustrating for Santner, I think, who's the captain there and the fielder on that occasion. How can they stop them just picking up these? They've both gone back now for Akshay Patel. 114 needed, 118 balls left. They're 3 wickets down. And Phillips strolls in past umpire Illingworth, and that was flicked away into the leg side. Not quite sure he was aiming there, to be honest, but he picks up a single again at square leg.
We just got rushed a little bit with that one. Tucks up. Slightly quicker from Phillips.
113 needed. Phillips again breaks into a trot. Bowls short of a length, and Shreyas can steer that away through the infield. He's picked up singles every ball of this over so far. And there's 2 to go. 140 for 3. 112 more runs needed by India to win the Champions Trophy. Phillips again. Bowls that, tossing it up, turned away out to mid-wicket. Well, that's broken the sequence at least. He's picked out the one fielder there in front of square, inside the circle on the leg side.
Well, it just means if this ball is just a single, it's a win for New Zealand.
Yes, without the boundary. So what's going to happen? Well, he plays a more fluent drive this time, but just that single again down to Jamieson, down to our right on the long off boundary. And so 111 needed from 114 balls. They have lost 3 wickets, but these two they're playing very sensibly, actually. They're just playing very steadily, just doing what they have to do, get them within range. Then they can start to open their shoulders a bit more, but at the moment it's nice and calm.
Yeah, comparison, New Zealand were 134 for 4 at this stage, so very, very similar. Not too much in it, is there?
No, absolutely.
7 bowlers used for New Zealand, and I think that's well adapted, to be honest, because they've got a bowl spin. We've seen how easy it is. You know, Jameson, 4 overs, none for 19. O'Rourke, 2 overs, none for 18. But it's that Smith, 2 overs, none for 22.
Yeah, wasn't great. 141 for 3. Bracewell again bowls, and once again it's just placed perfectly down the ground to long off. The crowd appreciate that. They like the fact these two are just playing calmly, taking no risks. 110 needed, 142 for 3. Rate required nearly 6. But there was a time when that would have seemed like a lot, but not these days. Bracewell moves in again. Shreyas Iyer wants a single. Oh, he's set off at the far end. He's got to go running back again. Good decision. 142 for 3. 110 needed from 112. Nearly at 6 then. Shreyas Iyer slightly open in his stance, waves his bat around. Bracewell bowls to him. He's played that with the spin. Fine square leg though, nicely fielded there by Mitchell Santner. 142 for 3. It's 1 run from these 3 balls so far. Bracewell again swings his arm, moves in over the wicket. Oh, there we go. The big hit has just got it over mid-wicket. Down towards the boundary it goes. A despairing dive out there keeps the ball in, and they'll get 2. Felt something was about to give there. Just got it over the head of mid-wicket.
Yeah, if there's going to be anybody that was catching it, it was Glenn Phillips.
Yeah,
he would have had to jump like Superman.
It was too high even for him. Yeah,
it was a brilliant piece of fielding on the boundary from O'Rourke and Young.
Yeah, 144 for 3. 2 balls to go in this 32nd over. Here's Bracewell moving in towards us. That's flicked away into the leg side. Beats Santner this time. They've got their eye on 2, but I don't think they'll get it. They won't. Young's already there, throwing the ball in. 145 for 3. 1 ball to go in the 32nd over. KL Rahul's already got his helmet on, sitting there in the dugout. He's ready to go. Here's the last ball of the over. Bracewell moves in, bowls. Patel cuts, finds Santner at point, and that is the end of the over. So 107 more runs needed from 108 balls. There's a double change here. Please don't be offended, Rameez, but my time is up. And you're going to be joined by Henry Moran. But first, your thoughts on where this game is at the moment, Ram?
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of New Zealand clawing back, but still advantage India. Required is 5.94. They need a couple of blows here, New Zealand, to make it extremely interesting. But I think the way the the last half an hour have gone, I think New Zealand can sniff something special.
It feels that way. Win predictor only has them at 32%, but a 1 in 3 chance after what we saw early on in this innings feels okay to me. Glenn Phillips, who's taken catch after catch after catch, has taken the best of the lot today. He's in now. Bowls a ball which is just angled into the offside for a single off the bat of Shreyas Iyer, who moves to 25. The catch today at cover off Shubman Gill. It's on the BBC Sport website app. I've never seen one better, and I know recency bias, but what about you?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, a one-handed pickup, falling backwards and still hanging on to the ball is something extraordinary, something different.
Phillips round the wicket to bowl to Akshar Patel, who's got 8 from 19. And it'll be 9 from 20 now as the score moves to 147 for 3. The required rate just under a run a ball.
Well, there's a clear strategy from India, wickets in hand, and take this game as deep as possible. Partnership of 25 from 37, so on the slower side, but they're not really pushed at this stage. So it's about playing this passage as safely as possible.
And then if you need the fireworks from Pandya at the end, you've got that in reserve. Again, just clever batting, angled away into the offside for 1 more.
Yes, because you see, leaving the job to somebody like Hardik Pandya and Jadeja, they can be, I think, very effective for about 7 to 10 overs stint. But to make them bat for 15 overs and win the contest will be tough.
Phillips around the wicket. This is hacked in the air, but just to the right of mid-wicket, out towards wide long on Daryl Mitchell. It wasn't completely controlled from Akshar Patel. 149 for 3, 103 needed from 104.
Yes, I think this Glenn Phillips bowling stint shouldn't last for more than 5 because he's not looked threatening. He's out there maybe because Akshar is a left-hander.
This is dropped short. Oh, it's not far away from the diving fielder at square leg. It will get to the boundary. It's Mark Chapman who's on in place of Kane Williamson. He got airborne like Phillips, but he couldn't quite get there.
Yeah, he's at best a filler. He's not a regular wicket-taking option for New Zealand. And at this stage, they want someone who can be more devastating, more sort of good in a way to pick up a wicket or two. So, I mean, none for 18 in 2.5, considering the scope of the game, is just a little too expensive of my liking.
The requirement under 100 now for India. The floodlights shining, the sun having set. And already 8 from this over. Phillips trying to get out of it with a dot if he possibly can, or better. That's a better looking ball, but it will be a single. Just pushed away behind square on the offside. That's a good over for India, and Phillips is perhaps causing a bit of a headache for his captain here. 154 for 3, 33 overs bowled, and India need 98 from 102.
Yeah, Shreyas Iyer is a real good player. And in the mold of Virat Kohli when it comes to chasing scores, he's judging the situation perfectly here. So what he's doing is to stay out there, milk the singles, make sure there's a partnership, and take it from there.
I think what we wanted from the neutral perspective was to see a little bit of jeopardy in this run chase, and we're just...
That's right.
We're hinting at that. Kohli out for 1 has certainly provided something. I'm not sure many in the ground would agree with us, Remis.
Yeah.
Bracewell bowls a ball onto the pads of Shreyas, who moves to 32. Just a little tap round the corner towards fine leg. The required rate now 5.76, 97 needed from 101. Akshar Patel, who's been a good foil as that left-handed option in the middle order for India amongst a swathe of right-handed batting. He waits now, and he's going to punch into the offside. They're starting to find the singles a little more easily now for India, and that will do them just fine at the moment. 156 for 3, 96 needed from 100. New Zealand will know after that flurry of wickets they need to find a way of breaking this. Partnership worth 34. In comes Bracewell again, forward, just again working the ball into space on the offside, and the crowd, I think, recognise, Rami, the importance of this partnership and this just continuing for the time being?
100% yes. So required is not really hurting India. 5.76 with wickets in hand. That is what they want. So they should be over the line.
Played back towards the bowler from Akshar. There's a dot ball, 95 from 98. They can get it to a runner ball and then just try and find a way of cranking up that pressure. That's what they'll be looking to do here. If they can't take wickets, build that required rate. Nicely played by Akshar, rocking back, slapping it out to deep point. Will Young will field out there on the boundary. 94 needed from 97. It's 158 for 3. We were talking about cricket in Menorca, the Balearic Islands, earlier. It's amazing where cricket can happen. Bracewell in, and it's played from on top of off stump by Shreyas Iyer, who's going to get at least one. There may be a second, but they were a little slow setting off, and it is just a single. End of the over, 34 gone. 159 for 3, chasing 2-5-2. Ed got in touch saying, I'm proud I've got a fifer on the honours board at Menorca Cricket Club in the days when they played on a mat on a very brown field. There was an evil ridge just short of a length. They've now got a lovely green oval there. Of all places, you don't always expect to see cricket grounds popping up, but it's always a thrill when you're in a part of the world where cricket isn't necessarily known.
Yeah, you feel very proud of the fact that you've been part of the sport that the world is now seem to be interested in.
It feels like the centre of the sporting universe when India play their cricket. That's always the way. You know that there are literally billions tuning in. 159 for 3. In comes Glenn Phillips. He is going to continue. It's outside the off stump and a little bit quicker, and that's a good ball from Phillips first up. Shreyas is late on the cut and goes through to the gloves of Latham.
Yeah, I'm still a bit worried and quizzical regarding Phillips bowling, another over.
He's in now and dropping the ball into the offside, looking for a run. There won't be one there, so the required rate now stands just shy of 1 ball.
I think the fact that they don't have Matt Henry, and so to fall back on a couple of fast bowlers who didn't have a great time of it with the first stint or in the first stint.
Off the back foot, one taken.
So I mean, I don't know whether Sentner is feeling a little uneasy to get the fast bowlers in right now. That's why he's got Phillips bowling in extra 2-3 overs. But he's got to be more disciplined. I think he's gone for quite a few, none for 20 in 3.3.
He's going to come round the wicket to Akshar Patel, who is playing the ball into the ground. Phillips rarely doesn't feel quite cleanly, so they will get through for a single. And they'll be happy to take it too. 91 needed off 92. So overs are still remaining, particularly for the seamers, as you'd expect. Phillips is into his 4th over, but Bracewell and Ravindra have only got 2 each left. Santner's only got 3 left, sorry. And then the seamers have all got plenty in the tank. This is onto the pads of Shreyas Iyer, but straight to the fielder at mid-wicket, so there'll be no run there. Just 2 from the over so far. Run weight up to a runner ball. 161 for 3. Here comes Glenn Phillips, sleeves rolled up. He's walking in past the umpire now. And again, looking for the run, just dropping towards short third, but unable to find it. And so a good over goes by with 2 from it. And India are 161 for 3. 35 gone. The target is 252. Ramiz Raja is here, watching on a game that could yet build into something special.
Yeah, they need a lot of luck also, New Zealand. Something to happen in the field, a run out, a great Phillips catch again, maybe. They need to uncouple this pair. 39-run partnership, 91 from 90 with 7 wickets in hand. There's a reason why Indians are favourite. But credit to New Zealand because they've slowed down the process. That is the best they could have done.
Well, there's a conversation taking place out there in the middle about what they do here in terms of this little equation with the bowling attack, and it looks as though O'Rourke's been called in to bowl an over.
Yeah, so two things can happen here. He picks up a wicket, or he could go for runs. I think India will look at this opportunity, at this option as an opportunity to score runs and also to break free.
Well, this is what could break the game open one way or the other, and I think what makes it compelling, Rami, is there is an element of the cat and mouse about it. Which team is going to be bolder? How brave are New Zealand in terms of what they do in the next few overs? How brave are India in trying to break the back of the run chase? It's a hit towards mid-on. First ball is nicely tapped up the ground. 1-6-1 for 3.
I like this field, mid-on, mid-off, up in this circle to prevent the rotation of strike. And New Zealand have done the right thing. They need to be brave. They need to take a risk or two. And so let's see if Akshar Patel then do something which is not supposed to do at this stage. He's 13 from 26, painstakingly slow.
91 needed off 89. Round the wicket comes O'Rourke to bowl to Akshar, who's looking for a run there. And he'll have to be quick. Throw comes in, misses. Non-striker's end. He was eager to set off. Ravindra it was who picked up through and had to see Akshar just putting the skates on a little bit. 1-6-2 for 3. Now, I've had an email in here, Ramis, from Catherine, who says, Henry, you never actually gave us our update on Harriet in Germany. In fairness, a wicket fell, but I will give you that update because it's quite an exciting one. Because we heard from Harriet a few days ago in Tübingen in southern Germany. She said she was off work expecting the arrival of a baby. In comes O'Rourke, angled away by Shreyas Iyer, down towards deep third, where the vast figure of Jameson will pick up. 89 needed from 87. And Harriet said a couple of days ago, sitting listening to you in the sunshine on the balcony in southern Germany, final weeks of pregnancy, signed off work. TMS has been wonderful company. If the baby decides to turn up on Sunday, I intend to listen to you all commentating on the final whilst in the birthing suite, which would probably be a first for the midwives here. Now, our update. In comes O'Rourke, round the wicket, galloping in again, and tapped firmly, nicely timed from Akshar Patel, but straight to Chapman at mid-wicket. Harriet gets back in touch. A little update. As it turns out, my baby Sasha was born yesterday. So unfortunately no cricket commentary in the birthing suite to confuse the midwives of Tübingen. But at least I can listen to you all this afternoon in relative peace with my partner on baby duty. Thank you again for the coverage. I look forward to listening to TMS over the summer and introducing Sasha to the joys of cricket and its commentary. In comes O'Rourke to bowl to Akshar Patel, hammering the ball into the leg side, but there's a fielder in the deep to collect, and so it'll just be the one run. 88 needed from 85 with the ball left of the 36th over. 1-6-4 for 3. Well, many congratulations to you, Harriet, and hello to Sasha as well. It's amazing where Test Match Special gets to, Ramis.
Absolutely, yeah, I'm amazed. And, yeah, congratulations.
Well, a Champions Trophy final that still has plenty of excitement in it, I sense. O'Rourke bowls, that's nicely played, and pulled away and just behind square on the leg side. They'll turn for a second run that should be easily accrued, and it is. 86 of 84 required. That's the equation for India to make it 2 ICC trophies in less than 12 months, having gone 10 years without
winless.
One. Yeah, 166 for 3 the score. The required rate 6.14.
Yes, Shreyas Iyer is an experienced hand and absorbs the pressure so well. I think his batting has improved ever since he sort of altered his technique against the short ball. Now he plays it a lot better, but his temperament is rock solid in a chasing situation. You see him probably not at par with Virat Kohli, but very much there for India.
He's just such a good manipulator of the strike, able to just keep things ticking over. Kohli the master. Shreyas is not far behind. Here comes Phillips to bowl to Akshar Patel. Phillips around the wicket, bowls to Akshar, who's playing the ball a little uppishly, but we'll pick up a single to Daryl Mitchell at long on. We've got field spread, 4 outside the circle. Mitchell's going to come up towards mid-off. We've got a deep backward point, a backward square leg, deep mid-wicket and long on, quite wide. As Phillips, the off-spinner, comes in over the wicket to the right-handed Shreyas. He likes that leg side and plays the ball back towards Phillips. The equation, 85 from 82.
Ideally, New Zealand would want that required rate to jump to 7. And then India will have to take a risk or two. Right now, they're quite happy just rotating the strike, milking singles.
Well, there is a risk taken. 6, but it's a massive blow. 6 runs sailing into the top tier. It's an enormous hit from Shreyas. And suddenly the requirement dips under a runner ball with the sort of shot that takes the breath away.
He picked up the link so early. The quality of his batting against spin is just flawless. Really was a massive hit. Got to the pitch and airlifted it. It was a huge 6, probably 100 meters, 109 meters. Wow.
That was enormous. 173 for 3, 79 needed from 81. Glenn Phillips tosses the ball from one hand to the other. The crowd enjoying the replays on the big screen. As in comes Phillips. This has been hit away aerially again. Could be a chance of a catch, and it's taken. Oh, it's dropped.
Gosh.
Oh, what a moment that could be. It's Carl Jameson, and he covers his face in anguish. It was straight into the midriff, and he's put it down. It was in, it was out, and I can't believe he's dropped it.
Yeah, sitter. Really straightforward. Should have pounced it. Absolute sitter. Good height as well. Chest height. Straight catch. Didn't have to move a great deal. Put down.
Shreyas to 45. And the single is taken. Crowd cheer that. They know that was close. If they could have got the wicket as Shreyas are at that moment, goodness me, that could have made things interesting. And New Zealand, for all of the talk of catch percentages and Glenn Phillips taking wonder catches, you've got to do the basics. And there's an irony that off the bowling of Phillips, who has done so much to help his teammates who have bowled in taking stunning catches, well, it's a fast bowler that has put down his bowling. Back towards Phillips, but he can't stop it as a single will be taken down the ground. Shreyas dropped on 44 by Jameson. 176 for 3 is the score. 76 needed off 78. And Simon Mann will join Ramiz Raja.
What a miss. What a miss. Opportunity created and grasped by New Zealand. And that too of Shreyas Iyer, who we know is a match winner, well settled on 46. But what a moment in this contest. New Zealand working extremely hard to create that opportunity and then grasping it.
Well, it was an extraordinary drop. I don't know whether the floodlights have something to do with it here. The ring of fire floodlights. So basically individual bulbs. There must be 300, 200, whatever bulbs are around the roof of the stadium. Here is O'Rourke bowling to Shreyas Iyer, who taps it away, opening the face down towards that man. Jameson, who's just dropped that catch. Horrible feeling. Sends in the return. One more run to the total. Shreyas Iyer goes to 47. India to 177 for 3. Excuse me, at the start of the 38th over. Partnership with 55. Rohit was out stumped, having a hack. New Zealand back in the game. They're taking 3 quick wickets. This partnership threatening to take it away from them. 75 from 77 with 7 wickets in hand. O'Rourke ran the wicket, bowls to Archer, who knocks it away towards fine leg. And they're through for a single. Plenty of other sport on the BBC this afternoon. 5 Live has Chelsea against Leicester now, followed by Manchester United against Arsenal at 4:30. Meanwhile, if you want the Six Nations match between England and Italy, that's now live on the BBC Sport website and app. 178 for 3 in the 38th over. Shreyas Iyer on 47. O'Rourke turns in the distance. Long, straight sprint to the crease. Goes in now and bowls to Iyer. Short ball tapped away down towards fine leg. Extraordinary shot there from Iyer. Not a full-blooded pull. He's tapping it away.
Yeah, he's not a natural when it comes to playing the short ball, but somehow he's adjusted so well from previous seasons to where he is now against the short ball. It's been a marked difference for the better.
Gets a single, 179 for 3. O'Rourke turns well outside the circle at the far end of the ground, going to bowl to Akshar Patel. And Akshar turns it away, but straight to mid-wicket. And there is no run. 73 to win from 74 balls. Iyer is one of those who actually, he played for KKR last year in the IPL, and they won the competition. Thrillingly, actually. But I don't know, there's some sort of falling out there, and he's left and he's gone to Punjab for the new season. And they've never really featured in it, so he's gone to one of the lesser franchises after being with the winners last year. That one is pulled away. That's a gorgeous shot from Akshar Patel, through wide mid-on, along the ground, pulled away off the back foot, hitting that well in front of square. Really well struck, takes him to 22, and India to 183 for 3 in the 38. It feels as though they've overcome that tricky period now, and they're cantering towards victory.
Yeah, it was a slower ball attempted at a lesser pace and put away so well by Akshar Patel. He doesn't operate in one style. He's quite happy to fall back on good defensive batting also.
When you think of all the talent that India have in their batting ranks, this is O'Rourke bowling to Akshar, and Akshar forces that back past the bowlers. A bit of hesitation there as they think of a single. Oh, they might get one. No, they should have got one. But the ball was thrown from mid-off. It hit the stumps, and he was running back to make his ground there, Shreyas Iyer. So he turned his back and ran past the crease. The ball hit the stumps and then deflected into no man's land. So if he'd been attentive and seen the possibility, they could have got a single there. The upshot was a dot ball, but a lot was going on there. Right, everyone's going to have a drink now. 183 for 3. 38 overs have been bowled. 69 to win from the last 72. Yeah, when you think of all the talent there is in Indian cricket, it feels quite weird actually that Akshar Patel is batting at number 5.
Yeah, but I mean, there's a purpose behind this move, to have somebody who can be a little different. He can improvise, he can break open a game with his big shots, big hitting, and then he's a left-hander also, and so if there's a right and left-hand combination, it takes a little bit of effort from the bowling side to get the feel right, to get the lines and links right. So he offers a lot of options, and then he's quite capable of a good defense. So he's not a one-dimensional hitter, and that's where, you know, the likes of Hardik Pandya and Jadeja and Akshar Patel are so valuable, because they're not one-dimensional hitters. They see the situation, they read the situation, apply their skills, and we've seen him to have another successful stint with the bat out there, Akshar.
Absolutely, I mean, it helps balance the team. I need to check it, but the first time England came across him in a test match, I'm just wondering where he was batting. He might have been down at like 8-9, something like that.
That's right. Yes, I think. I think India have done well to use him as a strike force in the middle of the innings, because it allows KL Rahul also to then, I suppose, judge the situation and go accordingly. Because if you fit a KL Rahul at number 4 or 5, it can slow down the process. So it probably provides him with more clarity batting at number 6.
Yeah, it's quite an imaginative move to put Akshar at number 5, and that left hand in the middle order as well. So 183 for 3, 12 overs to go, 69 to win. We've got the light show at the moment, the crowd being orchestrated by the DJ to move their mobile phones with their lights on from left to right, back to right again. Now, we've seen some wonderful cricket today, including that brilliant catch from Glenn Phillips. Saw the back of Shubman Gill. So you can watch the highlights on the BBC Sport website and app. The TMS podcast will be available on BBC Sounds later. Tonight at 9 p.m, tomorrow night at 9 p.m. Don't miss 5 Live Cricket. Michael Vaughan, Jimmy Anderson and Rob Key, the guests. That will be available as a podcast as well on BBC Sounds. Our next live cricket will be the IPL, which starts on March the 22nd with KKR against RCB, and we'll also have coverage at the start of the County Championship in April as well. So plenty of cricket. There always is plenty of cricket being played here, there or everywhere. Are you featuring in the PSL this year?
I am.
Commentary for PSL?
Yes. You cover that? No, it's just the IPL.
Do the IPL.
So from the venue or from England?
We cover it from both. England.
Okay, right.
Yeah. So yeah, we're looking forward to that.
Sure.
2.5. Well, it's a long tournament now, isn't it? over
and
2
odd
months.
timings as well.
Yeah. Over 2 months of that competition. I'm sure they'd eventually love to have it kind of like an all-round thing, like the Premier League, 9 months of the year or something.
Yeah, I'm sure we're heading towards that.
Down the line, 20 years' time, possibly. Who knows what the game of cricket will look like.
Yeah.
So plays are back to resume after the drinks break. Mitchell Santner's going to bowl. Shreyas Iyer on 48 on strike. And Santner goes in and bowls to him. He leans forward, dabs it into the offside. There's no single there. So Santner, he hasn't bowled for a while. He's been holding himself back, but he's got to bowl now, really. 1 for 25 from his 7 overs. He was tricky to handle earlier. Desperately need, well, not just 1, but 2 wickets, I would say. Let's start with 1 as far as New Zealand are concerned. Santner bowls. Shreyas tries to whip that through square leg, misses it, strikes him on the pad. Latham comes behind the stumps to pick up, and there is no run. So it's a runner ball basically from here, which is well within the means of the modern player. Indeed, even the older player, as Shreyas drives towards extra cover, and there is no run. 69 or 69 is absolutely nothing for the modern players, as we know, unless the pitch has got a lot in it. This has got just a bit in it. So perhaps some hope for New Zealand. There might be a wicket here. There is. Diving catch. That backward square leg flicked away by Iyer, and Rachin Ravindra dived away to his left and forward a bit and took the catch. So New Zealand have got the wicket. They were craving. More fireworks go off. It's 183 for 4, Iyer out for 48.
Oh, what a catch. Absolutely brilliantly done, because he was at short fine, had to adjust, had to run briskly, and then full length dive from Rachin, and he took a blinder in the end. So Shreyas Iyer, luck runs out. But he's played a lovely innings here, 48 from 62. I still feel that Phillips, who was used for 5 overs, none for 31, been just a little bit expensive for my liking, but who knows, it may work in the end for New Zealand. The last 3 overs to be bowled by Santner here of his spell, whether he's able to spin the ball more, whether he's able to pick a wicket or 2 more and use the roughness, who knows. Only time will tell whether 6 and over at that stage from Phillips still work for New Zealand or not. But this is a major breakthrough.
Yeah. Getting rid of Shreyas. I suppose that it feels like a pitch on which to bowl the slow bowls, the spinners, and New Zealand got 4, but not of the same quality as India, and that's a slight problem for them. So you can understand why they've used Phillips or gone with him, because you look at the pace bowlers, are they going to be actually more expensive than Phillips? And they've only used Smith for 2 overs into the side today, and Jameson for 4. He might bowl later. O'Rourke's bowled 4, so we've only had 10 overs of pace so far. It's an emphasis on spin today, but New Zealand's spin not as good as India's spin. But the game, well, it's back on again, especially if New Zealand can pick up another one. KL Rahul is a very reassuring presence, though, for them to come in at number 6. I thought he played really well the other evening. Cameo innings against Australia. Came out and calmed everything down. Used all his experience. I thought it was a really astute innings from him, and he's a top cricketer. In at number 6, Santner goes in and bowls to him. He drives. His first ball gets off the mark. Out to deep cover. Single for him. And Hardik took a bit of the glory by hitting some of those 6s, but Rahul was there. He saw India towards their victory. So another good catch from New Zealand, who catch most things, but because they did not catch Iyer on the long-on boundary, Jameson will be feeling pretty relieved.
Yeah, 100%.
It hasn't cost them too many. 184 for 4. Last ball of the 39th over. Mitchell Santner just picked up his second wicket. Bowls now, that's slogged away out towards deep mid-wicket. That's 6 into the crowd at deep mid-wicket. Will Young was out there. We saw him leap earlier and try to grasp one and knock it back inside the rope. That one was over his head. And Akshay Patel, the hitting with the spin against Mitchell Santner, took it on. I mean, in one sense, it was quite a risky shot, but they're so good these days at clearing the rope. I mean, if he had a hold out there to Will Young, then what would he have thought, what would his captain have said, and what would 25,000 India supporters in this ground have said? But he took it on, and he nailed it. Really well struck. 190 for 4, and Akshay Patel goes to 28. 62 to win from 66 balls. The only thing that's going to save New Zealand here are wickets. And Akshay Patel, well, in theory, gave them just a potential opening, but he had enough on it. So, to say, very well struck. 39 gone then. 62 to win. And KL Rahul has a look over his left shoulder. 3 on the leg side boundary, 2 inside the circle on the leg side, 3 on the off inside the circle, deep cover. Here is Bracewell bowling to Rahul, who manoeuvres himself back into the crease and towards the leg side, punches it back, stopped by Bracewell off his own bowling. And there is no run. Aaron Finch is back. Ag as well consigned you to your last spell last time.
Okay.
It's nice to see you again.
Great to be back.
Here's Bracewell bowling to Rahul, who turns it away into the onside to straight mid-wicket. Phillips is there, there's no run. There's the ball, an awkward one there for Latham. He has to apologise. Latham doesn't take it cleanly. But no damage done. Jameson comes from short third to pick up. 62 to win. 40th over. New Zealand just clinging to this game. But India in control. Bracewell bowls. Rahul tries to manoeuvre himself around the crease to guide the ball into the offside, but hits it straight to Chapman, fielding at cover, and there's no run. 190 for 4. Bracewell back to his mark. Oh, a twiddle of the bat. Hitch up of the trousers. Faces up. Miscues one towards Phillips, again in that straight mid-wicket position, or more mid-on there. Phillips covers so much ground, that's why he's so good there. So he can actually stop the one that goes up towards long on, which is the bread and butter of any batter. 190 for 4. 40th. 252 to win. Forward goes Rahul, dabs it into the onside. There's a bit of hesitation. The ball comes into Latham's end.
Oh, they are home. I think he went to the wrong end then. Santner, the left hand, was running a great angle towards a non-striker, KL Rahul, who set off late. There was a stop-start, and in the end, Akshay Patel gets home comfortably. But it's been this theme right throughout the day. Anytime a new batsman comes to the crease, they're finding it incredibly difficult to get off strike.
91 for 4. Rahul is 2 from 6. That's on 28. Here's Bracewell bowling to him. He plays quietly into the onside towards mid-wicket, and there is no run, and that's it. We're into the last 10 overs now. 61 to win from 10 overs with 6 wickets in hand. India still have Pandya and Jadeja to come. It's not a bad position to be in, to have those two at 7 and 8. Quality cricketers, very experienced as well.
Yeah, they certainly are, but you don't want to leave your run too late at the same time. It felt as though the other night in the semi-final against Australia, they just almost let it get a bit out of hand, and Hardik Pandya, he finished it with a couple of sixes, but if one of those is out, then you put an incredible amount of pressure on the new player coming in.
Well, New Zealand, they would love to get down to Kuldeep and Shami with a few runs in hand. He needs the wicket. Santner's going to bowl his 9th over. KL Rahul just taking his time out there, just assessing the situation. Now settles and waits for Santner. He goes in to bowl to him. And Rahul nudges a single into the offside. Phillips is there, picks up, hurls the ball towards the stumps of the non-strikers, and it's stopped by Santner. It would have been backed up, but I think Santner just decided there was no chance of a run out, so he didn't want to let it go. Phillips, he does, yeah, you're right, you were saying this earlier, isn't he? Just creates that potential for hesitation.
It's just
He's
chaos.
so quick.
He's so quick, he dives around, you're not sure if the ball's past him or not.
Santner bowls to Aksha, who knocks it straight to Phillips at mid-wicket, and there's no run. 192 for 4, 60 to win, 58 balls left to this Champions Trophy final. In front of a full house now at the Dubai International Stadium. Santner moves in, a ball that's just pushed through, flatter, off the back foot, cracked away by Aksha up to long off. And through for another one, 59 to win from 57 balls.
With KL Rahul reasonably new to the crease, just facing 7 balls so far, I know they're allowed an extra one outside the circle, but I'd love to see them tempt him, bring mid on up. The ball of Santner's spinning away, he's got beautiful control of his length. Just bring him up for 1 or 2 balls. See if he's prepared to take a big risk early in his innings.
And they've gone 5 inside the circle. That would make it 6. Santner tosses that one up. He's lifted down the ground. This is coming for 6. Well, he did tempt him, and he eased it. He didn't try to overhit that. Effortless stroke out to the long on boundary and well over it. And KL Rahul moves to 9, and India to 199 for 4.
It was tossed up and it was straight from Santner. A step and hit, as it's called. Rahul didn't have to use his feet down the wicket to get to it. It's just in the slot, easy swing of the bat. He's such an elegant player to watch. He never tries to overhit the ball.
I mean, it felt as if he really went for that. He could have hit it out of the ground. I mean, he got a good distance on it just by easing it. Here's Santner pushing that one through a bit short, actually. Half stopped by diving Phillips to his right at extra cover, and they're going to come back for 2 runs. And then there's another fumble out there from Mitchell, but that doesn't allow them to go through for an extra run. The 200's up for India, 201 for 4. 1 ball left of the 41st over. It's 51 to win from 55. It feels as if they are in control of this match. It's as if they've been in control of the game for most of it, actually. Once they started to take wickets with their spinners just after the power play.
Yeah, exactly. There was just a little wobble, wasn't there? Straight after the first drinks break in this second innings, India were none for 105. They lost the wicket there. They lost one run later, the big one of Kohli. They lost 3 for 17.
Santner bowls, played away into the onside by Rahul for a single. But I suppose the fact of that 100 partnership for the first wicket just allowed them to have a wobble and it not to be too serious for them, I suppose. It's 202 for 4. There are 9 overs left. It's time for Jonathan Agnew to join you, Aaron.
Yeah, exactly what you're saying. The fast start from Rohit Sharma in particular just got them ahead of the game. So it just meant that when the partnership of Shreyas Iyer and Axar Patel come together, they could just knock it around. They could play risk-free cricket. They didn't have to take it on early. I think it was Aggers and I talked about earlier, the difference between the Australian game where they got 260 when it could have been 290.
Yeah.
And it forces players like Axar Patel and Shreyas Iyer, Virat Kohli to take a risk early in their innings. And when the wicket's holding and it's turning, that's not what you want to do.
So in your mind, as all the experience you've had, if you're at India, when you're looking to have scored these runs in your mind, do you think, watching Bracewell, first of all, tucked about a square leg, are we looking at
4 overs to go.
4 overs to go. 4 overs, yeah.
And that might be the case where KL Rahul says, right, Michael Bracewell's bowling, off-spinner turning in, I'm just going to take this on. Axar, if I get out, you just knock it around and you just keep playing that anchor role that he's done so well.
Bracewell bowls and Rahul turns him away towards mid-wicket, beats the diving mid-wicket inside the circle. Fielder comes in from the deep, so 203 for 4. So 49 more needed, 52 balls remain. See what they're thinking. I mean, it's amazing those calculations, isn't it, to try and win within that time.
Yeah. And you get to that point through experience.
Yeah.
This Indian team has played so much cricket together now, and particularly with Axar Patel going up to number 5, he just provides that buffer. There was a wobble, and then it's not KL Rahul coming out, and a lot of pressure being on him.
Bracewell round the wicket, and he bowls to Axar. He's gone for a big hit down the ground. He's going to be caught. He is caught at long off. Silence falls around the ground. He's given that away. He's played so calmly, so sensibly, but he's driven a catch straight down the ground to O'Rourke, who took a good catch. As a tall man, he had to get down low to complete that. But again,
no one wants to win this game.
Falls. No, an Indian wicket falls just when they seem to have it.
Every single time you think, right, they're just going to walk to victory here. Somebody gets out. It was Shreyas Iyer a couple of overs ago to the bowling of Santner. This time it's the in batter. Axar Patel, he holes out at long off, trying to hit one back over the bowler's head for 29 or 40 deliveries.
Well, they can't mess this up, surely. I mean, they've been bossing the game, really, all the way through, but they've just, at a time when they've all seemed settled, they've given a wicket away, and it just lets New Zealand back in again. They're all gathered round, they're having a drink, and they're looking animated. There's lots of slapping of backs and chatter and lots of come on lads and that sort of thing that you hear.
Well, you just know in this situation, like I said a couple of overs ago, the hardest time to bat is your first 10 balls, particularly against spin. Doesn't matter how many times you've faced it or how competent you are against spin. To get off the mark and get your innings underway with risk-free cricket is really difficult at times, particularly against a fielding team like New Zealand. Yes, they've put a couple of chances down today, but they're in a ring. They are so quick, they're so mobile.
Yeah.
They dive around, they make it uncomfortable, they make it hard to get through them.
Well, they've still only got 4 inside the circle. I thought I might put one more in for the new batsman. But
Midoff has to come up here. Midoff has to be inside the circle.
I think so. You don't want to let him get away softly.
Bracewell's bowling over the wicket. He's bowling outside off stump, generally to the right-handers. So if Hardik Pandya wants to take him over long off, it's against the turn, it's against the drift.
Yeah, well, he's back, though. Bracewell comes in, bowls. Pandya just studiously defends that. The ball rolls away for Bracewell to field. 49 off 50.
That's a test match defence straight up from Hardik Pandya.
Yep. So, crowd hushed once again. Bracewell swings his right arm, moves in, bowls. Pandya again, absolutely perfect.
Rahul Dravid out there.
Yeah, it is. It's like a sort of a night watchman coming out and doing his bit in the last over of the day. 203 for 5, 49 off 49. 5 wickets left. Jadeja in next. Shami, well, he can hold her back, can't he? Bracewell and Pandya. So taps that away, but they have put pressure on this middle order. They really have, with some unnecessary dismissals. 49 from 48.
This is almost the way that Hardik Pandya wants to play one-day cricket now, and even T20. He's tried to take a leaf out of the MS Dhoni book, where he's prepared to just pat balls back for his first 5 or 6 balls, knowing that what's to come. There's one more over of Mitchell Santner. There's Michael Bracewell, he's done.
Yeah.
Rachin Ravindra, there's 2 overs, so he will get access to some quicks at some point, and he has the absolute confidence that he can take those bowlers down at any stage. So he doesn't mind if the run rate climbs up to 7 and over. He's comfortable in that position.
Just getting in. Bracewell, 2 for 28 from his 10. He's done a good job. Right, 5 in the circle now.
And now if you're India, you're thinking we might be one risk away from all of a sudden being 6 down and on the verge of the tail enders being in.
Yep. But Rahul remains, and he's forward to Santner. He's pushed away. This is Santner's last over, so the most experienced spinner in the New Zealand side. He's got 5 balls left. He's taken 2 for 43. 49 needed from 47 now. And Santner turns below us, is creeping in. Left arm round the wicket, bowls. Rahul looking for... So I hit that away. Oh, he's set off for a run. They were sent back by Pandya. And there was a bit of a fumble there at point. Hardik Pandya was not interested in that at all.
India's running between wickets has been horrible today. The amount of times that batters have set off for runs and his partner's just leaning on his bat at the other end. No intent to run.
5 in the circle then. Next one pushed away down to long off. Easy single. So what they can do here is try and put a little bit of pressure on Pandya. There's still the long on and long off. There's a deep square leg and a deep point.
He's so powerful down the ground. If you give him any kind of flight any kind of length, similar to the shot that KL Rahul played last over, where he doesn't have to leave his crease. He can just swing through the line. That's what he's looking for here from Santner.
Santner moves in, bowls leg stump, tucked away around the corner. Latham's after it, picks up, can't prevent the single being taken. 47 off 44, 5 wickets in hand. Building up to a good finish.
It is, and if you're New Zealand, you're just thinking, how can I get 2 dot balls in a row? How can I just build pressure somehow? And sometimes it's as simple as that. In a situation like this, a dot ball or 2 can just do funny things to your head. It can force you into thinking that you need a big shot now.
Rahul's so experienced, isn't he? Santner moves in, bowls to him. Down the leg side, he's swept that, but missed, and as a wide. Nicely taken by Latham.
He's got away with one there because there's only a short fine leg in place. There's no one back protecting the boundary. If he gets anything on that, it runs away for 4.
So I was looking down there at the time, but he missed the shot, but still gets a wide. 206 for 5. 46 off 44. Santner's on his way in, bowls and on the back foot. Oh, he's sent back again. Rahul wanted the single.
There's an easy one there.
I think it probably is, you know. And Pandya's quite an athlete.
They're both beautiful athletes, but they're just... And it happened earlier on. Axar Patel wouldn't run when Shreyas was trying to get down the other end. They were trying to get their partnership going. So we need good communication.
46 off 43. They've exchanged a long-range word there, the 2 batsmen. Rahul's now sweeping away some bit of dirt or something off the pitch, twiddling his bat.
Just getting some frustration out of his partner.
He is. Settling down over his bat. In goes Santner. His last ball is just pushed back at him, and that's his job done, at least with the ball. He's still got to try and see New Zealand home with his last 7 overs that remain. It's 206 for 5. So that rate now is about 6.5 that's needed. And there's Latham, and there's Santner, and there's Phillips, all deciding what they're going to do here.
There's a lot of head shaking and hands on hips.
Well, you've been in this situation so many times. I mean, the bowling options, your head has to be like a computer. Try and work out who's got what and what end's going to bowl where. And are you thinking at this stage who's going to bowl the last over? Have you got to that stage in your head?
Well, that's the issue that you have at times during a situation like this. Sometimes you can think too far ahead and you forget about the next ball, and you might just forget to tell your fielders in the ring, right, come in and squeeze a bit tighter, just make it hard to get a 1, and before you know it, they've got off strike because you're thinking too far ahead. In my experience, I like to have a couple of senior players who I knew were always going to be in the ring. Generally the wicket keeper was someone who has great control of the angles in the field. They're able to hustle guys in when they need to be. They're a really good sounding board generally.
7 overs to go. We've got Ravindra bowling, left arm spin, and the first ball's knocked away for a single by Pandya. So he goes to 2. 207 for 5. Santner's coming over now for a word with Ravindra. His young spinner exchanges a word. They've still got that long off back. Rahul checks his guard. So 4 in the circle, 3 of them in the offside. And backward square leg inside the circle as well. So there's long on, a deep mid wicket, deep square leg, all on the boundary. Long off, deep point. Ravindra on his way in, bouncing in, bowls, and that's sliced away, deliberate lope and face of the bat, but it's nicely fielded there by Phillips at point. 207 for 5.
Every dot ball, the pressure just builds, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Run rate required up to 6.75.
Ravindra again, past umpire, rifle, bowls short. Now it's cut that hard, out towards deep points right. I think they're only going to get 1. Those picked up cleanly, that was the main thing, and got rid of the ball. So that's well fielded out there. 208 for 5. In the 44th over, 44 needed from 39 balls, and Santner's waving. He's bringing in a fielder now. He's bringing in that deep mid wicket.
Yes.
Saying to Pandya, right, you want it? You're going to swing across the line, swing across the spin.
Yeah, slog sweep's a hard shot on this wicket. Yeah. Haven't seen too many of them all day from either New Zealand or India.
But it's there, it's on, if he's going to be brave enough to take it, and he goes for a scything cut shot this time. Adds deep point once again. The fielder under more pressure this time. They will get 2. In comes the throw.
Good bit of work from Nathan Smith in the deep.
Yeah.
Had a tough start with the ball. 2 overs for 22. But he's been very good in the deep. He's cut some runs down. Ravindra's just trying to bowl too fast here. He's trying to rush through. He's Just needs to use the surface to his advantage. Just get it in a decent area. Don't try and force it.
42 off 38. Ravindra again with a bit of elite bowls. A slow ball this time. It's cut once more, a bit short. And Smithfield's out to our right. An Indian flag waves behind him. 41 from 37. Full house here. 25,000 in, watching the climax of this Champions Trophy. Lovely to have you with us wherever you're listening. Anywhere in the world, actually. This broadcast is reaching you. It's good to have you with us. Let's hope we get an exciting finish here. 41 off 37. Ravindra bowls, and that's tucked away into the leg side. Now he's got his eye on 2 here. They've taken 1. Is Pandya's going to make the call? No, he says. Oh, although the fielder actually winding up to throw it is Phillips. Lost grip of the ball, but I don't think the second was really on there. But it's all a bit harum-scarum. I can say goodbye to you now, can't we, Aaron?
Yeah, I'll let Al come in and finish it off and call the end.
Thanks for your company. Been good fun.
Pleasure.
Thanks, Aaron, very much. We'll catch you. 212 for 5. 40 needed off the last 6 overs. Virat Kohli, I can see on the screen there, disappointing today. Played it all across a straight ball. So no big finish for him. But can India get home here? Rahul's on 16, Hardik's on 5. 212 for 5. Got 6 overs to go in this game. Night well and truly fallen here in this part of the world. 10 to 8 in the evening. And they're going to turn to O'Rourke, who's actually been rather expensive today. I mean, the seamers, it's not been a night for the seamers. Someone of Henry's class might have done something, but the others have just come onto the bat rather nicely. And O'Rourke's bowled 3 overs for 40, hasn't he? So he's been expensive. Alex is back, not quite chewing her fingernails, but...
Oh no, this is India's now. It's totally India's.
You can't just come in and just right off an exciting finish like that.
Okay, see how this over goes, shall we?
Yeah, I'm a bit worried about the seamer, actually, to be honest.
Yeah, me too. Seamers have been expensive.
Well, let's see. He took a good catch earlier on. Let's see what happens here. He's bowling to Rahul on 16. It's 40 required. 36 balls. O'Rourke runs in. Bowls very full. Driven hard out to extra cover. See the ball's coming onto the bat. And that's gone for 4. It was a nice half volley. Little bit of width. And he's hit that beautifully. 216 for 5. 36 needed, and the crowd believes again.
Well, it takes 1 shot, 1 boundary for it to be a runner ball. So it's back to a runner ball now, 36 off 35. Juicy half volley to start, that's always going to be punished. The seamer's been so easy to face today. New Zealand need a miracle here.
They need 2 wickets. And goes O'Rourke. Moves in, bowls, steered away to back, good point, beats the fielder. Down to third man it goes. Will they come back for the second? Yes, they are, because Rahul is doing the sprinting. He's a bit keener, it seems, than Hardik Pandya. And they take 2 as Mark Chapman throws that back. And the crowd again approaching delirium. Not quite there yet. But they've suddenly cheered up.
They've picked up, haven't they? It's
yeah.
Just got a little bit louder out there.
Certainly has. 218 for 5 in the 45th. Rahul checks his guard. It's 4 in the circle, 3 in the offside, and there's a mid-wicket, and 3 on the leg side boundary. Mid-off is the fieldsman that's up, and that's the captain, Santner. O'Rourke runs in, bowls, and on the back foot that's steered away again. He beats the diving fielder. This time only 1. 33 off 33. Kane Williamson sitting and watching. He's done a calf muscle, so he's going to be out for a little while. 33 from 33. 5 wickets in hand. O'Rourke, very tall, dark-haired, walks beyond the edge of the circle by 3 or 4 yards. Now sets off again. A long, straight approach. He's there now, and he bowls short. A lively delivery, tucked away off the hip to mid-wicket. And there's no run. 219 for 5. The target 252, so 33 more needed from 32 balls. I'm watching on with a measure of anxiety, but there's a smile creeping back to the faces of the Indian spectators now. 2:19 for 5. O'Rourke again. Longer strides now. In past the umpire. Bowls. It's a short ball. It's a straight ball, and Pandit just lets it go through. Umpire Illingworth said it's one short ball for the over. But Pandya there. Well, I suppose it was a good decision because it's quite close to him, wasn't it? If he tried to pull it, he might have got a top edge, I suppose.
Yeah, he left a few in the previous game as well, which, you know, they were close calls, but they all went the way of the batter. So maybe he was just thinking that one was over his head, but it wasn't. Badge height.
2:19 for 5. Last ball of over 45. And goes O'Rourke. He bowls. That's clipped away very nicely by Pandya, but he's found the man in the deep. So he'll keep the strike. 5 overs to go. 220 for 5. 32 needed. With Jadeja due in next. And then you're down to Mohammad Shami. It's all right, two wickets.
Yeah, Jadeja hasn't faced many balls as well this tournament. I think he's most he's faced in a game is 20.
Right.
From what I can see back through my notes. 1 in the previous game. 20 against New Zealand, and then he didn't bat in the other 2, so shy of runs, or time in the middle, sorry.
Yeah. He's just someone, though, with that sort of character, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Who would get them over the line. If you just open an end, there's pressure on. So Ravindra's going to continue. This is his last. He's conceded 36, so options left, and I won't see Smith again. Well, Phillips possibly. If he got 5 overs for 31, it'll be expensive. Don't give part-time spinner, really. So that's probably the big Jameson, is it? There's the last over for Ravindra. He's hit him high, straight down the ground. What a lovely shot from Hardik Pandya. He's really middled that. More fireworks going off. It's like Guy Fawkes night. 26 needed from 29. He's really middled that.
It's a lovely, lovely shot. Something he does so well. He just backs himself. He backs himself to clear any boundary, any ball. He can absorb pressure, and then the shackles come off, and he releases that pressure within a moment.
And particularly straight as well. He does hit well. That went up to the second tier. That went up into the crowd on the second tier. It's come back. Ravindra's looking at it, and now he's coming in again. Bowls to Pandya, who was thinking about repeating the shot there, but the length wasn't right. So he's clubbed it out to Santner.
He's someone out in the middle, sorry, Aggers, that just never looks phased. Always looks in control. Never a smile, never a grimace. Just plain face.
26 off 28. Here's Ravindra. He's gone. Oh, he did try and go for it again there. Mistimed that completely. Actually, quite well bowled that. He saw. He senses he's lining him up. 25 off 27. Rahul's on 23. No change to the field. It's 3 in the offside circle and 1 at backward square leg. 25 needed, 27 balls to go. And again, they're bringing in the slog sweep man just to say, go on, take the chance if you want.
I think it's a good option, a brave option. Why not?
Well,
game's basically gone anyway. Take a risk.
Well, they've got to do something. Ravindra bowls, and that's steered away, but only as far as the bowler himself, who stoops, picks it up. As 2 balls to go. 25 needed from 26 balls. 2 balls left in this over. Ravindra around the wicket, bowls. He's down the pitch and just works that away with a flick of the wrist for a single to long on. 1 more. 24 off 25 with 5 wickets in hand. Just feel that it's sort of one big blow away from sort of nailing it, really.
Yeah, and you can see that Santner and Ravindra are talking about what to do with that mid-wicket fielder. Santner's now keep it in, but what if it goes for 6? So what? Yeah,
well, I think so. I think they've got to try and force something here. Last ball of the over, full and wide of the off stump. Oh, the keeper didn't take it. Rolls away down to short third man, and it's a wide. So that's not what they wanted at all. Ravindra's not happy it's been called a wide, mind you. 22 needed then. And they've got to bowl this ball again.
Oh, I don't think that was a wide.
It's quite wide.
It's inside the line.
Yeah, it's certainly pitched inside the line, didn't it? 22 needed, 25 balls, and there's a single there to KL Rahul, pushing it away to cover. And so it means that with 24 balls to go, 4 overs, India need 21 more runs. They've got 5 wickets in the hutch. Alex, I'll leave it with you, and then Simon Mann's coming in here.
Well, Ravindra...
Handy Moran's coming in here, sorry.
10 overs.
Sorry.
1 for 47. So he's bowled nicely in tandem with the skipper, Santner. 2 left-arm spinners. The finger spinners have been so effective on this wicket, but India just looked so in control. There was a brief moment in this game where you thought maybe New Zealand could bring themselves back in it, but there was a drop catch from Jameson, and you probably thought that was the moment the game changed.
Yep, that felt big, didn't it? The India flags flying around the ground. We could hear everywhere, all around this stadium, India supporters that know they're close. Close to a second ICC title in the space of 12 months. And close to winning the trophy that they won back in 2013, the last time this tournament was held. They were beaten finalists by Pakistan in 2017 at the Oval it was. But now 21 runs from 24 balls with KL Rahul on strike. O'Rourke is running in, right arm over. This is pulled away into the leg side without much timing. The crowd rise like a wave to greet the ball, but it's going to drop short of the fielder and well short of the boundary. 20 needed from 23. You just think if they got 30 more.
Yeah, exactly the same situation as Australia in the semi-final.
30 more.
20, 30 more. Complete different game.
They couldn't do it. 2-5-2 as a target felt light. And it's been proved that so far in less than less. Hardik Pandya waits. O'Rourke runs in bowls. It's short ball, which is swung at and missed by Hardik. 20 needed off 22.
Yeah, we spoke at the start of the day about that 270, didn't we? 270 would be defendable, but probably slightly low. You look at this surface, and yes, India probably batted slightly differently as they would have if they were chasing slightly more, but it's always that what if, isn't it? Always that what if. And you can see Santner now, he's just like not going through the motions, but he's just a bit like sort of running out of ideas.
20 needed from 22. Here comes O'Rourke sprinting in for all he's worth as this is clubbed away beautifully, and it's going to be 4. There's a little bit of fade on the ball as it goes skewing away out towards extra cover, and it's now 16 from 21. And as he did in the semi-final, Hardik Pandya with that little injection of rocket fuel at the back end of a run chase.
And still no smile. Still no smile from Hardik Pandya. He's so emotionless when he's out there in the middle. It's probably what makes him such a special cricketer. He doesn't feel the highs or the lows, not while he's out there. That was a bit of a risk to play that shot.
16 needed from 21. This time it's more conventional along the ground. He'll get 1 out to deep cover. No is the cry. There'll be no second run, and New Zealand, who I wouldn't say have made a habit of knowing heartbreak in knockout cricket in ICC tournaments, but there have been a few moments, haven't there, over the years. You think of 2015, that semi-final against South Africa in Auckland. Of course, the 2019 World Cup final against England. There was that Test Championship win in 2021. But as New Zealand fielders start standing hands on hips, you sort of sense they know. As O'Rourke runs in, 15 needed from 20. KL Rahul will tuck that away down towards fine leg. Fielder running around will stop it. Ravindra, he's not giving up. Good throw. Oh, could be a run out this. Throw comes in at the non-striker's end. And it was almost double jeopardy there, and there's an argument taking place between Hardik Pandya and KL Rahul, saying, well, why have we taken that risk? 13 needed off 19. Are they going to look at any of this?
Little signal from the umpire there just saying not out. They don't bother looking at it fully anymore when they can just look at it quickly on the TV.
Hardik was waving furiously, saying it was never on, and he would have been in trouble if that throw from Latham had hit the relay throw.
Well, I reckon it's close anyway. Oh, he's waiting.
Did he ground his bat? Anyway, it's not out. 13 needed off 19. India close. Rahul waits. He's played well again. Runner ball 28. O'Rourke runs in. Pulled away firmly out towards the deep square leg or field to give Rahul the strike with 2 potential lusty blows away from victory. 12 needed from the final 3 overs. We've gone deep again into the Dubai night. 240 for 5 is the score. 12 needed from 18 balls. So for our listeners on 5 Sports Extra, we'll be heading to the rugby at the conclusion of this. And our review of the tournament and this final will continue online. You'll find that on BBC Sounds as a podcast as well. As we're going to see Jameson, who put down that chance earlier on, bowling from the far end of the ground. And this could be the over, Alex. It could be the over these fans have been waiting for.
Yeah, you just feel it, especially if Hardick's on strike. Well, he needs 2 shots, doesn't it? 2 lusty blows back down the ground.
Okay, Rahul. He's played 3 really good innings in this tournament. 41 not out against Bangladesh, 42 not out against Australia, 29 not out today. As at the far end of the ground, the tall figure of Jameson to bowl to KL Rahul. There's a little pause, a little chance for everyone to catch their breath. Mid-off is up, long on back. And Jameson runs in. 12 needed from 18. Rahul can't time that. They will get a single, however. It's good running from Hardik Pandya. I think fancies the strike here, Alex.
I think he does. I think he does. You want to be the batter, don't you? You want to be the batter out there in the middle, hitting a 6 to win your country an ICC trophy. You absolutely do.
Well, it cemented, amongst many other things, MS Dhoni's legacy, hitting that shot at the Wankhede Stadium in 2011. Jay Shah, the head of the ICC, former chief of the BCCI, has just been shown on the big screen.
He'll be neutral.
11 needed off 17. Here comes Carl Jameson. And swaying out of the way is Hardik Pandya. Knows he's got time. Knows he can wait for the perfect delivery that he can swing his arms through.
Yeah, respecting the good ball. Hardik there, just leaving it outside the off stump and giving a little nod to the bowler as it just cuts back in towards him. It's not there for him to slap through the offside.
New Zealand will think what might have been today, winning the toss, batting first. First use of a surface that has played okay. It's not been as much turn as other matches here. And credit to India for their relentless line and length of their spin attack, restricting the score. 11 needed from 16. Here is Jameson. This is a top edge. It's gone straight up in the air, straight to the hands of Jameson, who takes the catch.
Nearly dropped it.
Clean stone. And so Hardik Pandya won't get the moment that he was looking for. He goes for 18. And India need 11 from 15, but a 2-4-1 for 6.
Yeah, going for the big shot. We said that he would like to win it.
Well, in the end, he tried to pull out.
Yeah, it was too close to him to catch, to hit, sorry. Just goes into Jameson's hands. And there's probably not another twist in this game. We've still got a brilliant all-rounder in Jadeja heading out to the crease. Hardik doesn't get his moment in glory.
Be fun if there was a twist, though, wouldn't it?
Absolutely. I'd be all for it.
Well, Gautam Gambhir is looking nervous as he strokes his chin, but he's not a man that necessarily always is terribly demonstrative in terms of happiness and excitement. So perhaps he's just holding things back until they get over the line, this India side. But Ravindra Jadeja, somebody that has been spoken about in terms of his future as an ODI cricketer, might be fitting that if this were to be towards the end of his 50-over career, or indeed the final act of it, that he's out there in the middle at 8 for India. Played well over 200 times in the format. The 36-year-old left-hander, the rock star, self-styled.
There's a thing going on around socials at the minute saying the Kohli hug of death. Anyone that he seems to hug at the minute retires from international cricket.
11 needed from 15. Jameson round the wicket to bowl to Jadeja, who'll get a run immediately. So quick setting off. He might get a second, and the throw will come in. It's a good throw, but Jadeja does get that second run, and he is lightning. 9 needed off 14.
And I mentioned that because when Jadeja had finished his spell earlier, Kohli gave him a big old hug and a tap on the back.
Did he? Good spot. It's a weird shot that from Hardik Pandya. He pulled out of it the last minute, hit the splice of the bat, spooned in the air.
Well, it's far too close for him to pull, and he didn't realise till the very last minute. So he tries to pull out, but he already got himself in a bit of a tangle.
9 needed from 14. Here's Jameson. Pulled away by Jadeja. Again, they'll look for a couple. I'm not sure there's quite enough time this occasion. In fact, they are going to go for it, and they'll get that second run as well. Crowd love that. And the score 2-4-5 for 6. 7 needed off 13 balls here in Dubai.
For a 36-year-old, he is rapid. He's so quick between the wickets, isn't he?
Unbelievable.
What an athlete.
Well, you sense there's been quite a lot of pent-up energy in that dugout for the last couple of hours, probably. Yeah. And he'll be keen to get out there and get the side over the line quickly. Begin the celebrations, of course. We saw those remarkable scenes in Barbados when India won that title in the T20 format. Such a contrast to what was seen in Ahmedabad 6 months or so previously. Here comes Jameson. 7 needed from 13. This is well outside the off stump. Chopped down on, and Jadeja with a throw coming in from Chapman. There's half an appeal. It did hit the stumps, and Jadeja was keen to set off for a run that wasn't there. As Jameson takes his cap from the umpire, it's 5 from the over, 2 left with 7 still needed.
Well, he set off on the shot and then realised, got sent back by his teammate. Suicidal run. There was never, ever a single there.
7 needed from 12. O'Rourke is going to bowl. And the trump cards for New Zealand were the spinners. Could they put enough pressure on to offer real tension at the back end of the game? And they nearly did. And it's been such a contrast, both innings, seeing the difference between spin and seam in terms of run scoring and how easy it's been to get that scoreboard going. But I have to say, once it got to the point where it was around about a run a ball with only seamers left, it felt like it was India's game.
Yeah, absolutely.
7 needed from 12. Is this the over? 2-4-5 for 6. It's going to be O'Rourke to bowl, and down below us under the floodlights, over the wicket he comes. This is dug out into the offside, into space. The crowd greet the ball again, rising towards it with 2 taken. Now it is potentially 1 blow away. 2-4-7 for 6. 5 needed.
Rahul doesn't strike me as a player like Hardik that will want to get it done in 1 blow. I think he'll just want to get the job done. And he's seen teammates fall while he's been at the non-strikers, and he's probably thinking, somebody just win this game with me. Somebody stick around.
Well, now the smile breaks out on the face of Kohli in the dugout, shown on the big screen. The crowd love that. 5 needed. O'Rourke running in. And this is chopped down on, and a single will be taken. So 4 needed. I think Jadeja scoring the winning runs would be quite a popular move. 4 off 10 required.
I don't think anyone's going to moan in the ground whoever scores the winning runs.
Well, I think that's fair. And
nobody's left. Traffic's going to be a nightmare, as the India fans will not want to leave when they win this trophy. The fans will want to stay in and watch the trophy lift, listen to the interviews, and rightly so.
Well, we'll bring you the reaction. The BBC Sport website and app will be heading to the rugby on Sports Extra. 4 needed from 10. Jadeja on strike. It's down the leg side, I think off the bat or the pads possibly. Either way, it is not the moment for India. 4 needed from 9. Jadeja, who's been out in the middle, clutch moments in IPL finals. And as the PA announcer says, who will win the trophy? I think at this point we probably know. A cheer for Jay Shah shown on the big screen. And, multiple angles of the head of the ICC as well.
Every angle.
Here comes O'Rourke. Full delivery, dug out. Oh, could be a chance of a run out of this hit. No, misses, but they do scramble a single to mid-off. 2, 4, 9 for 6. 3 needed from 8.
But again, we go down to that. Just 20 more runs with the bat. Could have been the difference.
Look at that dismissal of Kane Williamson. It was a cheap one, carrying an injury. Yeah, we know that now, but I do think Daryl Mitchell as well, if he could have gone on for over or 2 more. Phones all around the ground, trained on the action in front of them. 3 needed from 8 balls. KL Rahul, who's looked the calmest figure out there for the entirety of his innings, waits for the right arm seam of O'Rourke. He's digging it in short, pulled away into the deep, on the bounce to the fielder. They'll run through for 1.
Well, it's gone to Nathan Smith out there like a tracer bullet. He has crunched that, but he couldn't have crunched it any better. Well, we don't know what they're for, but we've had some more fireworks. Maybe end of the over. It's not the end of the over. There's 1 more ball. Let's just throw some fireworks out there.
It's not often you get fireworks for a 1 to the deep, is it?
Maybe it's because he hit it so hard.
Possibly. 2 needed from 7. Jadeja waits. Around the wicket comes O'Rourke. This is helped away into the leg side. That'll be it. It reaches the boundary, and Jadeja raises his bat and embraces KL Rahul as those in blue all around this stadium celebrate. India have won by 4 wickets. They've won the Champions Trophy. Now the fireworks really do go up in earnest, and yet so many have said this was always going to be India's tournament, but the players have had to perform. They've had to perform under pressure. The heartache of Ahmedabad 14 months or so ago, well, that will live long. But since then, 2 ICC trophies and the game's dominant force, the India national side, have managed to win this trophy. They've won this game, and it's Jadeja who hits the winning runs.
By far the best team in this competition. And yes, we'll talk about the fact that we're here in Dubai, a little bit of a home advantage in inverted commas, but I don't care about that, to be completely honest. It's going to be the same in other competitions. They are by far the best team, and these fireworks are absolutely incredible.
They really are. I think we might have just seen them concluding. No, there's more. There we go. We can barely see the outfield that is now getting covered in the smoke as all around this ground the fireworks go up. And India celebrate out there in the middle. Special scenes for them, those white blazers that you get for winning the Champions Trophy that they had to see Pakistan wearing in 2017. Well, they'll have their hands on them shortly. As Rahul raises his bat high, the fireworks all around. And for the likes of Kohli, Rohit, that generation, well, they can celebrate. And the next generation, the likes of Shubman Gill, who you'd have thought will be well in line to win many more trophies. Well, that winning feeling will be a sweet one. Rohit Sharma, the captain, the leader of this side, he embraces Mitchell Santner, who has led this New Zealand side quite brilliantly. Time and time again, they do overperform and they do reach positions in tournaments, in major events that you think perhaps will surely be beyond them, but on this occasion they can't get over the line. And for the 3rd time, India will have their hands on the Champions Trophy. Joint winners previously, outright winners in 2013, winners in 2025. It is India who have won the Champions Trophy here against New Zealand by 4 wickets in Dubai. We will have a full review of the final, plus reaction from the players. For that, you'll need to head to the BBC Sport website and app if you're not already there. But on 5 Sports Extra, we're heading to Twickenham. It's the second half of England against Italy in the Six Nations with Matt Dawson and Claire Thomas. Here on the BBC Sport website, ABC Grandstand, and across the ICC as well, these scenes continue in front of us And they're very special scenes as well for this India side, who have been the dominant force. Yeah, they've played all their matches here, but they've still had to win them, Alex. And they've won every game that they've played in this tournament. The likes of Varun Chakravarti have played big parts in it. Virat Kohli himself, though he scored just one today. But it has been some display from a team who knew the surface, they knew the conditions, they've not had to travel, but they have had to win. And at the end of all of that, it'll be they that get their hands on the trophy. Alex, some more from you, and then it'll be Simon Mann.
And there's so much outside noise about this team, about India, and how they play their cricket and the pressure that they have, and the fact that it was set up for them to win, and they basically couldn't lose this Champions Trophy. They have to get rid of that external noise. They have to shut it down. They have to get off social media, concentrate on themselves, and they adapted. They adapted to the conditions. Each wicket was totally different. They took the brave choice of only going 2 seamers, and they never looked back from that moment. They are a force to be reckoned with, by far the best team in this competition so far.
Yeah, they're beginning to turn it on in ICC finals now, so it's the second one they have won in a row after taking down South Africa and Barbados last summer. And they were always big favourites to win this competition, and they have performed. Well, the interviews are beginning to take place down there. We'll get some reaction. They're also setting up the stage to present India with the trophy. Their supporters are jubilant around this Dubai International Stadium. The last Champions Trophy final, most of the Indian supporters are gone by this stage. Pakistan romped to victory. Pakistan will be looking on and thinking, well, what might have been. Let's get some reaction now from
I don't think
KL
I can say
Rahul.
this on camera, but I was shitting myself at the end. But yeah, we still had a couple of batters to come, so yeah, I was confident that we could get over the line. But yeah, in moments like this and big games, it's more about holding your composure, which we all know about it, but it's not as it's not easy. But yeah, happy to win this, and happy to get over the line this time.
You've been in this situation a couple of times in the tournament already. You just sort of take a little bit from that last innings as well.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I think I've batted in times like this in 3 out of the 5 games, and one of the games I didn't get to bat at all against Pakistan. So yeah, I've you know, the game's given me good time in the middle and good time to prepare for a big moment like this.
What is it about this Indian team?
It's hard to put in words, but yeah, it's just pure skill and the way we've all played our cricket growing up, and you know, where we've had to face a lot of challenges. We've had to face pressure from the time we held the bat and from the time we decided to be professional cricketers. So I think it's just the first-class cricket, BCCI, how they've groomed every player, every talented player that comes around, and yeah, giving us opportunities and platform to showcase our skills and to put ourselves under pressure and keep challenging ourselves and getting better. I think it all comes down to that.
All right, thanks very much. You're going to throw over to Harsha, because I think you've got Jaddu with you, Harsha.
बिल्कुल मेरे साथ रविंद्र जाडेजा है. जब मैच खत्म होती है तो आप हर वक्त होते हैं वहाँ पे.
ये मेरा नंबर ऐसा है कि कभी हीरो या कभी जीरो.
Right, well, we're not going to hear from KL Rahul at the moment, from Ravi Jadeja at the moment, I should say. Interesting interview there with KL Rahul. To me, he looked the calmest man out there, but but obviously the pressure gets to everybody from time to time. But he plays so coolly, and he did it in the match against Australia as well. 34 from 33 balls.
I think he's listening to Rob Key, isn't he?
Yeah,
don't talk nonsense at the interview anymore.
Well, I mean, the thing is, well, I suppose he was expressing the absolute sort of tension that he was feeling. But anyway, interesting way to express it. But very honest, yeah. Yeah, he's really, really nervous as he went out to bat. Anyway, he stayed calm, and India have won this match. So we're getting more reaction. We'll hear from the captain as well. We'll do our roundup very shortly. They're putting the podium together. Let's see if we can hear from Hardik Pandya now.
Amazing to win ICC event, and especially Champions Trophy. You know, I remember 2017 very closely to my heart. We could not finish the job that time, but very, very pleased with the way we have played throughout the tournament, and at the same point of time, how everyone contributed. That was fantastic.
some great friends, some great mates on the side. How nice was to see KL finish that off?
Oh, brilliant. You know, that was calm, composed. You know, he took his chances at the right point of time. I think this is what KL Rahul is. You know, KL Rahul has immense talent, and I don't think anyone can hit the ball the way he can. You know, I think that was just an exhibition of how he did today.
Wear that flag proudly tonight, my friend. You've done well. Congratulations. Over to you, Harsh.
Indeed, someone who's had a fabulous tournament so far. Shreyas, you had a beautiful World Cup. You've now had a great tournament here, but you've gone that one step further. Tell us about the feelings as they are right at the moment.
Feeling ecstatic, to be honest. It's ineffable and hard to say in words, to be honest. This is my first ICC trophy, and I'm kind of overwhelmed looking at each and every one in the dressing room, the way we've turned up towards this tournament and the way we progressed. It was simply magnificent.
There was a calmness about your performance. With Virat getting out early, did you just feel it's up to me to take India deep?
To be honest, I love to go under pressure whenever there's challenge. I feel I thrive under pressure, and I love such moments. It's just that I've been getting amazing starts in the tournament and not able to get a big one, but at the end of the day, if I'm able to contribute towards team victory, that is immensely satisfying, and I'm truly happy.
The rocks are looking good in your ears. Another set for the win?
Hopefully, but these are the lucky ones. I'll keep them as much as possible.
Okay, well done. Well played today. Back to you, Dooley.
Thanks very much, Varun Chakravarti, alongside me. You're not going to get any earrings like Shreyas, are you?
I didn't get you.
You're not going to get earrings like Shreyas?
I do have. See.
You're going to get a new one, though?
No, I'll get it. Yeah.
You've got a memento there. Nicely done. How have you enjoyed the tournament? I know you missed the first 2 games.
Yeah, it was a sudden inclusion, and I didn't expect it to turn out like this, and it's a dream come true.
Bowling performance tonight, how did you rate it?
Yeah, it was good because the first innings the spin was less, and we had to be very disciplined and stick to the stumps. Yeah.
All right, congratulations, well played. Over to you, Harsha, with Kuldeep.
Talking to Varun, now talking to Kuldeep. वैसे पैड्स पहन रखे हैं आप, उसकी जरूरत नहीं पड़ी.
Luckily, बिल्कुल. Credit goes to KL bhai and Jaddu bhai for finishing the game.
Right, we're not going to hear from Kuldeep, but I love Shreyas Iyer's use of the word ineffable. I think that's the first time I've ever heard that word in a post-match interview at a cricket match. Too great or extreme to expressed or described in words.
Wow.
There we go.
Use it in your next commentary, Simon.
Ineffable. Yeah, fantastic. So getting all the reaction from the Indian players. We're not going to hear Kuldeep Yadav because the interview is obviously not being conducted in English. So what we're going to do is we're going to start our review of the match and the tournament as well. So India have won the Champions Trophy with a 4-wicket victory against New Zealand with an over to spare. New Zealand 251 for 7. It felt as if they didn't have enough runs, and so it proved, although they pushed India all the way, but it wasn't quite enough. And India's class and quality and calmness at the end told, with KL Rahul's 34 not out guiding them to victory, and Rohit Sharma making 76 at the start to get them going in the power play. 63 from Mitchell, but that was a struggle, and then Michael Bracewell with 53 not out got New Zealand up to that 251 for 7, but not enough. And so the very warm tournament favourites justified that task, that tag, and they won the competition. They are the Champions Trophy winners 2025. Alex Hartley and Jonathan Agnew alongside me. Let's start with you, Jonathan. What about the game? What about the game as a spectacle today?
Yeah, it's a good game, isn't it? Full house, 25,000, 24,500 would be Indian supporters, and with that expectation, obviously India play under pressure. We'll no doubt talk about the fact they have been based here and the advantages that has given them, but there is always that expectation, on the one hand you've got great support, but they're coming here expecting the team to win, and with that chat also about the home advantage, if you want to call it that, is also added pressure and expectation. So they have played some extremely good cricket in this tournament. They've lost every toss and they've won every game. And so often when you do our jobs, you do interview captains at the tosses, don't you? And they'll say, well, it doesn't matter, you just get on and play. And actually this proves that that's correct. They've lost every toss and won every game, and that shows, I think, their superiority. They've chased and they've set. the advantage they have had is that they've been able to come here with a squad to play here, whereas other teams have had to pick a more balanced squad. And so for New Zealand today to lose Matt Henry, the really experienced seamer, they missed that today. You look at the way that how expensive all the quick bowlers have been, actually. You think that probably Matt Henry wouldn't have been. He's such a skillful bowler, so they really did miss him today. But the seamers from both sides are expensive, but India have got more and they've got higher quality spinners at their disposal, and that's the squad that they could come with knowing they're going to be playing here every game.
Alex, sometimes we forget how much pressure India play under. They've got so much quality. You think, oh well, they're going to win because they've got them on paper, but actually you have got to go out there and perform.
Every time they turn up to an ICC event, they're expected to win. They have billions of eyes on them. There's always a reason why India should win a World Cup, and when they don't, because they're at home in 2023, it's a massive shock when Australia beat them and people can't believe it. But you also, you have to, these people are human, these athletes are human, and they feel pressure. And KL Rahul said that. He said, I was feeling the pressure in a different way as to what we would describe it, but they're human. And I think the incredible thing for me, of what impresses me so much about this India side, is the fact that they do not show emotion, and they don't show the fact that they're under pressure until they can, until it's the end of the game, until they win a trophy. And you can see that on Virat Kohli's face down in the middle. Now he's smiling. He won't have smiled all day. You know, you won't have seen that emotion on his face all day, but there's so much pressure on these Indian lads to go out and win tournaments, because if you look at the crowd, this is only a glimpse or a tiny little part of what these lads go through, but I reckon 99% India today, the crowd here.
Oh, yes. Yeah, absolutely, and you're right. And there is that expectation every time, and they've learnt to block it out. You know, and they've had this all their careers. It's not like just one day. They have this all the time, wherever they play in the world. And so they do get used to managing it, and how they would have felt in Ahmedabad about 18 months ago when they lost to a crowd 4 times this size, almost entirely Indian. That would have hurt, crikey, to lose that game. With, again, that massive expectation behind them. So sense of relief. I mean, they really are. They are seriously relieved, seriously happy. You know, people talk about the Champions Trophy as being like a second division World Cup. Well, no, it means a huge amount to these. You know, just have to look at them, because they come out here, they face that expectation, and they've done it. And they've done it with people, yes, having a chunter in the background, talk to some of the players from the other teams. Publicly they haven't said anything, but privately, of course, they have. But they've come out and done it, and so, you know, fair play, and they've done it fair and square. In fact, if anything, they made it a bit harder for themselves today, because a number of times during the game, especially in their innings, they looked to have the game in the bag, and then they got out. And so New Zealand have another little foothold, but they just didn't quite have that experience to go to when it really mattered. Yeah, they've got Nathan Smith, who's very expensive. They just missed that. They missed Matt Henry.
Yeah, I also felt, to me, is that when it comes down to it, that India's spinners are better than anyone else's spinners as well.
Oh yeah, okay, you can't dispute that. They are, and they're so varied. Varun Chakravarti is really interesting bowler. You know, quite quick wrist spinner. You know, think Chandrasekhar, for those people of my generation, is that sort of pace, that sort of bowler, and this brings a totally new dimension to it. They are all different. That's the point, and they all bowl very well in these sorts of conditions, because this is what they have at home. This is like this pitch really is like the sort of pitch that you would get in a one-day international at home. They're used to it.
We sort of knew what the result would have been today after the final group game, India-New Zealand, where, you know, New Zealand were bowled out for 205. You know, they just couldn't play the spin from India. And it was pretty much the same again today. You know, you pack your team full of world-class spinners, like Aga's just said, they all offer something different. Even the 2 left-arm spinners, completely different bowlers. Yeah. You know, so we sort of knew what was going to happen today, but we were hoping, because New Zealand was so dominant in their semi-final against South Africa, yes, different place, it was Lahore, it was flat, you know, more runs were on offer. Just thought maybe they would have learnt a few lessons of absorbing pressure and then accelerating and trying to put pressure back on the bowlers, but they just couldn't do it today. 154 dot balls, it's half their innings.
How good is this Indian white ball side? I suppose I'm kind of bringing in the T20 a bit as well, because we just have more competitions now, and we have 2 elements of the game. You know, we have T20 and we have 50-over cricket. I suppose I'm thinking more historically, really. I mean, they seem so dominant. And we've looked back at previous years. You know, at the start of one-day cricket, West Indies were so dominant. Then Australia had their spell. I don't know. Can we compare this Indian side with those two eras, if you like?
They've got such depth, haven't they? That's the point. I mean, the IPL is just generating so many domestic cricketers as well. But, you know, we were talking at lunchtime about England and selection and so on. I mean, if you go down this Indian side, they're nearly all Test cricketers. You know, Jaiswal's not here, is he? You know, there are players who, they're T20 batsmen, who, dare I say, England might have selected. But again, like New Zealand, India have gone down that 50 overs route, and they've picked a team to suit.
Well,
VP Public Affairs of Aramco.
Very shortly, we're going to hear from Rohit Sharma, the
for his innings of
winning captain.
76 of 83 balls in what was a
player of the
tricky run
match.
chase. Rohit, I hope you can hear me with all the cheers around.
No, it's very nice. Look, we played some really good cricket through the tournament, and you know, to come out here having the result our way, it's a great feeling. You know, very, very happy with how we played this game.
Over the last two ODI campaigns, you've been a different batter than you were earlier on. Is this something you wanted from the side? Is this something you were very comfortable with? Is it something that you thought was needed?
Yeah, look, it's obviously not natural to me, but it is something I really wanted to do, and obviously when you're trying to do something different, you need the backing of the team, you need the backing of the management, and they were right through with me. You know, in the ODI World Cup as well, with Rahul Bhai, you know, this is what I spoke to him, and he was very much okay with it. And now, you know, Gauti Bhai as well. So it's all about, you know, getting that backing from the team as well and the management as well, and it is something that I really wanted to do. You know, I've played all these years in a different style, but I wanted to try and do something different and try and see if we can play differently and get our results that we were looking for.
You're charging the fast bowlers, you're hitting them down the ground. At what point do you decide this shot is on? A bit predetermined, or you judge the length that quickly?
Look, I mean, having played here, you know, on few occasions, you understand the nature of the pitch, what it does initially up front with the new ball, and then using my feet is something that I've been doing for a long time now, and it's just about being clear in your mind, and I was very clear in how I wanted to execute that first 5-6 overs. I've gotten out doing that as well, but I never wanted to look away from that. You know, the results obviously is not going to be consistent in what I'm trying to achieve, but as long as it serves the purpose of the team, it serves the purpose of what we are trying to do, I'm happy with that.
Does the depth in the batting make it easier for you, that you've got batting all the way down?
Yeah, it makes a lot easier, and it gives you that freedom as well, you know, which is why I said earlier as well that we wanted to have batting depth as long as possible, as deep as possible. Having playing 8 batsmen, Jadeja coming at 8, you know, gives you that confidence to go slightly hard up front with the new ball, and then it comes off, it doesn't. I mean, so be it. You know, as long as I'm clear in my mind, that is the most important thing.
Congratulations, you can sleep well. You've got it still in the way you're playing your cricket. Well played.
Thank you so much.
Right, the player of the match, Rohit Sharma, and what a wonderful innings it was. 76 of 83. Took the attack to New Zealand very early on. As he himself said, sometimes it's high risk.
Right, we'll leave Harsha there for a moment. We may hear a bit more from Rohit Sharma, because that was his player of the match interview. Now, I wonder at his captain's interview, which I presume will happen when the trophy is presented, whether he'll be asked about his future.
Bound to be, because there's lots of talk up here, isn't there, amongst the Indian journalists, that this will represent the end of Rohit Sharma's white ball career. But yeah, we'll wait and see. Perhaps he wants to savour the moment a while, but it would seem quite a fitting time to do it, wouldn't it, when you win the trophy? He's had a bit of up and down time recently, hasn't he? He's getting some criticism from around and about.
Ravindra is, I think, the player of the tournament. He's going to speak very shortly to Harsha.
Runs, the leading run scorer in the tournament, 3 wickets, economy rate of 4.26. a little bittersweet, I'd imagine, this award for you, but tell us your thoughts, because it is a magnificent award.
Yeah, thanks, Harsha. Obviously, it certainly is bittersweet. It was a great final. We played some really good cricket in the lead up, and it was a good game. So congratulations to India. But yeah, I mean, the individual accolades are great and all, but I mean, the build up to the tournament was great. Playing for a great team was very enjoyable.
What is it about ICC tournaments that brings the best out of you?
I don't know. Maybe it's just we get to play on good wickets and there's a little bit more on the games. But I think I enjoy tournament cricket because it's an accumulation of the work you've done years before, and you've got a common goal, right? You're always trying to get to the final and get to the playoffs and knockouts. So you tick off each game by that, and certainly enjoy that.
It's been a wonderful journey for you. It's been pretty well documented. Now to win a player of the tournament at a major tournament, just what does that mean to you, given the journey you've had?
Yeah, I mean, you always say that. It's always very proud of my past and got so many people to thank along the way. I couldn't do that. I'd be sitting here for an hour. So very thankful for everyone who's helped me along the way. And obviously it would have been nice to have the icing on the cake with the actual trophy. But hey, it is what it is. Cricket can be a cruel game sometimes.
Did you bowl a little bit more than you thought you'd need to?
I always like to bowl. Always Sat gives me a little bit of banter, saying I'm not bowling enough in the net. So I've got to do that to earn a little more overs.
A year and a bit ago, when you came to the World Cup, you're one of the junior players in the side. Are you now starting to think, right, I earned my spot and I've got a little more responsibility on me?
I wouldn't say that. I think all members of the squad, all members of 15 have a part to play, and I think that's great with the Black Cap squad. There isn't necessarily an established player or a newbie, and that's the beauty of the environment. So we kind of just go about our business and try and contribute to the team, and I guess you have more experience going along, and it helps you in situations like this.
I know the team result didn't quite go your way, but you can be very, very satisfied with your performance. It was a brilliant effort, and you can be very proud of yourself. Thank you and well played.
Thank you very much, Harsha. Appreciate it.
Potentially future New Zealand captain.
Definitely. Yeah, absolutely. Very level-headed, lovely player. Love watching him bat. He just needs to, find a bit of form in some of the other games that he's playing. They're not turning it on necessarily in these, but he's a very bright young man.
What about Rohit Sharma today? What about his innings? It gave India that impetus, didn't it, at the start of their innings, and got them ahead of the game, so they were able to stumble a little bit on the way and still win the game relatively comfortably.
Which is what he's done throughout this tournament. He's not had the big score that he necessarily had today, and yes, you look at today's innings and he could have gone on. He could have done. Absolutely he could have done, but it's the way he plays, and he's not frightened to back down, and you think that actually he has the freedom to be able to take the game on and take advantage of the power play, because he's got so many steady batters around him, so many world-class batters around him. You got Virat Kohli coming in at 3. Shreyas Iyer absorbed so much pressure today, and you just knew going into today, I think I said it this morning, that he's due. Rohit Sharma is due. We've seen him play throughout this tournament. We've seen him in all the group games, the semi-final. You just knew that he was going to come off today.
Yeah, the opening partnership won them the chase, didn't it? 105 for the first wicket. He played a horrible shot to get out. I mean, that really was that was bizarre, and it gave New Zealand that little bit of an opening, which was quite surprising, because when someone like Rohit Sharma gets up to 76, he's got his eye on 100. But it really was a pretty agricultural swipe, wasn't it? That he walked off looking very disappointed. But I love watching him play. He's just the most relaxed, languid, beautiful timer of the ball. He moves at his own pace. He makes the bowlers wait, which I suspect is infuriating, but he's just he just leans on his bat at the non-striker's end. It's terrific cricketer.
Now, Prakash Wakankar joins us. Hello to you, Prakash.
Hi there. Hi, folks. How are you?
Prakash, lovely to hear from you.
Yeah, we're all good. Prakash, how did you see today? What was your view of the game?
Well, I think India made it far more exciting than it should have been, frankly, giving several people here, I'm sure, a few tense moments, but in the end they came through. Deserving winners, I would say. They've played cricket all the way through, played it well. And before you ask me, yes, they did have the big advantage of playing in Dubai.
Yeah, you've just taken my next question, Prakash. Because there's not been much acceptance of that, though, from the players. Mohammed Shami seemed to suggest it the other day, but the coach really bit back when it was suggested to him that India had an advantage.
That's Gautam Gambhir. We've all seen him with playing for India. He's always been a fierce ticker character. He's always gone out and sort of, been in your face kind of guy. He doesn't need to do it, in my view, especially when you're doing well. I could understand him be reacting like that in Australia when things weren't going well, but certainly he probably can do with a little bit more grace, maybe.
I asked Jonathan earlier, and Alex as well, about where India sit now in sort of like, how dominant they are as a sort of force in modern cricket compared to previous series. I talked about the West Indies back in the day, and Australia had their dominant period. Are we seeing this from India now, do you think, and potentially into the future?
Well, look, in my book, white ball cricket, you could probably use that analogy. I think in Test match cricket, there's going to be a major transition if it isn't already happening. And I think that's the area that India will need to really look at and see how they perform. I think the tour in the summer in England will really define it. They've got to be able to show that they can play the ultimate Test format the way they should. Only then can they even begin to think of equaling the great Windies teams or indeed the Australians. I think there's some way to go in that format. White ball cricket, there's just so much talent, Simon. It's almost an embarrassment of riches, quite honestly, because for every 11 that's going out there, there's probably 5 or 6 guys who would make most other teams but have to sit out and wait. So it's going to be as much on the selectors as it is for the players as the future unfolds over the next 2 or 3 years, when several of these stalwarts will no doubt have to hang up their boots.
What's the feeling in India about Rohit Sharma, Prakash? Are people expecting him to go? Do people think that he should finish now? I've also seen some pictures of him hugging his family. They're all here, his young kids. It feels as if it could happen.
It could. I mean, look, there's been speculation here that it'll be a repeat of what happened in the Caribbean. I doubt if Virat is going to walk away, but I think I won't be entirely surprised if Rohit chooses to call it a day today. It's a great occasion to do it. Back-to-back ICC trophies, almost made the 23 World Cup final. I mean, made the final, but couldn't cross the line. It'd be a great way for him to go away. Whether he is ready for it or not, only he knows. But I think he's carrying more than just a niggle now. And I think he's going to have to look long and hard at himself. Jadeja is the other person that people have been talking about, whether he's going to decide that it's time for him as well. But as we all know, Aggers, who knows what all is going on in people's minds, particularly when they make that call.
But you made the point, Prakash, that if they do go, there are plenty of others in behind them to come in and replace them.
I have no doubt in my mind. And look, where has there ever been a transition without a few bumps along the way? It is, I think, the onus again sits on the selectors, the BCCI, the management, in terms of how they want to plan for the future. You don't want great talent to be wasted just waiting in the wings, and at the same time you don't want to blood everyone together and end up with a situation where you've got inexperienced side. As we saw with New Zealand's bowling today, that loss of Matt Henry really hurt them, didn't it?
Yeah, it did indeed. I mean, we were talking about the pressure that India come up against. When they're playing, they do make it look sort of quite straightforward. In fact, they kind of sailed through this tournament, really. They've won all their games with a degree of comfort, but they are playing under great pressure the whole time because of the level of expectation in India and around the world from their supporters.
It is. I think, I suppose only those who actually experience that pressure feel it. But listen, if you look at some of the fans, look at people like us who are, speaking for myself, involved in the cricket in a manner of speaking. And for God's sake, we feel the pressure. We feel the tension. So what they must be going through, only they know. And that's just the way it is. I mean, as they say, the job of the Indian cricket captain is probably second only to the Prime Minister of the country, if not on occasion even bigger in terms of pressure that they carry on their shoulders. So you've got to be very, very tough. And I think the IPL helps that. As we saw with the resurgence of the Ranji Trophy this year, we've seen that happen. So there is good training, if you will, to absorb pressure. But playing in a big final or a big ICC tournament, everyone expects you to win everything, and that's not always how it pans out.
We're very close to the official post-match presentations and the lifting of the trophy. We haven't been introduced to all the dignitaries at the moment, almost inevitably. Just one thought, where did you think this game was won and lost today, Prakash? What was the key?
In my mind, honestly, I think it was that catch that went down when Iyer was dropped, because at that point in time, if India had lost another wicket, even though Iyer did get out soon after, I think there was an opportunity with about 7 or 8 overs of spin still available to Santner that they might have just been able to pull it through.
Jay Shah on the Dyer stand there. He is smiling. He's the, well, formerly the BCCI Honourable Secretary, now in charge at the ICC. Aaron Finch is there. He's got the trophy. He's stepping forward with that. Former Australian captain, part of our commentary team today. So it's all taking a bit of time out there to just sort the trophy presentation out and to hear from the captains. There's New Zealand's captain waiting to speak to us, Mitch Santner, and presumably we're going to hear from Rohit Sharma again, but it's all taking a little bit of time at the moment. What about you, Jonathan, in terms of that's the key moment or moments today, or what are the key sort of tactical aspects of the game today?
Yeah, it's a good question. I just felt that India basically they had this game in their control virtually all the way through, didn't they? I mean, even though they lost the toss, India found it. New Zealand found it hard to get away. It's found it hard to break the stranglehold of the spinners. They got a decent start, but you know, when Williamson got out, that was quite key, and India just kept chipping away. They never really loosened the shackles, did they? Yeah, that was the problem, I think. They never really put India's spinners under pressure because they bowled so well, and then once they knocked 100 off for that first wicket in chasing, it was very hard for New Zealand to come back into the game from that, I think. So I think it was India's game. They had it pretty much under control all the way through, and I think it was the outcome that people expected, to be honest.
Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't agree more. I think, for me, before we even started the game today, everything would have had to go New Zealand's way, and India would have had to have a poor game. And when they lost those 3 quick wickets, it was game over.
Yeah.
They almost did quite well, actually, to extend it right to sort of 49 overs, didn't they?
But that's what India do. They're so good at run chase, aren't they? If they were chasing 290, it probably still would have gone into the 50th over.
Joel Wilson's getting his medal. Off he goes.
Well, he was on third umpire duties today. 100% for him today, which is, it's a nice place to sit, isn't it, in that third umpire's chair. As long as you don't get a really tricky one where it's just so hard to decipher whether perhaps there was an inside edge or pad first or whatever. He's having his photograph taken. The New Zealand team are moving towards the podium to get their losers' medals. I mean, you don't really want one of those.
You don't want to be giving it away either. One day you'll be proud of it, you know. One day you'll want it.
If I may, just sorry to butt in, Alex, but I think one other factor is that this time is a long time since India won a tight game without Virat Kohli contributing. I think they'll take some heart from that as well.
Yep.
Yeah, Kohli was out for one today.
I invite the New Zealand team to come up to collect their runners-up medals from Mr. Roger Toos, the ICC board director.
So they're all moving up, shaking hands with the various dignitaries.
If they win an award for being good losers, I'm not going to interview Kane Williamson again. Can I just say that on the record?
Jacob Duffy, Matthew Henry, unfortunately couldn't take the field.
Mitchell couldn't get going, could he? I mean, he for someone who's a free-scoring batsman, that I think
Mitchell,
probably
William O'Rourke
illustrates
Glenn Phillips,
just how good those Indian spinners are in those conditions.
Ravindra,
yeah, I mean, I think if I was assessing the game, I would say Indian spin. That was what won it, really.
Yeah.
Rohit played splendidly, and Rahul kept his cool, and Iyer his 48. But that spin attack today, look, 38 overs, 144 runs.
Yeah, stranglehold.
It's fabulous to have them all working in tandem on a surface like this, which does help them. But look, they are a very, very good side. I don't think it's any surprise at all they've won this Champions Trophy. I think everyone had them as their favourites at the start of the competition. Right, let's hear from Mitch Santner.
Acknowledgement means that you are appreciated, you and your team, for what you've done and accomplished in this tournament. Commiserations on not getting across the line as you would make it. What has this sort of tournament meant to you and the success you've had?
Yeah, it's been a good tournament. You know, I guess we came here at the start. I guess we had challenges along the way, but I think the way we've kind of grown as a group, and we're playing some good cricket at the end of the day, and we just got, I guess we got beaten by a good side who turned up today. But, you know, a lot of good stuff from our group, you know, guys stepping up at different times. I think everyone contributed throughout this whole tournament. That's all you can ask for, as I guess, as a captain in a team.
You started off well today in the power play, it would seem, and you ended the innings quite aggressively. What was the slowdown in the middle?
Yeah, I think it was good bowling. I think we lost a couple of wickets kind of just after the power play, and then they really got the squeeze on, and it looked challenging to start and get away. I think credit to the way the spinners bowled. All four of them world-class bowlers, and they showed that again today. And I think, I guess we were probably 20 under or maybe 25 under of what we wanted to get, but we knew we had a total, and we were trying to fight, and that's all we did.
You came back into your bowling effort, though, after that 100-run opening stand and that catch again from that man, Glenn Phillips.
That man, he keeps doing it, doesn't he? But I think the way Rowan and Gill went about it, I think obviously the power play was probably the best time in bat, and they cashed in. Rowan's innings was outstanding. I think to go almost run a ball on that wicket was outstanding, I guess, and it put us on the back foot. But we knew the game could change quickly, and we were able to keep chipping wickets away and to stay in the game.
You mentioned a number of players. I'd like to isolate the player of the tournament, though, Rachin Ravindra, who missed the game. Your thoughts on the way he's gone?
Yeah, I think we've seen in these kind of tournaments how he steps up on these kind of major events, which is all you can ask for. I think with the ball as well, he's been outstanding to give us a few more overs when they need to, and GP. So I think he kind of understands his game at such a young age already. He's got a massive future, no doubt, and I think even the way today he kind of put the pressure back on India for a while there, and he just cast the scores over a run and ball with ease, really.
And finally, as we close this out, your experience of leading for the first time in an ICC tournament, how will you sum it up?
Yeah, it's been very enjoyable, I think, made easier by the group. And I guess, different guys stepping up at different times makes my job a little bit easier, but it's been a really enjoyable experience. And I think, everyone, I thank the boys enough for I guess, what they've put in this tournament. We've had, a few logistical challenges, but, we've kind of adapted as quick as we can to each surface. We've played on different wickets throughout, and, so close, but, it's been a great tournament.
Once again, the acknowledgement of these fans here say a lot about what you've meant to this tournament. Congratulations on getting to the final. Unfortunately, didn't get across the line. We've enjoyed watching you and your team.
It's been very enjoyable. Cheers, Bish.
Thank you very much to New Zealand's captain, Mitch Santner. And now let's celebrate the champions. May I invite the victorious Indian team to come up and receive their champions' medals from Mr. Jay Shah, the ICC chair. It's been a great performance today from Rohit Sharma's team. Many congratulations to them.
So they're about to step forward. It has been excellent from
Varun
India.
Chakravarti, who belatedly came in to the team, has had a magnificent tournament. Shreyas Iyer.
So they're all making their way
Shubman
one by
Gill.
one up onto the podium to collect their medals, and then at the end of it,
Ravindra
Rohit
Jadeja.
Sharma, he's right at the end of the line at the moment, will collect the Champions Trophy, won by Pakistan, beating India in 2017. But India, well, they have been so dominant of late. They didn't win that World Cup on their home turf, which was a major surprise, really, after winning all the group matches and going through the semi-finals unblemished. And then they were up against that excellent Australian side led by Travis Head with that fine innings, that fine 100 in the final. But they bounced back, T20 winners, Champions Trophy winners. For New Zealand, it's another 50-over final defeat, but they did beat India in the World Test Championship final, so it's not all about a defeat in finals for India. You see Shreyas Iyer there getting a hug from Jay Shah.
He's big with his hugs, actually. He's been hugging a few of them, which is nice. I'm not sure I've seen that before from
They've truly been outstanding.
the chief of the ICC.
Well, it was very much of the BCCI not so long ago, but now with the ICC. And they're all getting their medals put round their
Well,
necks.
is there now pressure to hug him? Because I'd feel that pressure. See what Shami does here. No, just a shake of the hand.
Yeah.
And Arshdeep, who's you know, a very fine bowler,
Washington
but you know,
Sundar.
not made the final, and Washington Sundar as well. It just shows the talent that there is. I mean, the fact that Jaiswal's not even here.
And of course, another key contributor, Kuldeep Yadav.
Kuldeep is mystery with his left arm wrist spin, then finally
And
Rohit
the captain
Sharma.
himself, Rohit Sharma.
Right, so let's see if they are going to ask him the question and what Rohit says here.
Yes, actually before he gets the trophy, they're making him wait to lift it. He's got to do another interview. He's already done a player of the match interview with Harsha Bodhi. Now it's Ian Bishop's turn.
Rohit, as you listen to this, your thoughts?
Sorry, I didn't get you.
As you listen to this cheering, what are your thoughts on the appreciation you're being shown?
Firstly, I want to appreciate everyone who came and supported here. The crowd here has been magnificent. You know, it's not our home ground, but they made it our home ground. Only because the number of people came here and wanted to watch us play. Yeah, to get that result in the end was very, very satisfying.
From a bowling perspective and the way that your slower bowlers in particular operated today, what grade do you give that collective group?
No, absolutely. Look, not just this game, but right from the beginning, I thought, you know, our spinners in particular, you know, just there's too much expectations, you know, when you're playing on a pitch like that, but they never disappointed. You know, we do understand their strength playing on pitches like this, and it helped them, and we used that to our advantage. We played some really good cricket, and throughout the tournament, in terms of our bowling, we were very, very consistent.
The opening partnership was a very solid one, and then some tremors in the middle there. Someone like a KL Rahul and his steadiness. Speak to us about his series and tournament.
Yeah, look, again, a very, very solid mind. Never gets overawed by the pressure around him. That is one of the reasons we wanted to have him in that middle phase and, you know, try and finish off the game for us. You know, with this experience, with his class, there's a bit of calmness when he bats, and he picks the right, you know, shot to play in the pressure situation, which obviously allows the other guys who are batting around him, you know, to come out and play freely. For example, Hardik, you know, came out and played some really good shot in both games. That actually, you know, gave us a little bit of breather. But again, you know, the overall batsmanship that was shown by all our batters throughout the tournament was superb.
I just want to go to another name who came in belatedly into the tournament. I think you touched on it just now, Varun Chakravarti, and what he has brought to your team.
Again, you know, he's got something different about him. I've said it many a times, you know, and when you're playing on a pitch like that, you know, we want the batsman to force on him, and that is where he becomes a lot more dangerous. And that was the thought which went behind getting him into the squad and actually playing him. He didn't start off in the tournament for us, but then, you know, when he played that game against New Zealand, he got 5 wickets, and we saw the kind of ability that he possesses with the ball, you know, and we wanted to maximize that, and he didn't disappoint. You know, he's got great quality about his bowling, and luckily for us, it came to use at various times.
No, you've had some disappointment about 18 months ago. Then you won that T20 World Cup. What do you say to these fans who have piled in here to see you get this title once again?
No, absolutely. Very, very grateful, and we really appreciate their support coming out in huge numbers and, you know, getting behind the team. It may not be seen as useful as, you know, the game that we play, but when they come out and get behind the team, it makes a huge difference. And like I said, you know, they made it feel like home. So that was very, very good from them.
All right, Rohit, congratulations. I know there's another award to come your way, and I'd like to invite Rohit's team, the winning team, to step forward once again. Rohit will join them shortly and receive their iconic white jackets, a symbol of their hard-earned triumph as the ICC Men's Champions Trophy 2025 winners. Congratulations on a remarkable achievement. The jackets will be presented by Mr. Roger Binney, the BCCI president and 1983 ICC Cricket World Cup winner.
Well, the White Jackets, we first saw them when Australia won the Champions Trophy in South Africa.
Will come forward to collect.
So they're all going to get their white jackets now. I think, Agaz, I mean, you're a man who's been buying jackets left, right and centre in this trip to Pakistan.
I don't think they fit as well as mine. They're not,
the UAE,
they're not dandy designs.
Anyway, they're being put on there.
I'm not quite sure when you're going to wear that, but no, they're very nice. I mean, yeah, there you go. Bit like a golf green jacket, isn't it? But
it's a bit awkward putting a jacket on in front of thousands, millions of people, though, isn't it?
Yes. He didn't ask the question.
No, he didn't. About Rohit's future. Perhaps, I don't know, perhaps he said, look, I don't want to talk about that now, don't ask me, I don't know. But that might be something for the press conference later on. I'm sure someone will ask it in the press conference later on. Yes. I mean, sometimes if you've got something to say as a captain, I mean, he probably had the chance to say it there if he wanted to say it. You can introduce that, can't you? You can switch the question to the answer you want to give. And he did say that, and perhaps it's not the right time to say, right, you know, just straight after you've won the tournament. You don't want to take it away from the actual players. You've achieved so much in the last 2 or 3 weeks.
Do you think these jackets are all actually individually tailor-made and they've got them all in order? Because just say Tembo Bavuma was coming up.
Yeah, they are.
And he was
they are.
Is each one coming up in turn because they've been tailor-made?
Yeah, you get measured before the tournament, are you?
Right. So they've knocked up 20-odd 30 jackets.
Well, well, I mean, you have to keep your options open because we had semi-finals in the middle of the week.
Yeah.
So you probably need about 40 of them.
Well, no, they make them more quickly than that. You get a good jacket in 24 hours here.
Well, they're gradually putting them on. There's still a few to go. I don't know whether the whole squad gets them. Let's have a look at the tournament as a whole. How do we reflect on that? It's been a strange tournament, hasn't it?
It's always a bit biased when your team goes out, and you know, England's performance was so disappointing. I mean, to not get a single point. I know Pakistan's got a point because it rained, but you know you can't help but sort of be influenced in your view of a tournament when that happens. But that doesn't mean to say that you don't look at the rest of it impartially and from a view of just, you know, taking into account how the tournament has been. It's been okay. There haven't been many tight games. This is one of the tightest, actually. That happens quite a lot in 50 overs cricket. You know, you don't get as many last over thrilling finishes as you do in T20. And we haven't seen a close game. I think it's fair to say. And there'll always be the cloud of the fact that it was not staged entirely in Pakistan, and that is. I don't know how cricket's going to deal with that, because it's beyond cricket, and they had to get this show on. You cannot have a global cricket tournament without India in it. And so I don't really see what else they could have done, really, apart from do what they have done. But you feel that it can't really carry on. It feels like it's coming to a bit of a head. And I was talking to one of the game's leading administrators today, and he was saying he just thinks it's going to get worse, which is a disappointing reflection of where it all is. But India is the power. We're looking at the former head of the BCCI. He's now in charge of the world cricket. He's got the Champions Trophy, and he's handing it over to his former employee Rohit Sharma. So it does feel at the moment as if India is entirely calling the shots. But then we go back to the point: this is a very, very good team, and somehow you've got to divorce. You somehow have to try and separate all the politics and the actual cricket itself, which is not easily done.
Well, the Indian team are dancing on the podium. The fireworks are going off, tinsel as well, but not before there was a photograph with Jay Shah and Rohit Sharma together, just holding the trophy. Normally you see a captain lift the trophy up to the spectators, and that's happening now as more fireworks go off around the ground here in Dubai. It's celebration for India, big support here. Most of them have stayed on, not everyone has stayed on. The traffic is quite bad in Dubai, so a few have made their exit, but a lot staying on to watch India lift the trophy, to watch the fireworks, to watch the white jackets, to watch India celebrate their second consecutive ICC tournament win after that fine win in Barbados. A come from behind win in Barbados, actually. Let's get some final thoughts from Prakash.
Yes, it's remarkable, isn't it?
Yeah, go ahead, Prakash. You still with us?
Yes, I am. All I was saying, Simon and everyone else there, is that, look, as you said earlier, the expectations have been delivered on. But for me personally, and this will probably not sound right to many back here in India, that I think until we get our test cricket back on track, India will have to work hard at it. I think the white ball domination is well set to continue given the kind of talent pool that exists. And I do want to touch upon the point about the tournament and how it got held. I think, look, you know, this is set to continue. India will be hosting a World Cup soon. That means we'll probably have another neutral venue where Pakistan will play all their games there. It's not the way it's meant to be. And I really think the only way for this to change is either the political climate changes or, more importantly, the ICC really takes a tough stand, irrespective of who's heading it. Because at the end of the day, if you don't want to go to the host nation for whatever reason, then you should be asked not to play, irrespective of the commerce involved. I know it's almost impossible to do, as Agus says, but maybe that's the only way that it'll ever change, in my view.
Yeah, one of the problems, Prakash, just one final thought, actually, but so many tournaments in the future are going to be held in India.
That's right. That's right. And that's my worry, because that means the sheen will go off just as it has gone off this tournament, irrespective of how the host performs. And I don't know what the solution is other than what I just laid out, Simon. Look, the organizing body, the one that runs the sport, has to take a stand. And they've got to find a way around the commerce. I don't think it's impossible to do, or there has to be a thaw in the relationship. One of those two things has to happen for us to be able to go back to playing cricket as it is, or as it's meant to be. And that is when we'll be able to say, that is cricket. This is not quite cricket.
Prakash, thank you very much indeed. The Indian team have taken the trophy and put it on the pitch, which they've won the trophy on the playing surface here. They're sitting down on the pitch, and they are continuing their celebrations. They'll probably go on long into the night. Okay, that's it. We've had 3 weeks of the Champions Trophy. You can watch highlights on the BBC Sport website and app, and the TMS podcast will be available shortly on BBC Sounds. Tomorrow night at 9 p.m, don't miss 5 Live Cricket with Michael Vaughan, Jimmy Anderson and Rob Key. They are the guests, and that will be available as a podcast as well on BBC Sounds. Our next live cricket will be the IPL, which starts on the 22nd of March, and we'll also have coverage of the start of the County Championship in April. But from Dubai, it is goodbye.
The ICC Men's Champions Trophy, brought to you by the BBC.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sports, pure live sports.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
On digital radio.
And on your smart speaker.
What a twist. And the crowd are loving this.
What has just happened over the last 40 minutes?
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, and now bringing you even more ways to listen to your favourite sporting events. On most smart speakers, you can now get all of BBC Sport's live stream commentaries from across a host of great sporting events, including cricket, athletics, rugby league, and many more. Just ask BBC Sounds to play the event you want to listen to and enjoy live, uninterrupted coverage from the BBC. That's Ask BBC Sounds to play the event you want to listen to.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sports, pure live sports.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
On digital radio.
And on your smart speaker.
It is all over!
That must have gone surely. 4-6.
Now a drop shot. Winner!
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
It's a left-footed penalty. Here he comes. And she goes into a different gear. And suddenly the Chinese are mounting a late challenge, but they're not going to make it.
As a 23-time Grand Slam singles champion.
Sends it forward. In it goes.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
Oh, what skill.
Crosses the line. The checkered flag awaits him.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sports, pure live sports.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
On digital radio.
And on your smart speaker.
What a twist. And the crowd are loving this.
What has just happened over the last 40 minutes?
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, and now bringing you even more ways to listen to your favourite sporting events. On most smart speakers, you can now get all of BBC Sport's live stream commentaries from across a host of great sporting events, including cricket, athletics, rugby league, and many more. Just ask BBC Sounds to play the event you want to listen to and enjoy live, uninterrupted coverage from the BBC. That's Ask BBC Sounds to play the event you want to listen to.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sports, pure live sports.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
On digital radio.
And on your smart speaker.
It is all over!
That must have gone surely. 4-6.
Now a drop shot. Winner.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
It's a left-footed penalty. Here he comes. And she goes into a different gear. And suddenly the Chinese are mounting a late challenge, but they're not going to make it.
As a 23-time Grand Slam singles champion.
Sends it forward. In it goes.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
Oh, what skill.
Crosses the line. The checkered flag awaits him.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sports, pure live sports.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
On digital radio.
And on your smart speaker.
What a twist. And the crowd are loving this.
What has just happened over the last 40 minutes?
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, and now bringing you even more ways to listen to your favourite sporting events. On most smart speakers, you can now get all of BBC Sport's live stream commentaries from across a host of great sporting events, including cricket, athletics, rugby league, and many more. Just ask BBC Sounds to play the event you want to listen to and enjoy live, uninterrupted coverage from the BBC. That's Ask BBC Sounds to play the event you want to listen to.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sports, pure live sports.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
On digital radio.
And on your smart speaker.
It is all over!
That must have gone surely. 4-6.
Now a drop shot. Winner.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
It's a left-footed penalty. Here he comes. And she goes into a different gear. And suddenly the Chinese are mounting a late challenge, but they're not going to make it.
As a 23-time Grand Slam singles champion.
Sends it forward. In it goes.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
Oh, what skill.
Crosses the line. The checkered flag awaits him.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sports, pure live sports.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
On digital radio.
And on your smart speaker.
What a twist. And the crowd are loving this.
What has just happened over the last 40 minutes?
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, and now bringing you even more ways to listen to your favourite sporting events. On most smart speakers, you can now get all of BBC Sport's live stream commentaries from across a host of great sporting events, including cricket, athletics, rugby league, and many more. Just ask BBC Sounds to play the event you want to listen to and enjoy live, uninterrupted coverage from the BBC. That's Ask BBC Sounds to play the event you want to listen to.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sports, pure live sports.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
On digital radio.
And on your smart speaker.
It is all over!
That must have gone surely. 4-6.
Now a drop shot! Winner!
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
It's a left-footed penalty. Here he comes. And she goes into a different gear. And suddenly the Chinese are mounting a late challenge, but they're not going to make it.
As a 23-time Grand Slam singles champion. Sends it forward. In it goes.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
Oh, what skill. Crosses the line. The checkered flag awaits him.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sports, pure live sports.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
On digital radio.
And on your smart speaker.
What a twist. And the crowd are loving this.
What has just happened over the last 40 minutes?
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, and now bringing you even more ways to listen to your favourite sporting events. On most smart speakers, you can now get all of BBC Sport's live stream commentaries from across a host of great sporting events, including cricket, athletics, rugby league, and many more. Just ask BBC Sounds to play the event you want to listen to and enjoy live, uninterrupted coverage from the BBC.
All that after the very latest BBC News with Nick Miles.
Thanks very much. Israel says it's cutting off electricity supplies to Gaza immediately in an effort to increase pressure on Hamas to release all 59 remaining hostages. Talks in Qatar between Hamas and US negotiators are reported to be focused on the release of the Israeli-American Eden Alexander. There's growing international condemnation of the violence in parts of Syria where supporters of former President Assad still live. Hundreds of civilians have been reported killed in recent days. Hiba lives in Baniyas, one of the towns badly affected by the violence.
They came and attacked our neighborhood. Our neighbors were killed, including children. They came and they took everything, gold, everything. And for the last 3 days, we've had no water, no power. We had to use batteries, whatever we could, to stay connected.
The Ukrainian military says its forces have been involved in more than 160 clashes with Russian forces in the past day alone. It says almost a third of those were in the Russian region of Kursk, where Ukraine launched an incursion in August. The US Secret Service says one of its agents has shot an armed man near the White House. It said he'd driven from Indiana. Police in Kenya have fired tear gas to disperse protesters trying to occupy a church. It had recently been given a big donation by President William Ruto and been criticised for accepting it. The South African playwright Athol Fugard has died at the age of 92. He was best known for his politically charged plays challenging apartheid. He lived mainly in South Africa's Eastern Cape and an area he loved all his life.
I've often thought about what fascinates me about the Eastern Cape, and the nearest I've come to understanding something of my fascination with it is that I have a very, very strong sense of myself as a regional writer. I feel happiest when I am rooted in the specifics of the one place and the one time that I know.
And now back to Delith Lloyd and Sports World.
Nick, thank you. Yes, you're listening to Sports World with myself, Delith Lloyd. Manchester United leading Arsenal 1-0 at half-time in the Premier League. Second half commentary to come. Let's head to Dubai, though, because India have beaten New Zealand to win the Champions Trophy.
2 needed from 7. Jadeja waits. Round the wicket comes O'Rourke. It is helped away into the leg side. That'll be it. It reaches the boundary, and Jadeja raises his bat and embraces KL Rahul as those in blue all around this stadium celebrate. India have won by 4 wickets.
Yes, India reaching their victory target of 252 with an over to spare, with captain Rohit Sharma top scoring with 76. New Zealand had earlier been restricted to 251 for 7 as India continued the dominance they've shown throughout the tournament, winning every match in Dubai and underlining their status as the best white ball team in the world. Here's India batter KL Rahul, who hits an unbeaten 34.
Hard to put in words, but yeah, just pure skill and the way we've all played our cricket growing up, and where we've had to face a lot of challenges. We've had to face pressure from the time we held the bat and from the time we decided to be professional cricketers. So I think it's just giving us opportunities and platform to showcase our skills and to put ourselves under pressure and keep challenging ourselves and getting better. I think it all comes down to that.
So congratulations to India. Let's turn our attention back to the European Indoor Athletics Championship.